Let's step. Select your difficulty.
chat can hear me. I am not tech savvy at all. And we got, oh, awesome. Hi, Valeska. It is Maestro G. We have 2 people doing 3 jobs at the table right now. So I figured I'd put these on while I'm doing bracket stuff. We are in song 3 of the first match of the day. We're in the opening winners round for pool 4. And we have Sparks Mew and Loud. Again, best of 3, song 3. And Loud's going with his protect, which is Bye Bye Baby Balloon. Pretty straightforward piece. The 3 patterns lead you into some crossover patterns, which they both executed very, very well. Great on Sparks Mew's side, but he's maintaining a marginal lead. Downbeat, little gallop 2 patterns. Utilizing foot switches on each of those melodic parts. Foot switch, that. Lead switches over to left. As we get to our traditional gallop part that we know so well in this piece. Around the minefield, Laos continues to maintain as we approach the ending. Some tricky centric panel work at the end. And he pulls it through with a 98-718. And his journey out of Pool 3 and into Pool 4 winners bracket now continues. And he will face J-Ham in the winners quarterfinal. As I go to the other computer and update the bracket. Multitasking, yay. They put me in charge of 2 computers. I don't know how.
Back at it again. Make a selection. Hard mode. Wild.
And now we're going to move up to a winners quarter match. 2 players that had a wild card bye, and they are seated traditionally in the quarterfinal. We have Dan H. and Mal here. Let me get that set up for you. Shout out to everyone who's here watching. Around lunchtime, noontime, here Eastern Standard Time. We're at the round 1 Great Lakes Crossing in Michigan. My first time here. I'm enjoying it very, very much. I hope you're enjoying it as well. Here comes the update. It updated, yay. I'm getting better at this, I swear. Again, thank you for joining us. This is Pool 4, which means we are playing Wild 21 to 23. Right now they're doing their warm-up piece. Let me get the card draw over to you guys. So the first song is Contrast. We're having some DDR tool technical difficulties at the moment. But it is Dan H. and off here. First song, as you can see, is Contrast. And then Dan H. Protected DMT and
Shoot.
Oh, hi Jelly. Malkier Protected Galactical, and we'll probably see those two songs a little bit later. None of the computers are working with assigned set to cab.
No. Can you click on this arrow here? Let me see what that says. For some reason that worked. I just hit refresh here.
Okay.
We shouldn't need to do that anymore. Can you try going to your screen really quick and just clicking like go to Unity and like pick a winner randomly, and let me see if it shows up on my screen.
Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Hang on.
Okay, I think we should be live updating now.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to song number 1 here. We have Contrast.
Thank you, Jelly, for saving my rear end with trying to do both of these things at the same time.
we love
They put
tech.
me in charge of computers. Like, what are they thinking?
Yeah, we have Malkier, also known as EJ from the Michigan area, against Dan H. Yeah, that's not Don, it's Dan H, Daniel Hood from the Connecticut area. Really, both players are really high-level DDR players. Malkier is a bit more experienced in comparison to Dan H and SMX. You'll see something very particular that Malkier prefers to play on Boomerang. They said they have a bit of a mental block with SMX, and this is the only way they can read the game. Whereas Dan H, he's got some 17 PFCs in DDR, so he's coming clearly based on DDR fundamentals here.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that in his technique and in his stepping. A lot of the misses he got in that hold step pattern. He's tending to stay towards the center of the panels, and
very, very
a lot of that
form, yeah.
ITG, you know, like StepManiaX evolved, almost like bracket stepping, like corner stepping.
And there's something you'll notice too, Dan H plays completely on his toes.
As Malkier pulls out 99 and takes song 1.
You know, and like you said too, like players with the DDR background have extremely good timing. Look at Dan H, 14 yellow perfects, actually a better cut than Malkier's, but ends up with 5 misses and a dropped, no, I think it was probably the lift, from just not being fluid at the game. To my understanding, they don't have very good access to SMX in Connecticut, and the round 1 in Holyoke Mall that he goes to does not have StepManiaX. And then I'm going to go ahead and actually hand us to our beloved pilot to take over, because I got to go pump it up soon.
Best of luck with that.
Yeah,
Go
thank you.
kill it. As we are about to welcome Pilot.
Good morning, gamers. Looks
Good
like I'm
morning,
here
sir.
just in time for game 1.
We've had one match before this. You haven't missed much.
I see we're boomeranging.
We are. We were just talking. Jelly was just talking about how what's the preference for Malkier, just helping them really focus in on how to be a bit more technical and on the ball with SMX.
Yeah. Yeah, so I got Malkier,
This is song
Michigan
2.
local. So this
Malkier
is,
just took song 1.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
There's a thing where you gotta like manually like click the results, and it was on your computer. Jelly had it up before.
That's fine. We can take care of that later.
All right.
Keep an eye out for what we're going on with game 2 here. So, you know, Dan H is more of a DDR player and typically does not get access to play a lot of StepManiaX, but just looks to be having a little bit of a rough go here on the second song, sorry. getting tripped up on that particular little roll pattern.
And Valkyrie takes it.
Someone else got it.
No, I mean the numbers up there and like changing the names. There's a little pop-up menu.
Press play to
Sorry.
continue.
Good old Smash Ultimate Scoreboard, the classic for manual stream management.
So Malkier will hang tight for the winner's semifinal. As we will go to another quarter. We're kind of shuffling things around as other participants are in other pools and other games.
Yeah, today is going to be a little bit more of a chaotic day. We're likely going to have some more downtime on account of more of our competitors being entered in multiple games and needing to compete at the same time. So it's going to be a little bit of a busier day.
Coming up now, we have Jay Ham, our wonderful TO of this event, and Laos, who is continuing to surprise, coming up from Pool 3, winning his first round in the wildcard round here in Pool 4.
Impressive work to have advanced out of the pool and now to be winning sets winner side in the next pool up.
Oh, we're gonna get the other wildcard match between Wizia and Nigo's Moo.
All right.
Our lovely host over at Dancetopia in Fraser, Michigan. So they'll get a warm-up song here, and then we'll be underway.
I'm going to be really interested to see Wizza play in this event. I know he has been working very hard recently to push DDR further and further. That's really more his primary main game, and has stated a desire to play more of this game and improve at it. So we'll see how much effort has been applied since we last saw him on the pads.
Their card draw is up. Their first song after the warm-up will be Bubble. With Nigo's Moo protecting Remember Me and Wizia protecting July Redux. They're early 23 in this pool.
Yeah, not surprised here to see that sort of protect come about. I know Wizza's pushing harder and harder material on the DDR side, and so I feel like your best bet in these earlier rounds, especially if you have a favorable seed, can be the push harder content if your opponent is not as precise or adept at that material. So I'm going to get a quick little warm-up in on I Don't Want to Fall, which I actually think is a pretty good warm-up for some of the things here in this draw. This has at least one 16th note stream of appreciable length. So kind of a good warm-up for the sort of foot speed that you'll need for July Redux. It certainly can't hurt for the remainder of the material in the draw.
Remember Me too. Those bursts, those rhythmic bursts at the end of that song as well.
Yeah, so a little early on that run, but Wizza nailed that otherwise with a gold combo. So already giving him a 3,000, almost, it looks like 4,000 points now lead on the warm-up.
Just from the eye test, like just body posture, like he's locked in. It seems like he's ready to go.
Yeah, just a little on the early side. I think most competitors, if they're not familiar to playing on this model, will tend to drift a little early. It is a very large screen you are looking at.
Yeah, it is something that we saw a lot of yesterday as well. So we will get into
Bubbles.
a quirky little chart. If you want to talk about quick little 24th bursts in here with a little, just, you know, to that 24 gallop flan.
All right, getting into game one on Bubbles. What a jaunty little tune this is.
That's a very good word for it.
Yeah, this is fairly low density for a while 22. It's got a little bit of tricky patternings there. You're going to need to be very proficient in switching between those like 16th and 24th burst patterns. And some of these patterns are a little more ambiguous in their execution or how you can approach them. So we can kind of see Wizza got tripped up a little with a late hit very early on, but has taken better accuracy heading into the back half of it now here. Holding on to a small lead coming into the 16th note run section.
Keeping it clean. Again, the theme of the weekend so far, players fighting that early timing, and then you'll see like a late here or there trying to over-adjust to it.
Yeah.
Opening up about a 2.5% lead now.
Yeah, so really good adaptation from Wizza to take game one there. Sort of had it a little rough at the very beginning. You could see that really, really noticeable late there, but otherwise kept it completely clean. Migo's move, not too far behind, but more so struggling with some of the more ambiguous patterning and the execution that can get surprisingly difficult for what I think is otherwise not that challenging or physically demanding of a 22.
And remember me.
I remember it.
I remember me.
Who's remembering Remember Me for game two of Migo's Move versus Wizza?
Much cleaner start from both of these players to the song.
Yeah, Migo's Move started out actually with a 300-point lead coming out of that opening, which that opening and its reprisal at the end of the chart is really like, I think, the primary source of difficulty for execution. Going a little early on the drill now, ceding the lead to Lizza coming into the chorus.
Less than 50-point lead at that stop.
The score is intermittently flashing and changing the lead. The difference between these players cannot be any more than a perfect or two. All right, you need to be careful. This little like breakdown section before the outro, it's really easy to kind of lose your place on the timing. You see Migo's Move picking up a really noticeable late yellow. Wizza holding the lead coming into the outro now, repeating the same pattern from the beginning. Oh,
couple of earlies at the end. There's a difference there.
So what happened there?
From an otherwise very clean run at the end, you
is
just see it pulled early.
Wizza had the lead going into the outro, lost the lead on account of following late note hits. So kind of, I think, maybe a little too nervous about the pattern execution, especially because the beginning was a little rockier. Picked up a lot of lates and made it such that Migo's move picked up the lead then from that point on, but then she rushed the last drill. You can see it on the graph, it kind of nosedives down towards the early side, and that made, it was 2 points, 2 perfects, less than 2 perfects worth of point difference, decided the match.
Maniacs.
So Wizza goes 2-0 and gets out of the wildcard round and will be against Temi in the quarterfinal. For now, in another quarterfinal, we have J-Ham and our feel-good story, Laos, again from Pool 3. Let me get up there.
Yes, getting the card draw up.
There we go. So we have a Dream of You, a J-Ham protects, and I feel like we saw Dom Daddy Do protected by Laos yesterday.
We did see, pretty certain we saw Dom Daddy Do yesterday. We're getting a little licky-licky in for a warm-up.
Well now.
All right, so all this warm-up is going on. For those of you joining us here in Auburn Hills, Michigan for Midsummer Melody Golden Voyage. Voyage? Too much flourish on the name? I don't know.
Voyage
Either way.
sounds, it gives it that French pirate feel.
Golden Voyage. Joining us here today, if you did not tune into the matches yesterday or otherwise are not familiar with the format we're following here, the format here is the first song is going to be randomly drawn from something that is not protected by either player. So the first song is always going to essentially be something neutral, and then typically the loser of that song will then have the ability to defer to something of their choice, be it another song they want to play, and Laos is playing this backwards. I just noticed. Very cheeky. So the first song, we know it won't be Dream of You and it won't be Dom Daddy Do. It's going to be one of Katyusha, Unity, Happy Holiday, and Life Ride. So we're going to need to wait to see because we do not have a direct indicator of what the first song will be from the commentary booth here.
The only person that gets to see it is the person actually doing the card draw because the song will highlight on their screen, but it doesn't highlight really on any other screen.
All right.
Speaking of callbacks from yesterday.
All right, everyone, welcome to my Hypercam 2,
YouTube
unregistered
special.
Hypercam 2 video on how to execute Unity Wild 21, game 1 of J-Ham versus Lowe's. Okay. We saw this yesterday, I believe it was...
Both hard and wild.
It was a walk-off, so we didn't get a chance to really talk about the song too much, but you got a lot of these like alternating syncopated patterns. You got the triplet gallops, that little 30-second note flam.
A very crisp opening on J-Ham's side. I think he's only got 4 at this point, a couple there.
Yeah, need to be ready for those little bursts of tech mixed in there. You can see that like mine-indicated foot switch pattern coming now into the slowdown. Pretty basic patterning here.
Keeping that bass feel as it disappears and holding your timing, which both players do very well.
Yeah, phenomenal slowdown. Yeah, you need to be careful though, because some of those patterns have these little cross-under or crossover patterns that you can then get easily tripped up on when it resolves, especially if you don't kind of commit to doing the crossover as intended. And then the follow-up is very awkward or uncomfortable to come out of it. But it looks like even though J-Ham kind of made a couple of mistakes there with was having a little bit of a rougher start, I think J-Ham's set to kind of take this as long as he does not drop any of the last ones.
No, he keeps it together.
That takes that with just a hair under a 5-star for game 1. All right, dom-dotty-do.
We call back to Lao's great run again.
Cute little thing is when you go to change your scroll speed in this game, there's a little preview of the chart. You can occasionally see players will take a glance at that to refamiliarize themselves with the segment of the chart. All right, let's get into game 2.
Pretty clean run there by Lao to do the 16th run.
Yeah, doing all the turns here too. You see J-Ham's kind of going for a more purposeful mind dodge and double step to get through those patterns. Lao's got the clean execution, but picking up a center panel miss and that up arrow miss on the jump there. Gonna put him a little bit behind, especially hitting that note just a little early.
Center tech around the minefield. Getting a mine and losing that pattern.
Yeah, J-Ham got a little tripped up in that 16th note stream. It's giving Laos about a 1,000-point lead to work with. Keeps it clean through that next stream, end step jump. Just needs to be ready for the twisty patterns here.
The ending of this song really kind of does sneak up on you.
And he takes
Good percent.
game 2.
And we will go to song 3. It was good to see him execute playing from behind. Pool 3, you know, he went 2-0, 2-0, 3-1.
Yeah, even with a couple of rough hits in the first half of the song, you know, it really just came down to holding that lead together that he was given after J-Ham had fallen off track, if you will, on the run there. You can kind of see in the graph, he goes very early and then into a bunch of misses right there, which is just, you know, I don't think the run in Dom Dotty Do is particularly, like, disorienting or complex, but there are a couple of, like, direction changes you have to account for, and because it is very center panel heavy, it's intuitively, you may think it's particularly gnarly or twisty, and it's really not that bad. You just have to be
it's just a slight adjustment. But like you said, if you turn, that recovery can cost you 3 or 4 misses.
It looks like Lao has an adverse reaction to seeing a 30-second note burst in the preview. But I think it's like the only 30-second burst in the whole chart. It's not as aggressive as it looks in that particular musical preview. Yeah, getting into game 3 now. Yeah, J-Ham is ready for the little bit of swing here. You can see that those notes fall on the 64th, kind of giving them a different musical feel than a straight 16. It absolutely glides through that first center panel run.
You got the 16th upbeat pattern there. Laos is absolutely, he's doing a good job, but he's very reading this chart right now. J-Ham seems to have chart knowledge for this one in his back pocket.
All right, here's the spin. Good job on both players on the 30-second.
Yeah, very well done.
Yeah, needing to constantly switch between the straight 16th, the swung 64th, and then incorporating that burst is a very mentally challenging section of the time. And J-Ham comes out with the 99 and takes the set on game 3. Yeah, clean 20. It was the last
Very
point
impressive.
loss just being in the first iteration of that, you know, upbeat 16th, where you kind of go onto the offbeat and then you stay there for like a little while. You know, getting that a little late, especially up arrow, you can very easily mess up your form on that. But put up a good showing regardless, and he's still in it, just going to loser side bracket for his next match.
Yep.
A little later in the bracket.
Now we'll have two new players join us right
Take it to
here.
the max.
As two players that start in the quarterfinal bracket. We have Tropical and Dandy.
This is going to be, I think this is going to be really exciting to watch. I know Tropical is another, well, both these players really, I think, primarily focus on Dance Dance Revolution. Tropical, I know, loves to push challenging content, especially material that he personally really enjoys. I know some of the regional players may know him for his experience on Jacunda Memorial, which is like a very aggressively difficult chart for what it is, you know. I know, for example, he really found some enjoyment playing Fearless, which I would say is one of the harder 24s in this game. So really enjoying, I think, pushing things and finding material he really enjoys. And Dandy is a regular player of this game as well. I know he's participated in a number of other events and has also been really on the glow up too. So we were talking strategy in this particular set, and while Tropical has, you know, a very strong ceiling, I would say, for material he knows very well, he is still ultimately newer to this game in the broad sense, and so I think can easily be caught out by knowledge checks or unfamiliar patterns. And Dandy has been playing this game for a hot minute himself, going through a lot of the content through wild mode. So I think we're going to see kind of like a, almost like a knowledge check kind of a set, I think, is the path to victory that Dandy has.
Sorry, Dandy just lost his towel, and I just wanted to make sure he didn't step on it. The no bar stud. The
I don't think that's his typical means of playing. I'm not sure. It is
also
stylish at the moment, though.
the ITG hallway scrolling. For as much as I talk about having played ITG back in the day with 1 and 2, I never got into the hallway phase. A lot of my friends did. It
I
wasn't
think
for me.
Isn't hallway the one where it's like slanted inward? This is
This
tilted
might be
outward.
oh, I forget what this is called. Space, I think.
I think Space has a more aggressive projection, if that makes sense. I don't remember all of the.
There's hallway,
Perspective
incoming,
mods.
incoming, space.
I think there's something between overhead and space that's a little less.
I think incoming was the one that was coming towards you.
I'm pretty certain hallway is where it comes up towards you.
ITG's in the chat. And we have the pilot special for song 1. I didn't want to say anything.
The stop and go?
I didn't want to say anything, but I knew this.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Distant. I think Katia might be right in calling it distant projection.
Oh, distant. Yeah, that was another
The
one.
D in Dandy might stand for distant.
Now I can't remember.
And the S in tropical stands for stop and go in game 1 of this
I
set.
mean,
Okay,
we got there.
all right, so here's the obligatory stop and go lesson. 21 stops, most of any individual song in the game. A lot of these are just going to be like 1 or 2 beats before they resume. But the knowledge check is probably just going to be enough that I think Dandy might just have the upper hand on this if he's played it before and Tropical hasn't. I did look at Tropical's play history and it's fairly sparse.
Yeah,
Yeah, both
right
players
there.
getting tripped up by that stop. Oh, Tropical taking the lead for a bit.
Both players now go stepping in the stops and just preparing themselves for the next downbeat. Lead increases a little bit, picks up a miss, but still maintains.
Yeah, it looks like both players are struggling with the chart knowledge aspect of this one. Tropical is holding on to a slight lead, I think, on account of getting 1 or 2 stops over Dandy. Yeah, Dandy's shaking his head. He's not happy about that. I think Tropical is possibly going to pull this out for game 1.
This is a mean song 1, if you're not familiar with it. But they navigate it well, and Tropical with a respectable 97. Danny with a 96 as well.
Yeah, you can see Dandy shaking his head. I definitely think he knew more about the song, but just didn't have the execution in the moment. So Tropical's going to be feeling good about that one. That's a good thing to pick up. You can also see playing a lot of DDR and having that strong fundamental timing basis. Yeah, 16 yellow and only just a handful of off notes, really. The baseline timing's looking really good on his side, so I think maybe the more he plays and the more comfortable he gets, we might see Tropical do better as he progresses later in the pool.
And not for nothing as well, but Dandy only had 18 as well.
Yeah, I'm mostly looking at this from the perspective of one of these players has played the game more than the other, you know?
Yeah.
Specifically SNX, so. This is what I really enjoy about these larger events where you have multiple games being run, is you get people like cross-pollinating who you normally wouldn't see, and you get some interesting matches here. So let's see what we're getting into with Classic Madness.
Couple misses on Dandy's side through the jump patterns.
Yeah, considering that so far his misses are in the faster bursts or the jumps, I'm starting to think that he might not be lifting his feet up enough or really comfortable on this particular, I would not say necessarily this particular pad, but I know usually they get tuned up and double checked before each tournament, so it might just be not picking up his feet enough or struggling to get the D-bounce correct to you know, not just get like a held miss or just completely whipping a panel. Kind of difficult. I have to look at the score feed and the actual chart execution. Looking at the player cam and the periphery can be hard, but regardless of that, it just looks like even with the misses overall, a little stronger baseline timing and comfort on the material. I had him holding the lead there, although he is going to drop another miss, and Tropical is going to hold on to a little bit of a lead coming up towards the outro now.
Going to be interesting to see the end result as Tropical continues to maintain here, and he will take it by about 0.4. Yeah, as you can see.
Yeah, really struggling with something there. 10 misses is like, yeah, that's going to be a pad call for sure.
I believe Andrew was talking about this down arrow before we left yesterday.
I believe he did do some work on it at least.
Set it.
We're going to go ahead and take a look here. While they're taking a quick assessment of the hardware, I'm going to go ahead and kick it back over to us. I'm going to kick it back over to us.
Us.
We'll get our commentary set up and running.
That P2 side has been so something, yeah.
Twitter handle. Come on, what are we doing here? Is this what I need to update? There we go.
There, all right.
All right.
Yeah.
Little different configuration than yesterday.
All right, and we have Andrew the hints on the machine now.
Yeah, our technician for the event taking a look at the hardware there, so it's hard to tell sometimes when people call pad. It is possible that you could just be not lifting your feet up enough. It could be form. It could be having your sensitivity set to normal or high where you really should have it tick down or so. But we've got a pretty good.
These are also things that, you know, you kind of like trial by fire, because in my early tournaments as well, I infamously had a match where I lost, and I had a lot of pad things, and I was talking to Jelly, and he's like, well, did you change the sensitivity? I'm like, did I what? So it's kind of like you learn as you go, and that wasn't even the thing. I was playing on normal sensitivity, and then they're like, try it on low, and like my life changed. So
Yeah, so the trick here is
and every machine is different. Like,
I really think the most important thing about understanding how to play on an SMX pad and tuning the sensitivity for that specifically is to understand that it is the release, I think, is the most important thing. You want it to be as snappy of a release as possible. So there is like a pressure sensor and a material that pushes down on the sensor. And so when you are tweaking a pad for sensitivity or working on your play style, ensuring that you get the like fastest release such that you don't have it like get held down if you're doing like a jump or a fast burst. Because a lot of what we saw with Dandy getting his pad misses was they were in bursts or like in jumps, and therefore that's like possible that if it's, you know, being rapidly pressed, it may not be releasing fast enough. So it's then you need to assess, you know, is that the material pushing on the sensor? Is it the sensor itself? Is it your settings? Is it your play style? A whole lot of things you can look at. Some things you can't control, some things you can, but there's nothing wrong with calling a tech over, especially while it's early and we got some buffer time in the day. We ran 2 hours ahead of schedule yesterday, and we got a little bit of breathing room,
I believe
think,
we're
if we
still quite ahead today. We did get started almost 25, 30 minutes earlier than we were scheduled to. We were supposed to start at 12:30, so.
Wonderful. Then that seems to be all good and well so far.
Hints is putting on his sneakers, so we know this is he's gonna check this out.
We might have to switch back over to the player cam in a second and see some pad testing action.
Hints action, yeah.
And unfortunately, you will no longer be illuminated by the brilliant glow of My and Tito Connect.
Whatever game that is. I just noticed we've got curtains.
Well, actually, to follow up on the comment that Lemming just put in chat saying super impressive to have 41 players, one setup, and be ahead. Special, I think kudos ought to be given to Mr. J-Ham, who you've seen competing today, who is our TO for this event and has been running a fantastically tight ship and managing yesterday's pool conflicts so well that from my perspective when I got here to commentate Pool 3, it was almost like we were running a single game event. There was not a single conflict in sight. So special thanks to him for coordinating a lot of this and for our
on it. Just the spreadsheets, the planning out, how well he coordinated with other games ahead of time. He's just done a terrific job. Illuminated, haha.
just phenomenal stuff all around from the actual TO desks here at Midsummer Melody. But you're not here to listen to us talk about the things in the abstract. You're here for us to talk about.
You're here to watch
Oh, hold on. I think I know a good scene for this.
Hints undoubtedly play GOAT. No, just hype. What's up? Swans is here. What am I looking at?
While this pad test is going on, I also want to call attention to Hints wearing the pirate-themed Ramian that is available for purchase.
Yeah, there's another one. There's a third. Yeah, it appears to be sticky. That's a technical term, by the way.
Yeah, you can tell as soon as Hints kind of stopped just playing and vibing along with the music, and suddenly he immediately perked up and went to double tap a panel to check its feel. That's how you know he's picked up something.
It's definitely something like you were saying, like in the release. And the drill is out.
And the drill is out. Now I know it's just the fan that is available for the players to aim at themselves to cool off mid-set that is currently blowing his hair back, but I also like to pretend that it is the force of the drill and the opening of the panel that is currently blowing his hair upwards.
I mean, if there's... All right, let's take a look. Looks like we're gonna get some tape in there and brings me back to the great painter's tape fiasco of 2024.
There was a great painter's tape fiasco of 2024.
Winter Ball, when we opened up the pad and there was like the painter's tape just like layered in duct tape and like sand and.
Oh, Sand Mod, my favorite.
When we,
I'll take a second to make a note of appreciation for Hints as one of the mechanics here at this round one location for keeping things in chip shop shape and being able to assist us right at the event. I know you and I, from our own experience, have seen some absolutely horrid pad internals. When these machines are left out in public and they are not cared for by people who are particularly passionate or attentive to detail, conditions get real bad real fast.
When I started Winter Ball in Atlantic City, there's the arcade, the Lucky Snake arcade down there, and they had posted on Facebook, and they're like, we have a StepManiaX machine. And I was going down for summer vacation. I was like, oh shoot, I'll go check it out. And I went down there and I go through the whole arcade and I didn't find it. So I like emailed their, hey, send us a comment or whatever. and I get a response back, and they're, oh, it's in the water park. So this machine was just having wet people, like shoes, just like barefoot, like playing this dance game in a like a closed off water park. And the first time we opened it up, just like water stains and just like sand got in there.
I take it you are familiar with the recent Switch title, Pokopia?
Yes.
Where there's a particular line of dialogue that went viral online for a character in reference to watering plants to make them grow, said, "Let's get this place humid." It's like, I cannot fathom putting an arcade machine in an environment like an indoor water park where the water moisture content of the air is just absolutely saturated all the
Constant.
time.
Yeah.
It's like putting your cabinet under the mister in the produce aisle. It's just going to do horrible things to that device over time. So I'm glad that they relocated the machine and it has since seen some TLC. I know after our last event, there was a traveling mechanic that worked with repairing machines at different locations underneath whatever entity provides the arcade cabinets for those locations.
Yeah.
I know someone was there servicing the SMX cab specifically, so we got a real knowledgeable tech to at least have tuned it up since we would have been last down there.
It's in fantastic shape now, thankfully. And
we're doing another pad test, and this will be fun to watch. So let's pull it up. So for those of you who are going to stick around for our later pools, once we begin playing 24s and up, this is the kind of material you may eventually see. So Night in Tokyo is very heavy on these 30-second note bursts up front, so this is a great way to test the release of individual panels. All right, here comes the 30-second note section. All right, he looks satisfied with that particular outcome. At least I hope he's picking up the drill for the purposes of putting it away.
I would assume we're probably going to look at a replay of song 2.
I don't know if we have replay available on the stream setup, or I would.
No, like replaying it.
No, I don't think so. I think we're just going to go into the next match.
Oh, all right.
I wonder if Dandy just opted to take the loss on that one. So let's go ahead and get back to some gameplay. All right, so we got Wizza back up against C10.
This is our last quarterfinal.
Wonderful.
As they do a warm-up, let me get this up there.
And yeah, we have confirmation from the TO desk, and it's updated on the bracket now that I think Tropical Dandy is just going to go 2-0 Tropical favor, and we'll move on.
Wizza picking up July Redux again. I know he didn't have to end up having to play it in his last match, but
wow, Whistle's got something against the Fat Rat. We got both Fat Rat songs on the chopping block in this card draw. Unity and
oh
Monday.
yeah, how about that?
All right, getting into this warm-up now. We talked a little bit about Wizza here as a Michigan resident, mostly looking to expand his knowledge and ability in this game, specifically in the future. Playing with a little mod just for funsies during the warm-up.
And we have Temi, who is one of our own in Central Jersey.
Yeah, good to have another New Jersey local coming out and representing the area in the tournament. Temi has been getting exceptionally good, I would say, at like lower wild and mid-wild content. She has been able to push
such a
some
short
things
amount of time.
very well. I think ultimately does have a little bit still of a stamina or even like maybe just like a mental gate on really, really hard content. Think like the harder 24s, the 25s and up, but her ability on these like 21s and 22s that you will probably see today it's exceptional. I think she's really become one of the best accuracy players that we have in that range in the state. So I'm very excited to see how she does out here at the tournament.
Hailing from Newark, New Jersey. Not far from where I grew up. About 15 minutes away.
And look at that King of Fire
the warm-up.
I like the little stop and start gimmick in that. It's very tasteful, where every instrument except the percussion or the vocals drops out. King of Fire. It's a vibe. It's such a mood. All right, I think we're going to
Show you love.
show you love.
Not show you. We're not ready for that just yet.
I think most of our competitors aren't ready for show you.
I don't ever want to have to be.
Okay. So game one on Show You Love. So far in this tournament, I feel like anytime we've gone into the 22s, it's been kind of like a quirky chart. Like the emphasis is on like particularly difficult syncopation or some other aspect that is challenging. Show You Love is really more of a straightforward like stamina check in a sense. So I got this build up coming on here now. Lead's been trading between Wizza and Temi a couple of times.
We've got 4 or 5 lead changes just from 40%.
All right, Temi came ready for that 16th note run that's got like the little syncopated break in the middle, and then immediately that follows that like gallop pattern. It is a crossover, and now you are getting into the section where you have that roll. You need to hit that note a certain number of times before it ends. Kind of this like anchored run where you have to stay 1 foot on that note. Ooh, Temi doing the twist on the center panel anchor roll. You love to see it.
She's out to about a % lead, or they can execute. Yeah, and she holds on for an almost 99.
Yeah, 2,000 point lead, and really got that lead by being ready for that broken up 16th run into the crossover pattern. Definitely the one thing of note in this chart. You know, Wizza really put up a good fight when the patterns were more simplistic, if you will, in this, and then the hard part hit, and Temi had just a little bit of chart knowledge and execution readiness, ready to take the lead from there. So almost certain we're going to jump to July Redux.
Yeah, he didn't get to play it last round, so he draws it again. He'll certainly get that opportunity now.
Yeah, and given that Wizza has a little less exposure to this game compared to Dance Dance Revolution, as far as I understand it, if he's familiar with his chart, and he might be familiar with it on account that this was a qualifier for a previous Michigan event. So he probably had played it at that time. I don't remember exactly which event it was, but it was definitely in the mix somewhere, because I remembered working on this as a qualifier myself.
All right, we are underway.
Game 2.
Also an observation where Wizzo does not play with any beat bars behind him.
Yeah, so far everything has been playing has been fairly straightforward. So it's going to be interesting you bring that up. That might matter in Dystopia. All right, StepMani pulling out the early lead here. Both players picked up at least one miss near the intro.
For roll tech. Both players come through that very well.
Yeah, StepMani came to play with these 16th note runs today. She's doing exceptionally well on those. Wizzo not too far behind, but I think struggling a little with some of those like center panel, like candle-esque patterns. There's a lot of movement in there that you need to be ready for.
Keeping up with it, pulled some lates in.
Yeah,
StepMani on the flip side rushed a little bit, a couple earlies, but she maintains a little bit more than a percent lead. Very clean. The low 24th verse at the end.
StepMani takes game 2 and the set.
And she will move on to Malkier in the winner's semifinals.
Yeah, so similar timing from both players here. I just think Wizzo might have gotten tripped up on a couple of the more challenging to execute sections of the chart. It is also very easy when you see, like, that had at least 2 segments of a long 16th run with a roll mixed in the middle. And so the intent is you continue to play it like it's a straight run, but when you're on the roll, you are missing some visual feedback about your timing and what you're hitting. And so if you go off in that section, you may not be readily aware of that. You might not have the feedback to understand, oh, I'm doing something wrong, and you don't realize it until the run resumes, so that can shock you a little. So that's something you need to keep in mind in a chart like that. There's a couple of others in this game that utilize the exact same intermixed, like, 16th and roll runs. But we're going to get a...
We're going to move down to losers round 1.
Dan H. Sparksmew.
Nobody likes Hava Nagila this weekend, it seems.
I don't blame people for that veto, personally.
I've never, even when yesterday when we were still, it was popping up on hard, everyone was vetoing it. What a fun first song. What a fun set. We have Sparksmew protecting Senorita. Dan H with flying high. And we are going to start with a fast-paced, music is moving.
Are our players learning in real time the glory of low sensitivity? Maybe so.
This is a chart that throws so much at you. Such a catchy song, such a good song.
Yeah, Dan H., now that he's had a set under his belt, he's playing something I think a little more straightforward. It looks really comfortable. I know more coming from the DDR background, as I talked about the first time he was on a set today on stream with me. A little less familiar with the center panel execution, but seems to be taking to it like water right now.
It's going to pick up here.
Little center
Very
panel
clean.
Yeah, Sparks are not too far behind. They're doing pretty good, just a little early in places. But still well within the range that if Dan makes some kind of egregious execution error, Sparks could close the gap, so we'll see what happens.
No turning there, no spins.
I believe that's like a spin. That's enforced with lines. He ended up doing a little hop to get around it.
The execution on Dan H's side right now. We talk about closing the gap, but he's not even really giving Sparks a chance to do that.
Now, if there was any chance for Sparks to come back, Dan would have had to have dropped that last run, and he's just not going to do that, and he's going to pick up his 98. On Music is Moving. Yeah, respectable 38 run. Very nice. I think Sparks just needs to adjust a little. you can see Sparks is, they're pointing at the graph on screen and like making the hand gesture and doing the head nod, you know. They're not quite happy about the timing on that one. Kind of responding kind of Senorita.
It'll be interesting to see how, as they said, as DDR players, they handle this. You got that infamous part in the middle of the chart where it's step, bracket, I guess, where a center and an arrow.
Well, this is certainly a lot harder than the DDR Extreme Heavy chart.
Yes. The hard plus mimics the DDR chart. This is a whole other animal. And you got those brackets where for the longest time I was physically step jumping them. Yeah, just by naturally wanting to do it. It'll be interesting to see how they handle that.
And this is also a song where I feel it's really, really hard to like fall behind the beat specifically. And so anytime I play this, this always feels like I have to press on the gas pedal so hard. So this might actually be a little advantageous for Sparks if they're running early on these sets, because this might play into that a little bit better. All right, clean opening so far from both players. Dan H holding the lead again.
Tricky burst action here. Well done by both players.
All right, coming up on another 16th run. Well done by both players. Sparks picking up their first early.
Narrowly missing the mine, but he got around that. All right, here it comes. And they both bracket it.
I think Sparks did go a little late on it, but the execution is there from both players.
Here comes the second one.
Yeah, Dan H
Sparks
taking a hit there.
jumping the second batch. And Dan H pulling away, mines, and getting the 99.
Out the win. Yeah, 99 on that's really good. There. I think Danielson X just needed a little bit more warm-up and maybe a little time on DDR to also loosen up. And is now kind of crushing it on some of these runs. 14 Senorita is pretty good.
I'm sorry, what did you say? Who won? Yeah, both of them.
Press play to continue.
You can press play to continue. Okay. We're getting great set after great set today. This pool is real exciting. So going up now on the next set, I believe this is one of our winner semis.
Yep. J-Ham and Tropical.
J-Ham Tropical.
Take it to the max. Select difficulty.
There we go. very interesting protects here. We have Esperanza from Tropical and J-Ham, a little Bite 5 qualifier with Dolphin Talk. They're going to do about half a warm-up.
See, to you, Dolphin Talk is a Bite 5 qualifier. To me, I'm certain it was a Love Arcade qualifier one year.
Let me tell you about the Funky Dolphin.
You can tell me about the Funky Dolphin because I got those perks.
I don't know what song one is. I'm a little biased. I hope it's old school. That has become quite a popular song, especially in our region.
For those of you watching at home who are a little less familiar, we typically do a half-song warm-up once we get things rolling in the bracket, just to let players limber up and kind of pad check before they go into the set without taking up too much time. And time is at a premium. We've got
I got my wish.
We've got quite a while until round one flips the circuit breaker and kicks everyone out, but we want to be wrapped up in time because we got a lot more matches to go through over the course of the day.
And we will have old school song one. Interesting chart. You got some paradiddles around minefields at the beginning.
Yeah, this chart is real fun. One of my favorite 23s.
And then in first verse, some eighth note patterns, but you're walking along with the some little center panel twists and turns, which both players are not doing, but
it looks like Tropical comes out of those center panel turns a little more unscathed. Pick up a couple of late yellows along the way. J-Ham not too far behind though, even though he's got at least a late in the mix. I think if he can lock in and clean up the back half, he can have the advantage there. Yeah, it's a little crossover run with the minefield. They have to be very careful about positioning there. Tropical picking up his first miss of the run, but now he kind of comes back into this little break, kind of reprising that pattern we saw at the beginning.
Another miss, but still up.
All right, J-Ham at the stop, ekes out a very tiny lead, so he needs to lock in now for the ending. We're going to see some longer 16 bursts.
Lead change. And again.
Oh, yeah.
And these bursts will carry you through the end of the song. Tropical gets it back and he maintains. Crossover. He elects to not do the crossover, and to his benefit, he hangs on for the 5-star in the 98.
Yeah, the two misses really making what would have been just a slight precision lead much more narrow than it needed to be there. All right, ball is in J-Ham's court. Where's he gonna go? I keep asking where these players are gonna go, not realizing that like 90% of the time it's just gonna go to the protect.
We haven't seen, I don't think we've seen one yet, aside from like best of fives obviously, but even the best of fives, the players have gone to their protect first before other songs.
Yeah, J-Ham takes a second to adjust a few settings before going into game two.
Echo the Dolphin. Shout out my Sega Genesis people.
So you ready to, let me tell you about the Funky Dolphin.
Do tell.
Very syncopation heavy. You're gonna see all these different variations on triple gallops and a couple of different bursts mixed in all throughout. And of course, just a little tasteful amount of soap land.
You got really tricky patterns where you have your 24th gallop, and then you'll have 24th bursts of 4 notes instead, sometimes right next to each other.
Yeah, J-Ham picking up the early on those up center, down center patterns. Same with story with Tropical. So J-Ham holding on to a slight timing lead.
Both players get the 8th note out of that boot stop. And there's a 30-second note, I believe, coming.
There is a 30-second note burst in this. Yeah, Tropical, I think, kind of stumbles on that burst.
Some straight triplets, another 30-second.
Yeah, J-Ham goes particularly early on that, but still holding on to the lead. Let's keep it through the last couple of bursts. And J-Ham takes game 2. All right,
so we will go to song 3. And a reminder that the winner of this is guaranteed a spot in Pool 5. Whether it will be winners or losers, we'll see soon. But this, getting to the winners final will guarantee you a spot in Pool 5.
It's straight to Esperanza.
Whereas if you get down to the losers bracket, only one player from the losers bracket can advance.
So I'm curious to know if this is something that Tropical has like played or studied, and I'm curious to see how J-Ham does on this himself. I think this is probably one of the hardest 22s in the game.
In terms of executing, absolutely.
They're
And
gonna
it kind of lulls you with this beginning. Because once the song takes off.
Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong so far with the execution here. J-Ham looking a little uncomfortable on those center panel patterns, picking up some off notes. This is where it gets funny because these gallops give way to these little mini jacks, and yeah, Tropical having an adverse reaction to that. J-Ham too.
But opening up a full 1% lead here. Some center tech. We're gonna have a couple brief stops.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
And you're gonna get these center jump spins.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Yeah, and then this section is particularly ambiguous with whether you want to crossover
Gallop
or crossover it. Both players are kind of struggling to find their footing on the execution, and then mixing in those little double tap jackhammers is so mean.
And then you got run and crossover here.
And there is one more crossover in the final run that's particularly nasty.
A turn that no one ever does, but
and Tropical takes the set.
Patches it together. It really is an underratedly challenging 22.
You just have to be ready for everything Esperanza
For
throws at you.
everything. Just everything.
Well, not quite everything. There could be more brackets in the mix, you know? But in terms of, like, those kinds of, like, unmarked, not really super telegraphed, like, crossover patterns and the inclination that you may have to execute it one way or the other, really putting your footwork into the wrong place, it's a nasty, nasty chart. So I don't fault anyone for struggling to navigate that one.
No, not at all.
I think both players had a commendable effort given the difficulty of it.
All right, and we're going to go all the way to losers round 1.
StepManiaX.
With and Ceiling Fam with the winner of this going on to play Dan H in losers round 2. Now this is Ceiling Fam's first match of the day. He advanced from pool 3 on the loser side.
Yeah, Ceiling Fam has been putting in work. I know. Ceiling Fam also, I believe, was the TO for Go West 2, an event out in Ohio. Looks like Ceiling Fam's going for the lower difficulty warm-up, kind of easing into it.
I approve.
Oh, that card draw. Wizza with a Lunatic? Madman. This early in the event?
Yeah, right? Forever Now is in there.
Ooh, Forever Now. That's one of my favorite 22s.
Yeah, favorite of both of ours.
I signed the wrong player, my bad. Let's fix that during the warm-up.
I know we spoke about this in his last match, but Wizza not playing with beat bars and protecting Lunatic.
Oh. Oh no. I hope he knows. I hope he knows. I hope that's not.
No.
I hope that's not a vibes-based pick. Oh no, Knight of Fright. Oh no.
My colleague is adverse to this, it seems.
I'm getting the full emotional range of Twilight 2s today.
Knight of Fright is... Knight of Fright is a song of all time.
The chart's very aggressive in its patterning, in the back half especially. I do think there are a couple of cute things about it, and I like the song for what it is. It's just not the kind of thing that I don't log into this one for fun, so to say.
No, I agree.
This is also a very difficult song to kind of find the window on because of these long sections where it's just the music box playing.
And even when the vocals come in, you still don't, you get that synth clap, you don't even get a bass.
Creatures appear to the sound of the toy. Their red eyes were gazing at the little boy. Slowly and
Seems like both players are actively reacting to this chart.
in the house, they begin to
Ceiling Fan, a marginal lead.
being chased by skeletons.
And I love the part where it says he turned around and started running home. It like expects you to be playing the chart backwards. It's
Yeah.
really the chart of all time when it comes to patterning.
And you're
Yeah.
going to get foot switch rolls here on
Yes.
triplets.
The Ceiling Fam is not ready for this one. But Wizza is pulling up and making it work.
Yeah, Wizza using foot switches and double steps to his advantage. Kind of blowing through the tech, as it were. But he patches it together, pulls out a 94, and survives song one.
Yeah, lots of lead changes and a lot of things going on to pay attention to on that chart run that couldn't really break down anything in particular that was happening. But I encourage anyone who's interested in like getting a feel for that chart and its difficulty, just try like following along with the steps and you will find yourself spending time crossed over, crossed under, or turned around the other way. You do it all as intended and you will get mixed up very quickly. We're gonna go into a much more straightforward 21 compared to that 22 in Queen of Light.
You want to talk about getting turned around. I remember the expert chart for this on ITG. You could cheat it because the holes were short enough that you didn't have to do the patterns, but it was very Oasis in that, or very like the beginning where it would like take you backwards.
Yeah, when you look at songs that came from the original In the Groove series that got ported into this game, some of them kind of had their charts one-to-one mapped
Or
to
like
this game.
Jump, hand, hand, jump, 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 jump,
And
hand.
some of them were tweaked or redone. And I think this chart got a redo that's got a couple of really clever homages to the original chart, but like
It's
maintains
manageable,
its
yeah.
own identity.
Like these hold spins, they're optional, but about a 0.5% lead early on for Wizza. Yeah, in the original ITG chart, these were all holds, including the 16th notes.
Yeah, navigating those crossover patterns very well. I think most players are kind of committing to the double steps through those pattern ins, but are timing it quite well. Just more aggressive turns coming up here.
Yeah.
And a 16th note run to cap things off. Ceiling Fan breaks his combo in this run. Wizza keeps it very clean. But both players struggling with that lift of the insulting mind dodge that follows.
Yeah. Wizza missing both of them. Wizza opening up the lead a little bit. Couple yellows on Ceiling Fan's side. Double stepping the optional spin, keeping the beat. And ends in almost
Great
99.
Run from Wizza there, I think. That would have been a much higher score if it were not for the double lift mistake and then clipping the mine that follows. One of those sorts of things that you really need to be ready for if you're looking to optimize a score on this chart. But 21 clean is pretty good, and Ceiling Fan not too far behind at 49 and a miss. It's a respectable showing regardless.
We're going to jump back to our other winner's semi. And we're going to have the top
Malkier.
seed in the pool, Sitemi against Malkier. So this is not a mistake. This is their first song. Sitemi again pulling Dystopia as a protect.
Are you
And
sure?
Malkier actually getting...
We're going through the beginner song list.
That's fascinating. Both of these players picking up protects that they had earlier in this very pool. Party all day, party all night.
Yeah, no, I don't think Queen of Light is song one. I think it's going to be Low Workout. Okay, so that's Sitemi calling out an often underutilized warm-up strategy, which is to set the sort to BPM and then pick something that is very similar to the first song you'll be playing in the set.
That's fascinating, actually. Never thought of that. I just step on arrows.
You know, I greatly enjoy Kolinka.
Tetris, anyone?
I love a cute little nod to a certain block stacking game of Soviet origin,
Block Blast?
Minecraft.
I love this little roll stream part.
I love how it establishes that it's like an alternating pattern, and then it really hits you with the, actually you hit the roll every time they say go, so then it turns into a triple tap, and people's sight reading this always mess that up.
Shapes. Oh, she lost it.
Pacer to 80K is crazy. All right.
A reminder that this is a best of 3, but the winner guarantees himself a spot into pool 5. And the loser will have to go into the loser's bracket and have a little bit of a gauntlet to go through to get themselves a spot.
Well, it's a 2-match gauntlet. You could be in the worst position in the loser side. See how our players do. Okay, time for a low at workout.
My favorite song.
Yeah, pretty much the defining pattern of this chart are those basic crossover patterns mixed in with those 3-panel stomps. Womp. Yeah, Sitemi building up a comfortable couple hundred points lead so far.
Electing to go with the double step strategy rather than the crossovers. Sitemi picking up a miss on the first set of 5, but maintaining the lead. Built up with really good timing in the beginning of the song.
All right. There is also a 4-panel stomp coming up, which is very funny. Get ready for the big stomp. Bump. All right, Sitemi takes game 1. Malkier is no stranger to playing through hard material and pushing physically in places. I just believe the usage of the boomerang mod for funsies is almost certainly negatively affecting some reading skill. But overall, though, her baseline timing is really good. Just more here for fun, it seems to be at the moment, with the choice of boomerang. Shout out to Water Salads, who put up one of the most impressive scores on Blood Rush Wild I've ever seen on Boomerang.
Oh, yeah? I was going to say Water Salads shout out winning the first tournament I ever attended. We go back to White 5.
All right, I think
our first thinking outside the box.
yeah, kind of deviating from the prescribed path, if you will, with Love Goes On going to game 2. So that would be Malkier's pick over Dream of You. So I kind of wonder here if this kind of pick is coming about because this is, I think, a very straightforward 21 for execution and timing. And Malkier's real, notable score accomplishment over in DDR is MFCing a large swath of the game on, beginner. So really strong fundamental timing ability, and I think they have decided to kind of pivot to something like this just to try and out-time. A very valid approach for picking up a game win in a set.
Well, we have ABC about a third of the way through, so right to your point.
Yeah. She's on a pacer. I think Sitemi's not far behind at 1, so it's within margin of error, essentially, for both players.
Navigating
the lead switches, nice.
The pop syncopation around that minefield. They both did an excellent job, as you said. Malkier picking up 1 in that stretch.
Like mine pits and lifts and such do I feel like they read kind of unusually on Boomerang.
Sorry, I was motioning. They were tied briefly.
No, I know. You don't want to say anything. That's commentator's curse. All right.
Are we getting it?
Don't miss
Getting
the
it.
left. And there's our tie.
Bravo. So I believe Malkier picks again. Is that how?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
I believe Malkier picks again, right? So Malkier picks again, or after a tie, Malkier picks again? Okay, yeah. Winner.
4 and 4 is funny.
Pick winner, both.
You just leave it in the card.
No, I
for
know, I know, I
application.
know. But this is fascinating because I don't know if they're going to go with it, but Malkier still has their protect. It doesn't seem like they're going to go with it. And we are
In all fairness, if reading on Boomerang is imparting certain difficulty for executing patterns, Love Goes On and Queen of White, I think, have some of the more straightforward execution. Actually, I'm not sure about Queen of White, but I could definitely see picking that over something like Dream of You or Dystopia.
the roles have reversed in this song. Temi with the APC. She's got one so far. Malkier, I believe, has two.
Yeah, I need to see how the crossover section's going to go once you get through the kind of eighth note anchor crossovers that follow in this part.
These early ones can be double steps, but as you get to the middle of the song with the larger runs, they're kind of forced.
I mean, you can still not quite follow the pattern, but it's a lot harder when you have to whip around like that. But both good execution from both players. All right, clean run from Temi.
A little bit of an early pull, but not a lot. Only about 3 of them on Malkier's side.
Good mind dodge from both players.
The lead is about 150 as Malkier picks up a miss. Keeping it close. It's only about 0.5% now.
Now, all Temi needs to do to close this out is just not drift horribly at this part. She does go a little late there, maybe overcorrects a bit, but holds onto it successfully and takes
a 99.5 to a 99.3.
Game 3 and the set.
And Temi guarantees herself a spot in the winner's final for this bracket and advancing
Temi's
to full 5.
Going up.
And Malkier will move to the loser's quarterfinal. Await a couple of matches before we return to them. And we're going to stay in the other bracket on the loser's side.
Yeah, this is taking us to losers round 2.
Dan H and Wizia, let me get you that.
That's Dan H back up again.
Wizia using their pocket pick, as you will see in a moment.
Oh, running in the 90s. So I'm really curious what our neutral song here is. Oh, this is a funny little warm up.
This song.
Oh, I think if this is the half song warm up, I think this is going to cut off right before the part that matters, if you will, in it.
This song affectionately known in my house as the Bunny song.
The bunnies.
And let me tell you something, I prefer this song
Tell me
way
about the
more
rabbits,
over
MJ.
the other.
Tell me about the rabbits.
Big Chungus.
So fun fact, the little march in the background is currently broken. If you look really closely on this song, it's just a black screen and the whole BPM gradient.
Megalovania.
Now George can't tell me about the rabbits. No. All right, game one, Megalovania.
You actually can't say the word bunny in my household without my dog perking up her ears and wanting to go zoomies.
All right.
Here we are.
Everyone's
Megalovania.
favorite funny skeleton song for game one. Losers round 2, Dan H versus Wizza.
Both players a strong introduction there. This song gets a little funky with some minefield action, some 30-second bursts, and syncopated 16th da-da-da-da.
Yeah, lots of time spent on the offbeat and then mixing a bunch of 30-second no bursts. Both players looking pretty comfortable so far on the overall execution, just Dan pulling ahead with the better timing currently. But Wizza's not too far behind. You could see that little score flash intermittently.
Both players on that little center panel trap. Both a gold combo.
Coming into the back half here, one of my favorite little charting rhetoric things in the game is anytime you see the blasters in the background fire their lasers, that is timed with the mine pit on screen. It's just a fun little attention to detail I love to point out. So Wizza actually picks up the lead there. Dan getting tripped up. It picks up a miss in that section.
Strong center panel stream at the end there for both players.
All right.
Watch the minefield.
All right, good 98 from Wizza. Got 170-ish points over Dan, who had the better timing. But you can see around that section, it must have been close to where there's like a 30-second note burst that then follows a 16th pattern candle. That's really, really easy to get tripped up on. I think that's where he picked up most of his timing loss. And otherwise had it, pretty much down pat. So I think Dan is starting to find his stride with timing in this game. And I think now just needs to not get caught on one of SNX's many, many charting traps. They're going to see King of Fire again.
Yeah. Wizza up.
Fire!
Wizza up 1-0, and his pocket pick literally in his pocket, ready to go if he needs it.
Yeah, well, let's see. I would love to see running in the 90s. That's a fun chart. I think this is a game 2 and a protect that plays into Dan's strengths really well. It's very straightforward and not too complicated when it comes to its patterning. So it kind of falls more into his wheelhouse of him now currently getting a better feel for this game's specific timing. You see, kept the first third very clean, just picking up his first yellow now. Wizza having picked up a couple, so he's got a modest lead. Just needs to make sure he does not make any egregious mistake, if you will, to knock out that lead. Coming into the stops now.
Seemed hesitant on the first one, but he recovered and only picked up 1 yellow during that. Got about.
Yeah, now Wizza's rushing a little towards the end. I feel like early had a strong grasp on the overall timing, and then I saw just the rush early right into the green. Yeah, great score.
Excellent job.
Great score. Takes game 2.
And we will run in the 90s.
Yeah, unless Wizza decides he's going to awaken the Phoenix or something. You know, you could totally make that kind of swing here against someone who's less familiar with the game, but I don't think you would use a pocket pick and not play it, so here we go.
If he picked Dark Phoenix, Jimbo would magically appear on the stage.
Jimbo would say, really? That was one of those funny a hotel room quip last night answers that lives in my head rent free because I can easily hear Jimbo saying really in his like specific tone of voice again. But yes, we are really going to running in the 90s for game 3.
Winner gets J-Ham in the loser.
Oh, look at what he put on the mod. That's crazy. Look at that flex. My man got the dizzy turned up.
This mod didn't even exist in the 90s.
And he's currently holding on to a lead. Dan picked up a miss in the opening.
We love SMX tournaments, guys. We have players playing with Boomerang. We have players playing with Dizzy. We have players changing note skin mid-set.
All right, here comes the run. Time to be running in the 90s. Dan claws back the lead here. It's so close, though.
Let's see how Dan adjusts to this, because this is where the miss came in the first iteration of this run.
Oh, but he goes
late.
so late there. Wizza picks the lead back up. Oh, it goes back to Dan. Oh, Wizza misses
with
the
a
down
miss.
arrow. No.
Just running out of steam a little bit at the end. Having a little fun with it as he goes out, though.
Yeah, no, just
that little dance step.
I think he went for like a crossover pattern when that's very explicitly a double step, like alternating double step pattern, and picks up the miss there. But no, I really think the stumble with the early that then followed with the first miss on Wizla's side is what killed the run for him. But good job though on Dan for figuring out the pattern when it has that exact reprise after the chorus.
Yeah,
the adjusting.
He stumbled in that first one and then nailed that second iteration of it.
Went a little late, probably just hesitant trying to make sure he had the pattern correct for it, but adjusted extremely well there, so props to Dan for continuing his run loser side. At least Wizza went out with a little bit of a show along the way.
Let's continue.
All right, and this is our Pool 4 final.
Okay,
Let me get that up. It is Tropical and C-Temi. And this looks spicy.
All right, and it is a best of 5 set, so we are going to get guaranteed 30 games of goodness here. I think we're going to go straight into 7th trip. No? Okay, no, we're doing the BPM thing. Okay, it's definitely 7th trip per song.
I think we have a log jam somewhere. Like that we're gonna.
Yeah, I do see. I see the logjam you're talking about. There's we're going to be going back earlier into the
Losers round
side
eventually.
bracket because Dandy Amigos Moo has been bottlenecked for a bit. Dandy's been playing in DDR, so we're going to need to possibly wait a minute if that bottleneck does not get resolved. First and foremost, let me just get you guys situated here in winners finals. Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because I just saw Tropical had picked up the, this is a very basic Wild 19, but it has a couple of center panel patterns that really emphasize the need for SFX specific footwork, and he had picked up it early on that pattern, which tells me he's kind of operating more on like almost a DDR-esque play style for the moment. So maybe to see if he can adapt to some of the other crazy stuff that comes here. I do think Citemi is going to be a more capable and knowledgeable player on the harder material compared to some Tropical's earlier opponents. Tropical did get Esperanza again, but Tropical's Esperanza run is certainly not something that players in this pool are going to immediately or guaranteed fold to. I think
Citemi carrying another warm-up APC. Tropical, the gesture just letting her run it.
Look at my opponent, bro.
Get it, C.
All right, my opponent's just going to APC the warm-up. I do believe Citemi just remarked that is a new perfect score for her, so congratulations. She off frame, walks past the cabinet and looks at the screen in disbelief. All right. Now
Going
tell
from
me,
the 19 to the 22.
do you know about the 7th trip?
I know about 7 jumps.
Tell me, do you know about the 7? There's a lot of jumps in this chart.
It'll be interesting to see. I don't know how in-depth players, I know you're kind of like, she just ABC that she was in the zone. As you mentioned about the center panel, if you're warming up with an opponent and you see something like that, how you adjust maybe how you, what's the word I'm looking for, attack the set.
I think you just have to not let something like that get to you. You know, that's on a 19, and this is a set of 21s to 23s. It's a very different game. Gonna go ahead and get into game 1 here. This is a very jump-heavy chart.
Not a difficult 21, but a very physically taxing chart.
All right, good on both players for nailing that little like drum fill, that little like 24th note pickup. Good effort from both of them to hit that clean.
Both players choosing to jump, all of them, even the ones that are set up to kind of almost be optional brackets. Elite changes, we go through the bridge.
Yeah, but Tropical is going to drop the roll. That could come back to hurt him significantly. Yeah, Citemi just going late in places there. And Tropical gets that up-down pattern backwards, and that is going to give Citemi the lead. Citemi is going to get the run and the drill. Tropical is going to drop the drill and give Citemi, I think, the game 1 win. I have dropped 7 strip to other opponents in tournament by getting that drill backwards, by starting it turning the wrong way, and just mentally not recovering from that. So Tropical has learned firsthand what can happen when you start getting knowledge checked in tournament settings. All right, so it's Tropical's court upon which the ball resides.
For players that, like in this matchup where Tropical is another game player, versus Citemi, who is exclusively SMX, and you're reading charts and you don't have that same chart knowledge, like you said, navigating a 3-step or a turn pattern mid-minefield, it's a lot for you to process.
Yeah, absolutely.
And is ready, even like you said, you've made that mistake, I'm sure I have. You can have the chart knowledge, but it's still a lot for your brain to input on the go, especially in a tournament setting. Tropical not hesitating, going right into Esperanza. Now he 95 this earlier, I believe, but the ending was very patched together, if you remember, with those awkward crossover patterns.
Tropical's performance was a notable victory, but it was not like a dominant performance on the song. So, you know, there's definitely room to make further mistakes. I'm typically expecting he'll be able to clean it up now that he's played it out already today. But we'll see if Citemi's got some experience on this chart as well. You can already see Citemi's like more rigid timing on easier patterns. It's giving her at least an initial lead to work with right out of the gate. But, you know, all you need to do is start 1/16th drill early like that and it goes away. So
picking up a miss on the center back and forth, the last one. All right, into the double step. Well executed by both players. Let's see the second one. Both of them picking up a miss on a different
Yeah, but they both came
pair.
to play on that segment. They're much more confident in it than you would expect. All right, Citemi gets tripped up by that one center panel twist.
8th note. About a percent lead, increasing now as Citemi picks up another miss in these crossover gallop sections. A lot of foot switches, and she's going to concede.
Yeah, I think it's best to just walk off and not burn the excess energy, especially you don't feel like you could recover it back with like the final
especially
run.
with an ending like the song has. So we will go 1-1. Now this is a best of 5, so Citemi does not have to go to her protect right away.
Northern Lights? Yes.
What a fun chart.
Yeah, so this is interesting. I'm kind of surprised. It might just be like an energy saving measure from Citemi's end. I almost feel like it may be best if you're extremely confident on something like street level for protect. I almost feel like it might be better to kind of take Tropical to something harder in the draw here. 2-year beat and beat it have some really gnarly patterns of them, but honestly, this might just do the trick because Tropical, I think, gets crossed up by those cross-unders. Yeah. Picks up early or a late of some sort. And gives Citemi a little bit of room to work with. And as long as she keeps her timing crisp on this, not much to worry about from her perspective. We need to see here because this chart does have some spice in it. You're going to see these jumps, the lift. Citemi dropping the lift.
About a 0.5% lead right now.
And a quick little swing section. Well done by both players.
Perfect by both players. Little inverted gallop for foot switches from both players. Slight increase in the lead, still not a full percent.
Citemi picking up the miss on down arrow. But it's not going to matter.
99.5 with a miss. Very clean.
Yeah, I think that must have been 4 or 5. 3. 3, the one lift that was dropped, and the miss near the end. Okay, so
So she is up 2-1 with
This
her
is-
protect still there.
a good position to be in. Yeah, I'm not sure if... It's really difficult for me to kind of think, like, what could Tropical's desired game plan be? Okay, if he's picking
Okay.
this,
Yeah.
he might know. Does he know?
The ending to this song is brutal. And it's a run killer if you're not ready for it.
Does he know?
You have, I believe was it 8-step runs where you're supposed to foot switch da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da to
We'll see.
trigger, to activate
At the
the
same
8 steps
time,
on
I
the
am
run.
also wondering if he might be looking at this from the perspective of, like, this is something hard in the draw, and then seeing that Sitemi kind of, like, walked off and tried to conserve energy on Esperanza. I wonder if he's going for just, like, the stamina play, but if he doesn't know the ending of this, that's going to be a huge problem if you make it that far.
Yeah.
So let's see.
And that might be Sitemi's bet. Does he know this end, and can she just soldier through to keep it close?
I don't even think it's necessarily that exhausting of a chart. It does have a appreciable stamina requirement, and there is this, like, you know, you would think you keep your foot down on one hold and then you tap with the other foot. So you can also kind of turn into like a little bracket tap section.
Both players getting the list there. And early at the start of this section, but a late pickup, an early by Tropical, but a late by Sitemi near the end. Very slim lead.
Sitemi just has to not get too tired and walk off the song. And if Tropical doesn't know the ending, it's her song to lose, essentially. But again, you get like a little bit of a break here, like the
With
bracket
these little
tap
like
section.
these
Tropical
spin chicken sections.
ekes back the lead.
It's glimmering.
All right, just one more reprise of this little like burst and run section. Sitemi's doing fine. You know, they're fighting for the lead now here. So it is going to come down to the
Here we
outro.
go.
Tropical does not know it. And Sitemi's gamble pays out. I think it looked like, looking at it out of the corner of my eye, I think Tropical may have been trying to do it as like a crossover, not realizing it's a foot switch is really the best way to
That's what it
approach
looked
that.
like, yeah.
There's nothing stopping you from crossing it over, but the foot switch is much easier once you develop it. So the trick there is the roll tech represents the quarter and eighth note anchors in the foot switch section. So it's like up, right, up, left, up, right, up, like alternating foot switches, where the foot you're switching on is what the roll is anchored
And that
against.
activates the 8 steps.
And it
for the
turns it
roll.
into, you know, a set of 16th triples. The da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Are you ready to become a StepManiaX?
But it's not really
Select difficulty.
intuitive. So congratulations to Sitemi making it into the next pool up,
And
winner's
to
side.
Tropical as well.
Tropical will start on the loser's side. And now we are all the way
Gotta
back
play
to
some
losers
catch-up.
round one.
A
Alright,
little,
so
little bit
that's-
of a gauntlet here where players that win some matches, here, let him get that up, will have to play some back-to-backs. And Migos move with a pocket pick.
Yeah, so now Danby gets a chance to kind of redeem himself from his earlier showing where
The down arrow.
possibly agitated a little bit by the pad, but possibly with a little bit of his own doing in the mix there. Struggled a lot on classical madness. Really great timing overall, but 10 misses. Just completely throwing the match out. And we're going to go into this first set on I Love You Baby, Wild 21.
Sorry, just doing some bracket stuff.
No worries. There's not too much to say here, just kind of another slow, like, syncopated chart. You got to be mindful of a couple of center panel crossovers or double steps, and I like the little tasteful 30-second note burst thrown in with the sort of like mumble rap vocal that's on this chart.
It's a throwback to Summer Love on Dance Dance Revolution. It's got a lot of that same 3-step, 5-step pattern that song has, but not the 30-second notes, which you're going to see very shortly.
Well navigated by both players. 30 seconds are hard.
Random double step there. Center panel trip up on both players' sides.
Yeah, I can't fault the players for that kind of execution error, but so far, Dandy holding on to the lead, keeping his combo intact. About a 1,000-point differential over Migos Moo. I think we're pretty much through the hardest parts of the chart, so this is now just on both players to sustain their precision for the last little leg of it that's coming up now. Yeah, Migos Moo struggles on that longer 30-second note burst.
Dandy maintaining.
Yeah, he just kind of
A
glides
great
right
score.
through it. 99.6, very good, very good. Yeah, 6-1, incredible timing. Incredible timing. So, good to see with a little bit of pad tune-up and a little more warm-up time on DDR. I think
Yeah,
Dandy might be able to start making a little bit of a run on the loser second.
I think so. Because if you remember,
His second chance loser side to run.
The in the 2-0 with Tropical, he had, I think it was 5 with 3 misses and then 3 with 10.
It was 4 with 10. 4 misses, or 4 perfects, completely clean, otherwise 10 misses.
So the 3 songs we've seen from him, he's gotten 5, 4, and that was 6. So yeah, really great timing.
He's got that precision timing on lock.
All right, and Migos Moo decides pocket pick time.
It's time for Let's Go. And this is it, the SMX mix on Game 2 at the limit.
Jock Jam's Arena hits from ESPN and throwback to NHL games on Sega Genesis.
I've heard a couple of people relate the song to Stadium Rave as it was featured in SpongeBob, but to me, Night in Motion is the Stadium Rave of this game. I would love to see Stadium Rave regardless.
Where else are you going to get an Echo the Dolphin and SpongeBob SquarePants reference within half an hour of each other?
Here on twitch.tv/Jelly_Slosh.
Close so far. Migos Moo with 2, Dandy with 3. And
This is the part that makes me think of the Jellyfish Jam.
we are now tied, even though I almost, but
It's kind of going back and forth.
yeah. A little early there, but maintains the lead. A couple earlies on Dandy's side.
I think Dandy's just like minimizing a little too much for precision and making it possible to just clip center panel
Flipping
mistakenly.
center, yeah.
I make that mistake all the time, and I'm 6th seed, you know, like it happens to people.
Yeah, it happens to everyone. Balancing, conserving energy, conserving just energy burn to like over optimize again. Another early there.
Yeah, just just drilling a little too fast too. I think if he wasn't hitting it on the earlier side of the white perfect window, that would have been less of a risk. But I mean, Migos Moo is like one mistake at the end away from just completely throwing the game out against her favor. So it's not over till you see the results screen. Okay,
Another
it's pretty
center
over.
early.
It's the third early came through, and I was like, all right, that's
I think
over.
it's more than 3.
I don't think there's enough song left for it to make a difference.
And again, another 6 yellows from Dan D, but the center tech.
Well, it's fine. This is now going back to his choice. And, I honestly think Dandy's got a solid shot at pulling this out. I think if he goes to Black Magic and he's got enough, like, fuel in the tank to
Just
complete
stamina
it.
this. I think that's the play. Amigo Moo shaking their head.
Dandy is readying. He's ready to cast the spell. He's laying down a curse.
A reminder that the winner of this might immediately have to play Laos just right into the next round unless J-Ham and NH are ready.
Yeah, no, someone's going to have to play twice in a row to get this bracket caught up in time. It's that, or we start pulling matches from the next pool up. And depending on the way that, I'm not fully certain how the Dance Dance Revolution tournament is structured. I do know our friends organizing here in Michigan absolutely love their head-to-head matches. So they may be putting an emphasis on that, but DDR does do a lot of like waterfall gauntlet style pools as well. So it is possible that they might be still doing like a gauntlet format almost, and that their time in which they need to hold players is for an extended period, like how Dandy needed to be in DDR for basically
for a little bit,
the entirety of this pool. But not going to worry about that. Let's get into Black Magic here. So the beginning's not going to be too remarkable, but we're going to see the chart's primary source of difficulty once we kind of get into the main course. And already Migos Moo, I think, possibly a little worried about what's to come, maybe over-conserving. Drops a couple of notes, but here are these 16th note streams that goes to that very crunchy, you know, synth noise.
You got very basic. Dandy, great attention to the center panel that time. You got these crossover. Yeah, he's being way more disciplined with his stepping. And he opens up almost a full % lead.
All right, so this is the little bit of a break, and you can see the crux of difficulty on this chart are those 16th note runs, and you can see that they are becoming increasingly twistier and twistier. They're incorporating crossover patterns. You can see there was one did like the Healing Division Challenge hip breaker in there, and now it's going to go into the full-blown Afro-Nova walk or the lateral crossover here. So it's like alternating center panel twist into a lateral crossover. Yeah, Dandy came ready to play on that.
I mean, that's your DDR tech right there.
But Migos Moo is still holding on to a Shriddle life bar. Yeah, it's just all out.
It's a little bit too much, yeah.
So at least you could be happy walking away with a clear, and it wasn't a life bar fail in tournament. But now you can even see, I think, Dandy on one of those particular crossover runs would just kind of tank a whole bunch of earlies in a row. It's just like, I just need to survive. You know.
No, that was the strat.
But no, good strat, better timing overall, and better execution in the hard part. So Dandy's run is alive. And I think another underrated aspect about Black Magic's difficulty is it's very tempting once you complete the pattern and you're just like holding the quarter note hold to kind of reset to neutral when nothing's going on. That is the last thing you want to do in Black Magic, because the next run starts crossed over and you untwist. So if you reset to neutral, you are setting yourself up for just a horrible time.
It's the stream of PSMO where you gotta stay turned. Where, like you said, it's a disaster.
All right, so we got
we're gonna jump to the other side of the losers bracket.
Yeah, Dan H
and J-Ham. Let me get that card draw up. I found it. Here it is.
This is losers quarters.
It's on the screen. This is the warm up. King of Fire again.
Now, I imagine you're probably familiar, but I have to just ask, just to lay context for the stream. Are you familiar with the Rankin and Bass Christmas movie, The Year Without a Santa Claus?
I very am.
With Heat Miser and Snow Miser? For whatever reason, I think about the one scene where Mrs. Claus is introducing Snow Miser to the elves, and she introduces him like, here he comes now, the big ham. And that's what plays in my head when J-Ham gets on the pad. It's the big ham against the big Dan.
I don't remember the last time.
The face you're making is so funny right now.
I don't remember the last time I even thought of The Year Without a Santa Claus.
Here he comes now. The big ham.
There's just
He is the big ham. He's our
is.
TO this weekend. Man's the biggest ham in the room.
add this to the list of references, guys.
That's right, I'm bringing the deep cuts. Or you know what you can say? He's too much.
Sliced ham.
All right, Beethoven Virus, game 1.
Let me do this before I
Do you think they'll do the spins? I'm doubtful.
Yeah, one can hope.
Yeah, we're not spinning.
But they also didn't execute it.
Yeah, both players dropping it. I'm not sure if they're really familiar with this.
Yeah, much better. Good adjustment.
You know, it looks like Dan's just, he's just vibing on those center panel patterns, getting his familiarity in with them.
A tale of two arrow speeds here.
Yeah, Dan playing on default and relatively small, and J-Ham flying with the smallest setting possible. All right, coming up now, got a, not that 16th run, but the one that follows. Yeah, that
With
center
that little-
panel in there is brutal if you're not ready for it, but both players came prepared, and Dan is still holding on to a modest lead. I just think he needs to keep the remainder of the execution clean here and be ready for little spins. Just be ready to double step accordingly. He's going to miss the jump, and then
And
that
the lead
step jump
with-
pattern gets him off. You can see him make the nod of frustration.
J-Ham just needs to close. Watch out for the mines. Crossover instead of a spin.
Yeah. Dan does not look too terribly happy about that one. Just, he was really, really holding a good lead there until that part. I've messed the chart up there myself many times, so I know the frustration all too well, but he gets King of Fire again, so.
Which means we all get it for the third time.
All right, game 2, King of Fire.
Steady good tech from Dan through this beginning.
Yeah, he put up a really good showing on this previously, and I cannot imagine that his execution is going to change a whole lot, so.
And
I'm
now
just-
he knows those chorus stops.
Yeah, the chorus stops are not particularly difficult. They can kind of catch you off guard the first time you see it,
Yeah.
but I think the best way to approach it is, you know, it's really easy to kind of like ghost step through them. So we'll talk about it, we'll walk everyone through it as we come up to the stop here. It's like, it's an eighth note, right? So it's like 1 and, I usually do 1 and 2, and then it picks up on the next quarter. You can also just keep
Yeah.
doing it like 1 and 2
2,
and 1 and 2, and like you can do it that way if you want, but I personally prefer to do it like such, where it's like 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 1 and 2. You know, if you just kind of step out that pattern, it also, it completes it very, like, pleasantly. So Dan is going to make a little bit of a mistake there in that stop section on this run of the chart, but
Yeah, he missed the first one, but
J-Ham is going to make a similar mistake himself. And
I'm pretty sure that's 2-1 or 3-1. That was a very
I
good.
thought that would have been a more sizable score spike, but 2-1, yeah. All right. Go off Dan H. So let's see now where J-Ham goes. He's got a litany of choices here.
I don't know if he's gonna go with Knight of Fright if he's seen the chart from before.
Well, J-Ham does have his Protect open in Daydream.
It's a niche little chart.
I presume he's looking at the card draw photo he took on his phone and is like thinking very hard about what he wants to do next. He is one of the most like analytical players that we have in this bracket. You know, he's very organized, very thorough with the logistics for the TOing, and the way he plays is he's typically working through like all the low-level APCs and like picking off scores, kind of in a similar manner to how I play the game outside.
And he's gonna go for it. Very methodical.
Okay, so this is not a bad idea if
he's gonna bet on chart knowledge.
If he's seen it and played it before and Dan didn't get a chance to look at this, then yeah, he could try and go for just a straight up trip up on this. I also do think Daydream wouldn't have been a particularly bad choice, but we did see Dan adapted very well to that kind of like stutter stop gimmick that King of Fire does.
Yeah.
And Daydream does a similar thing.
And Dan just got 2, so
yeah,
going with that slower, steadier
You absolutely
song.
do not want to take Dan to Supernova either, because I actually
That's straight through.
I play that with him and he knows what the chart is. So it's,
yeah.
That's like the, you know.
That's dangerous.
You pick that, and I'm at the glass in Interstellar screaming, no! Like, but Knight of Fright here, I think, is definitely J-Ham making a big play. So let's see if he can pull it off.
What Dan does have going for him in terms of reading this is the slower arrow speed at which he's reading, and he gives himself a little bit more reaction time.
Creatures appear to
Yeah, it's not going to matter too much if he gets tripped up by something like this section
The
where you're
turn, the
expected to
crossover, the
face
W, yeah.
backwards.
slowly and surely they will
But it's really close at the moment, so.
in the house will begin to dim.
It's within a step or two. The lead has changed a
Yeah,
couple
this
times
is where
already.
he's most likely to get tripped up, but he doesn't fall for it. He came ready to play.
Behind a giant willow tree, the sun is beginning sear.
All right, let's make that money.
It's J-Ham unfortunately getting tripped up, but still plenty of room to recover because of those foot switch sections.
Dan doing the turns. Double stepping there, but and just nailing all of these double rolls. I'm impressed.
Yeah, J-Ham got tripped up on that, and Dan pulled out a really, really impressive play on that. I don't know if he's seen that before. I'm not sure about his play
Queen 10.
history, but
Wow.
in all fairness, when I think about it a little further down, because Dan is primarily a DDR player, right? Dance Dance Revolution can be very brutal about patterns that don't resolve or are really, really twisty and difficult to do as intended, and he's probably very used to adapting and realizing that on the fly. So he did good there, and then I also do wonder because, at least in my personal opinion, Knight of Fright's timing falls very, like, far behind where you want to intuitively hit, and I kind of wonder if while Dan is still getting his feel in for sync, and knowing that DDR definitely has much more wildly varying sync feel about it, I think it ended up just kind of playing into his strengths as someone who's fundamentally a DDR player. So maybe J-Ham got a little lost in the sauce about trying to like counter pick and counter meta specifically for SMX, but did a solid showing there regardless. So,
And we are officially jammed.
yeah, we got our bracket conflict.
Dandy is doing a full DDR gauntlet now.
So we got a little time to kill. So I'm going to go ahead and talk for a little bit about, we'll get our sponsor read-in while we're here. So first and foremost, shout out to Red Note Gaming, esports organization, flagship location in Las Vegas, Nevada. Happy to represent today on the desk as well. So Shout out to Red No Gaming. Danceopia, Fraser, Michigan, new rhythm game-oriented arcade. Migos Moo, you saw her playing earlier today in this pool. The owner and proprietor of Danceopia. You're in the area, I definitely recommend checking out. Got some great machines, good condition to play on.
40 minutes from here.
40 minutes from here, not too far from the Detroit airport and Detroit metro area. I don't think we have in the rotation slide here the Made in the Machine, another sponsor of ours for the convention merchandise. And once again, shout out to Kev Aros for being a sick gamer himself in this game. So
No Bar Top 4 we
definitely
mentioned
recommend
yesterday.
checking out the merchandise that Made in the Machine has for DDR, SFX, a couple of other rhythm games. You know, good to see custom merchandise.
They have a great storefront, and they donated to Winterball, don't forget, in February. Sent us
Yes.
some swag, and really appreciative of
I
that.
appreciate the support and happy to share. So let's go ahead and kick it over now to our full-time slides. We got this Violet Pulse Online 2DX tournament. So that's Accelerate. I got caught up trying to say what I wanted to say next about Violet Pulse, but Accelerate, Schaumburg, Illinois, Dave & Buster's. First Dave & Buster's tournament to my knowledge. Going to be a good time. See if you can make it out there. It's in early September. Also, Fight on the Floor, I believe they are running their locations at Danceopia as well as some of the other locations in the area. They're running an SNX tournament in August, and there'll be more events coming, so keep an eye out for High Fight Republic's initiative here. And don't forget to get your merch. And also, Redshift Encore is happening, but first and foremost, we got a match on deck, I think. No, that's just friendlies?
I think so. It's just friendly. Laos is waiting for Sandy.
Well, since we got some time to kill and we got some folks just warming up and playing, I'll go ahead and kick it over to our generic view. Oh, Laz is going for the hands. I just saw the squad. And the spins. All right. Respect for the hands.
Yeah.
I too have been known to use my hands in particular contexts. What? You literally saw Galactical yesterday.
I did.
Don't make that face at me.
You threw a parrot at the arrow.
I threw a parrot at the arrow. Hang on a second. Swans says
A
hello.
Wild Swans appears for the second straight day.
He is about to play in DDR.
Go get him.
Game real hard, my guy. Game real hard.
Go get it.
That's why I'm rated much higher in SMX than DDR.
All right, pilot, my friend. I'm gonna sign off for a little bit. I'll see you when we get started.
I believe that's the plan. I think I'm also going to get up from the desk and take care of my other affairs momentarily.
All right.
In other words, I'm going to the bathroom. So I'll see everyone back on stream shortly.
Yeah, you got it.
Enjoy
Take care,
the
everybody.
player camera for the moment. Hey, look, you can even see us on the camera. There we are, right
Yeah,
in the
right.
background. Right behind P2 bar. Yeah.
So you're gonna watch us get up and move.
You know it. Get up and move.
difficult.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Pilot back on the mic. We are going to be running matches in the next pool up, Pool 5. So players who are starting in Pool 5 and are not dependent on anyone having advanced from the prior pool, we can run those matches and continue to keep the schedule for the event intact without falling behind, given that Dan D, who is the remaining match, he's part of the chain of matches that needs to be played in order to complete the prior Pool 4 set of matches. But we can keep things moving and ensure that we do not fall terribly far behind, as Dandy is currently involved in his next round of DDR here. So sometimes that happens at big multi-game events where people enter multiple games. Bottlenecks happen. We address conflicts the best we can. Yes, introducing our players now, starting in Pool 5. On player one side, Malia, New York region player. Plays a lot, regular tournament performance. Had a great breakout showing at Beast in the East 8 the other weekend, pulling out a 4th place finish and knocking out some very impressive names along the way. Over on player two side, Safari, player of Ohio origin, who's been playing a lot of SFX and really crushing it lately with precision scores, both in this and in other advanced games too. So really exciting to see these players come head to head. They're both kind of on hot streaks with performance in this particular game, and they're now meeting in tournament. You can see already the caliber of players we have in Pool 5, both of them getting the 6-star on the warm-up song Elysium, 8-3. So players with real good precision timing. And yes, I am being corrected in chat that Malia is a player of North Carolina origin. However, has recently relocated to the greater New York City metro area. We are getting started with game one on Ring the Alarm. And Maestro G joining me back on the mic. Welcome aboard.
What time is? Are we doing Pool 5?
This is a Pool 5 match. We got a long day and a lot of matches, and we got to keep things moving. So while Dandy is in the Dance Dance Revolution hole, we will ring the alarm for game one. Honestly, a very straightforward 22, just a respectable foot speed check with a couple of lifts and jumps of note that you can easily get tripped up on.
Pool 5 is a small bracket. It'll have 8 players in it. Yeah, boy.
Yeah. You got to be mindful of those jump sections with the lift there. That can be very awkward, especially the third or fourth one is, in particular, has this like a horrible physical feeling to execute. And Safari picking up a miss and getting tripped up by it. Malia maintaining her gold combo, just dropping the one lift and looking a little shaky on more overall timing, but still keeping it clean. Safari's working on building that lead back with the occasional score flash on his side. So it's really on Malia to keep it clean going here forward, especially as you get into the outro, which has these longer 16th note bursts that the players are going to need to time real precise.
Right now the margin is less than about 300 points, it appears, and
yeah,
it just
Malia
switched
goes
over.
very late on that run and cedes the lead to Safari. It looks like Safari's really locked in for the outro here.
Good attention to that foot left there, because that could be a difference maker for the game this close.
Yes,
Safari
Safari
keeping it together.
closes that out with a 99.3. That means his overall accuracy had to be exceptionally good. Yeah, 8 to a miss. It's the 4 missed lifts is really, really what's hurting his performance. And Malia was doing good just until started to go really late near the back half there. Possibly could have gotten...
Trying to catch up to the song.
Yeah, maybe a little tired, and it is also, these competitors are playing for the first time in the day, and with these waterfall type formats, these players go into really hard things with little to no like warm-up or prior preparation. So it's a difficult environment to play and perform in, but we'll see if Malia can kind of show more of the side of herself that got 4th place at the tournament last weekend once she gets a game or two under her belt. All right, so here's another case where we're deviating immediately from Chosen Protects. I think we're going into Hava Nagila. Malia's hitting that crazy stretch. I bet that feels so good. Okay, so,
All right.
I love the BPM gimmick that this chart uses, which is that it gets progressively faster over the course of the whole song. It's so good and such a challenging chart. It feels great to get the individual little micro adjustments you need to overall BPM. And already out of the gate, Safari is struggling a little with those 24th note bursts. Malia opting to double step the crossover, which is bold. I respect it.
Thankfully, as the song picks up, we won't be seeing any more of those 24th.
So the 24ths are done, and that like 16th crossover is not going to come back, but there is going to be that same like...
No, it comes back.
No, the rest of them are like maybe a center twist, but not like a full crossover. For example, on the little trill here, yeah, it's just like a typical like anchored 16th run. That's not... Now the first one of those in the song is a right-facing crossover back and forth. It's kind of nasty, but
Malia
got
patting the
through it.
lead a little bit. Okay, like a half
Safari was
crossover.
really mispositioned for that one. Malia came ready for those.
As the song hits 200 right now.
Bum, bum. All right, great game 2 showing from Malia.
And we will start pool 5 with a song 3.
Yeah, I'm imagining that I'd be really surprised if Safari didn't just go for his Protect here unless he's got something else in mind. I feel like any of your other open choices are not terribly great here.
Exotica's too much of a technical gamble.
Exotica's a huge gamble.
Meant to be is a little too straightforward.
It
And
would
with
be
Malia's
very-
accuracy, you get picked off with that.
Yeah, he's going to flash tonight.
Malia doing what I'm doing, what I typically do. Restart the loading screen and get to that read as soon as you can. Maestro G lore, but my first ever SMX tournament win was this song at Byte 5.
All right, Flash in the Night. This is very like front and back loaded, and then the middle is pretty chill. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot of match decided things happen right out of the gate here with this opening 16th segment.
Excellent execution.
And then Malia drops the center.
Malia only had, I think, one yellow in the entire opening, so a couple from Safari, so even with the miss, she's keeping herself very, very close. Another
Yeah, the
miss.
second miss is not looking too good there, though. I think it's really going to come down now to the reprise of that pattern at the very end. And then additionally, when there's other little like 16th bursts mixed in, I think Malia's going to need to make sure she can keep her precision far ahead of Safari's on those. But I don't think we're going to
picking up
see
a
that.
yellow.
We're not going to see that for some time though, because this is a very relaxed section of the
Yeah.
chart.
Another yellow. Safari's only had 4 yellows since the intro. He's really got it together. 5. Another miss by Malia. Safari has found his groove.
No, I think
Incredible.
Safari's going to run away with this at the end here. Got a much cleaner reprise of that section, and Malia went very, very early for a lot of that. So I think it maybe would have been closer, and maybe Malia would have put perhaps a little more energy into that run if she were not already significantly behind from 3 or 4 accumulated misses at that point.
Yeah, we do know Malia when she goes over there, she's going to be locked up for the 60. I think okay on time. If you guys are squished, you can.
So Safari moves on to the winner's semi and will play Breebs. For now, we are going to jump back to Pool 4
Select the difficulty mode.
and get ourselves into Pool 4's Losers Round 2, featuring Dandy and Laos, who's been on the sidelines waiting patiently. Our feel-good story, our lowest remaining seed in this tournament at 25. I'll get the card draw up here for them and see what kind of magic that Laos may have, as he is using his pocket pick for Meant to Be. They will do a half-song warm-up before we get started. Dandy selecting the bass and the melody, a very fun song to protect. And some fascinating unprotected songs. Hanky Panky, Good Feeling. I know Laos a couple of times had Dom Daddy Do earlier in this tournament, but that last performance was a little bit dicey with that one, so.
Yeah, if he's not feeling that as much as he did earlier in the day, it's probably perfectly okay on his end to just leave that open and not commit to the protect on it. I think, again, we don't necessarily have visibility of every single like thought and decision that players make going into card draw, but my honest impression is that Laos has navigated this very well to start, given that something he was preferring earlier in the tournament is open and not vetoed, and he has his pocket pick in the mix there. So depending on what the first song roll is, this could be a very favorable set for him personally. So I'm curious to see where it goes here. They're ending the warm-up. We're going to see our first pick shortly.
And also the advantage of maybe potentially waiting around. Maybe he's pulled a little bit, but Dandy doing 2 matches followed by immediately going to a DDR gauntlet and then coming right back here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in order to kind of unblock the bottleneck that we have for Pool 4 of this event, Dandy's going to have to play like possibly 3 sets in a row and then
if he wins,
go into the next pool. So, but we'll see how he's going on this. You know, he could be a little tired. He could be a little gassed out. Maybe he won't necessarily have to make it the deep run, but we have the other players we need to finish out this pool on deck. So let's get into game 1. Hanky Panky. That's what I call the one pattern that's really very difficult at the start of this. So get ready for the Hanky Panky. It's coming up very soon. All right, Dandy comes out ahead.
Little like center panel corkscrews there.
Yeah, you really need to corkscrew really hard, and you start facing like left, and you have to face right the other way, and there might be one other turn in there. I don't quite remember, but favorable start so far for Dandy. I think Lou's picked up a lot of earlies at that very first corkscrew, but the remainder of the chart is much more tame in comparison to that single measure.
Both players picking up a couple misses. Dandy got his earlier on, picks up one there.
Yeah, I feel like Dandy is kind of possibly more at his physical limit, given he's been playing a lot of DDR also. And I feel like Les might just be at his like skill ceiling. Because we see him a lot in these like lower mid-level pools, but it looks like he is kind of struggling to keep up a bit on this 23.
He's doing quite well, all things considered, for his skill level is. He's hanging in. Can Dandy make the push?
All right, Dandy makes a great push and closes it out. That's a really close game. That's a 71-point differential. Yeah. Bringing it close, but at the end of the day, close really only matters in, what is it they say, like horseshoes and hand grenades? Like, okay. So we are going into the pocket pick, meant to be. So back up again into the level 23 range. This is a chart that focuses very heavily on foot switches. Just has a very basic foot switch pattern where you occasionally need to switch off of one of the arrows, up, down, or center on just like recurring sets of 3 16th notes. So starting here, it's just going to be
This is almost the entire song. You got a little favorite game-ish like run of 13. Or 9, excuse me.
You do get a very pleasant little break in the middle, at least, before you then go into the reprise of the chorus, which is basically the
More
same
triple
thing
step.
pattern-wise.
This is Louse's pocket. Brilliant execution from the Pool 3 player.
And he does
With
this
a spin. We love this kid. Well done. And we will have a song 3.
Doing the spin on your opponent.
Okay. Does Laos have more magic?
You know, he said like maybe 23s were pushing up against the skill ceiling, but maybe it's just chart knowledge dependent because that's a very, very good score on a chart that has an appreciable stamina requirement. So, respect.
Yeah.
I want to see what he pulls out next.
We're down. I mean, it's been a great tournament for him. We're down to less than 20 players remaining in this tournament. He's seeded 25. A very good showing. But now the ball is in Dandy's court.
Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, certainly going for his protect.
When I think of this song, all I can think of is the music video in the background.
It's a good music video.
It's very trippy.
It's a fun one. I did enjoy that this dropped along with a bunch of ostensibly Halloween-themed material for a Halloween update. So it's my favorite Halloween song.
That's a good point. It did come out in that update. Yeah. All right, here we go. Perfect intros from both players.
A little bit of difficulty with that one-off
24th burst.
triplet burst there,
But we're into the interlude. And Laos with an early lead, couple misses in the same spot for both players.
yeah, it's like both players kind of struggle to incorporate that turn off of center, but it's still a really close game. And now we're really getting into like the core of the chart, if you will.
Both players successful with the double lift.
Triplet run.
Laos opening up a lead. A miss from Dandy, not lifting.
Yeah, that was up on the up arrow, so I think Amawi just wasn't moving his foot forward far enough on that. Yeah, we're kind of through like the hardest parts of the chart. There's just one more 16th run coming up. It's so close still.
Laos doing the crossovers.
Wow.
Brilliant show. And the magic continues. Laos into the losers quarterfinal.
Great showing.
Great showing by Dandy. Just on
It's
fumes right now. Going
easily
between.
have to be at least my 4th or maybe 5th time, possibly more, commentating Laos. I continue to be so impressed at how deep into bracket he can make it, you know? Just being able to really apply what he's good at in the moment and just continue to strike above his seed, getting higher and higher seeds the longer he goes. So
He is now into at least clinching the top 17 territory. So he's 8 seeds placed above minimum. And now he's going to have an interesting match. He's going to have the back-to-back and go right in with Malkir.
yeah, so we gotta wait a second here as
They're going to draw it up.
Maestro G has stolen my soul and left me an empty husk, according to the player assignments on stream.
I've done what now?
Look, see, you've taken my name.
Oh, hi. Whoa.
Now
I see Jelly in the back.
Now I am but a
This
shadow
way.
of my former
No,
self.
I'm pointing the wrong way. There's a JellySlosh right there.
Yeah, there's
Right there.
JellySlosh. There's a couple of other players. It's a little hard to discern who some of these people are in the grainy camera feed I've got, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take my
Jelly.
name back real quick.
Behind me, right there, right there. Look at that fade. There we go. Get it. Yeah.
That's Mr. Slosh himself.
Apparently.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I wear glasses too.
Yeah, right. I was gonna say if it well, I shave. I can't take that.
Come on, don't the real Pilot fans in the chat know that I wear glasses?
I don't think they do.
You know, the sunglasses.
I am enamored.
Yeah, getting here, getting comfy on the commentary desk. Hoping we can wrap up pool 4 and we can sit comfortably in the deep end of the pool at pool 5. I got a certain T-swag behind me. I got the Dancetopia name tag like I'm a sim above my head. It's all good vibes out here at Great Lakes Crossing Mall, Round 1 Amusement and Bowling, Auburn Lakes, Michigan. And I think we've got our match.
Let me get this. I don't even want to look at it until it's up. What do we got?
Malkier, Laos.
Laos with the DMT protect. He's feeling it.
The
Malkier
Whoopsie
going.
Daisy.
We got a newer song up there in Hyper Rave.
Ooh,
Loco
Hyper
Loco.
Rave. Ooh, Hyper Rave.
Boom, boom,
I like
boom,
seeing that.
boom. Galactical getting vetoed again.
Oh, Malkier did the spin. Get it? Spinning,
Well,
spinning. Jumping, jumping, jumping. Another one of those funny charts where the song says to do one thing and the game decides to make you do the thing too.
The sun is shining once again. My legs are shaking. I feel alive. It's beating inside me. This life is just the best. Oopsie daisy, what did I know to rest? Keep me spinning, spinning, spinning upside down.
There we go.
And then the walk off. I love it. All right, so let's see where we're going for the Game 1 song choice. Are we going Poco Loco again? He's back. Carlito is back. All right, get ready to go at Poco Loco for Game 1.
Are you ready for some party? Laos off to an early lead. This 21 right in his wheelhouse today.
Yeah, both players navigating those. Like, we talked about this yesterday, how like it's always changing up the pattern you're following just a little bit each time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
both
from these
players are
gallops,
really locked in.
and now you have the pop syncopation here. Dut, 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 dut.
Yeah, if Laos continues to hold on to like this really precise overall timing coming up towards the end, I think it's really going to fall down to him keeping himself centered on the streams, because there are going to be these longer 16th note bursts coming up starting now. Looking good so far. Both players looking crispy.
Trading lates. Again.
Nice.
Wow. It
So
continues.
just a traditional perfect score battle between both players. 16-13, and it just almost seems like Malkier, especially making the choice to play on the Boomerang mod nowadays, kind of has this like difficulty when it comes to finding the initial timing window, because the visual feedback you get is completely messed up on that. But typically once she finds her placement in the song, she's very good at remaining on that grid, and so then it just comes down to a matter of chart knowledge and pattern interpretation. So going to Holy Guacamole for game 2. This is
a tech check of a song. And also extremely long.
I do really enjoy those long bursts that kind of go to like that little like percussion lead in the background. It's very satisfying, and you're going to hear where we have this lead instrument hit. Got to do a little mind dodge. Yeah, both players struggling with that.
Here we go. Around the minefield. 24th.
All right, Laus missing the left arrow on the jump, putting him behind Malkier for the first time in this song. Needs to be ready for the reprise, because those mind dodge patterns are coming back when the chorus returns in a moment.
Excellent stream. Here we go. He's got the tech figured out. He's just pulling it a little bit early.
Yeah, it's like, he's almost like making a more exaggerated jump when like the optimal way to do it is to figure out which foot you need to plant down. It's only when there's the 8th note hit accompanying the mind wall that you need to like, you know, kind of like teeter on one foot a little for a dance move. But you know, it's like he's like making like a more broad jump, maybe just like not totally grasping what foot needs to be planted in each segment to properly dodge that, and then just comes down too early because you're just literally leaping in the air to dodge and you're not fully in control of your motions. So ultimately ended up working out really well in Malkier's favor there, just getting over that initial hurdle that kind of put her on the back foot. She found her way back in and kept it going. So it now falls to Laus to decide what we're doing for game 3. I think he's got a couple of really good options here. I think DMT or Hyper Rave would be good.
I think he's going to go for it. Very challenging song. A lot of repetition that can pull you early or keep you late if you're just not steady with your feet.
And then repeat. And then repeat. The vocals do that, and you're going to see the same pattern gets repeated over and over again. You're going to see it also in the beginning. You're going to lead off here after this little bit of build-up. It's going to be starting on the 16th, then a double tap. And Malkier finds her footing and comes out of the intro with a slight lead.
A couple late, but maintaining.
Need to be ready now because there are a couple of these more ambiguous roll patterns that show up. The last one that appears in the song is particularly difficult to grasp in the heat of the moment. Oh no, it just completely drops the execution. Yeah, unless Malkier makes like a really, really damaging mistake in the section that comes up. And then repeat. Then repeat. Has he really faced really far to the right, then to the left. Now doing again the starting on the 16th offbeat, repeat, the mind dodge, run, now to the outro.
Steady as she goes. Great crossover execution into those 4 steps.
Coming up on the roll. Yeah, Laus drops the last hit of the roll there.
A great showing by Laus in this tournament, but Malkier pulling away.
Yeah, it's her run to continue now. But good run, good performance. No shame in losing there either. So we're trucking along, and we're about to find out who is our last player to advance out of Pool 4.
Dan H has been waiting for a while.
Yeah, Malkier Dan H is up next. So we are going to need to
And now Malkier is going to be on the other end of the back-to-back.
So go ahead and do me a favor. Pull up the card draw
Or
application.
maybe not.
They should wait a second because as soon as that draw pops in, oh, never
We're
mind.
jumping into full 5.
We have more important things to focus on. That's
Let
Pat.
me switch over to full 5.
Pat with 6 Ts playing Ctemi.
Yep. So 12th seeded Pat against 15 seeded Temi. Let me get that up for us. Ooh. A pocket pick out the gate.
Oh,
And it's Pilot's a little too excited. A little,
this is just-
a little too close to me.
listen, I have no problem with things that I would consider to be straightforward or easy or what have you. But honestly, I've been looking for a draw that's all like wall-to-wall bangers that you got to talk about the chart mechanics for, and here we are.
I am so happy Temi has protected Shiawase. The two of us were just having a conversation about that song.
Now, everything that's shown up in this draw is like, even the things that were vetoed and taken out of consideration are like charts of note, I would say, you
Yeah.
know? But pocket pick rad.
Right out of the gate. And they do get the option for a full song warm-up. This is Pat's first round of the day.
Yeah, so as they're getting acclimated, it looks like they'll be playing Lay It Down for the warm-up. Just a cheeky little Wild 19. Talk a little about some charts here. So Pat's pocket pick rad. Rad is a very technical chart. It uses all different manners of like very technical, demanding execution, very specific ways of moving and manipulating your feet to hit the patterns.
The 24th gauntlet right at the beginning.
Yeah, it opens up with a sextuplet run that's very, very hard to like nail in the heat of the moment. Stemi going for Shiawase has a double time slowdown, so it's got a slowdown section that slows down even further. Incorporates some of those 64th note swing things that we had seen in other charts earlier, like Dream of You. Electric is a very challenging center panel run near the end. Malkier is popping off at the card draw station, so something funny must have happened. Ugh. Man, these sets we're gonna see later, they're grimy. Let me see what else is showing up here. Like,
That's it.
Jeez. All right, the next two sets we're gonna see are they're also barn burners. So
All right, let me put these pocket picks in real fast.
yeah, and real quick, just covering some of the other charts we're gonna see here. Cowbell Rock, very syncopated. A couple of interesting measures, and then another technical chart, kind of in the same vein as Rad does, where it like focuses on those technical patterns. Busted Out is an interesting specimen in its own right. So let's see what the set takes us.
Asking if anyone's complained about the arrow.
I don't think
but
anyone has
No one's
invoked.
complained about that arrow. I don't think anyone's complained about the left side period this weekend. We have this match and 3 matches on deck.
All right.
And every single match has a pocket pick utilized in the draw. One of them has both players. And we
seems
are
like
leading with
We
Busted
are,
Out.
yeah, we are at that part of the tournament where people are just busting it out. If you've never looked at the lyrics for this, like on Spotify or whatever site Spotify pulls from, it's really funny because when you first open the lyrics page, it just says "busted out" over and over again. Yeah, so getting into busted out, a 24. We haven't seen any of those yet in the tournament, I think. So
A technical nightmare for people who like to double step and keep their bodies
so you can see
forward
here
and
you're
upright.
starting out with those little foot switch patterns, a little bit of a crossover. The foot switch is the fundamental tech in this, but you're also going to see those bracket patterns where you need to hit one foot or two panels with a single foot, like here.
Little 24th guy there.
Yeah, both players are kind of struggling to keep their execution clean. Again, it's really difficult if you do not have the proper footwork and the pad is not working in your favor. It's very difficult to just not pick up a bunch of errant misses playing a foot switch heavy chart like this. But so far, Sitemi's kind of gaming here, although she had the deficit coming into the break.
Yeah,
Now this bracket crossover section
Pat's
is doing really well.
reacting at this point.
Yeah, and I just think his footwork's not fully there because you can see, like, when a panel is held down, the whole column lights up, and I believe he's just straight up getting held misses on a bunch of these things. Just, like, not moving his foot enough or not lifting enough to depress in time.
Prime example there on that 4-step roll that you got a foot switch.
Yeah, no, Sitemi is just hauling like crazy. You can see she's really, really, like, knees to the chest almost on some of those foot switch patterns. Yeah, both players struggling there. You can see the miscount, 14 to 8.
97 is impressive for that in a tournament.
No, not
No,
yet.
no,
That's
no,
the next
no,
pool.
no.
That's the next pool.
Don't do it to me.
All right.
Yeah, this is why Pilot was moaning earlier. Speaking of busting it out. Pilot, a recent member to the RAD APC club.
My crew,
The best. Your crew? Don't get me started.
Way less.
Sorry, I'm just looking
Don't
at.
get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
I'm looking at future card draws for future matches.
Sitemi is a great friend of mine locally, and Pat is a great competitor, I know, but I'm seeing some of the card draws popping up for the matches that are following this, and I'm like, I want to get to those matches.
I want to play
Those are
these.
even crazier than this draw, but here we go. Rad, right? All right, Pat comes out on top, but no, Sitemi actually takes the lead back. Again, it's really difficult coming out of a fast burst to then slow back down to what the song wants you to do following it. Pat flipping a mine. Yeah, he's just
The
seems to be off to a bit of a rough start here. Going to be one more triplet burst right there.
More bracket shenanigans, just like what we had in Busted Out.
Yeah, so
Both players-
Sitemi
both
navigating
players
all
cleaning it
the
up.
tech.
Watch that mine with a double step. No 24th, just a hold.
Make the place blow up.
A 70-point lead at that pause.
Yeah, Sitemi's just crushing this so far in the technical sections. Getting around the center panel
Good center
pivot that
footwork.
starts there. Gets a little tripped up on that pattern, but Pat is also getting tripped up by the same things. Sitemi holding on to about a 1,000-point lead now, coming up into the outro.
She missed the bracket. She went for the bracket, and
It's
got
okay,
all
traded
up.
off by Pat clipping a mine again.
last little bit of footwork. And a
Sitemi
98.
takes game 2.
And that is a 2-0.
Yeah, no, Pat's not looking too happy about that one, and that's kind of a rough start in this pool on his end. You know, you play the pool advancer, the seed is generally very favorable there because typically, you know, if you advance from one pool to the next, the pool advancer has the lowest like seed in the whole pool. you know, they're down there with the loser side advancers for seed. So Pat's got the favorable seed, pulls out the pocket pick early, loses on his pocket pick, and now you don't have that either, and you're kind of off to a bad start mentally. So I hope he can kind of rebound and put up a stronger showing next go-round, but we're first gonna...
We're gonna close out pool 4.
Yeah, we gotta finish pool 4.
And we're
a
gonna do
little
that
late on that.
right now, and both players utilizing their pocket picks, because you lose, you're done. You win, you're going on to pool 5. If any time, now's the time.
All right, so the double pocket pick. Dan H. On my own, Anamanaguchi featuring Hana. Malkier, get lifted. All right, a little drifting away warm up. Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting match to see. I know personally I'm probably pulling a little bit for Dan here, given that he's been on a really great loser side run ever since he kind of stumbled out of the opening gate to begin with. Just really making a good recovery and really adapting well to the game as he goes on throughout the pool. So it's curious to see, and of course, always entertaining to see Malkier going for the full boomerang in this tournament run. Just pulling out the funny mod for the vibes. All right, so we are starting on Whoopsie Daisy. All right, let's get it started.
My band's turning what a light, a taste in my mouth. See Daisy running right into it. Keep me spinning upside.
So yeah, another one of the couple of songs of the electro swing genre in this game. It's got a lot of those little flourishes on the music, kind of pushes the arrow quantization rhythmically into a bit of a different space, and really the primary difficulty in this chart comes from these sections with the percussion, following the swing beats and making you really twist off the center panel in all kinds of crazy ways. But so far, in terms of just overall timing, Dan H currently holding the lead. Malkier picking up a couple of rough misses near the beginning, but has been maintaining combo a little bit better, so I think this is going to come down to how quickly Dan can grasp the increasingly complicated patterns similar to that first little percussive section that we saw with the mine pitch. We're going to see a reprise of that, and the patterns are going to get even more difficult to intuit at a glance, especially if you're not really used to seeing that kind of thing in SNX. Yeah, getting tripped up there when it like really forces you to do like the full pivot. Both players making it through the end runs, and Malkier takes game one.
Excuse me a second.
No worries.
I'm dealing with unexpected flight stuff I have to take care of.
Uh-oh.
No, nothing bad. Just I got to do the whole check-in process. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, no worries. Take care of your matters. I got the set. Going out to Dan H for his next pick. Where will he go? To his pocket. So not to be confused with the more recent edition of the game, also titled On My Own. And On My Own by Anamanaguchi is, this is a hard 21. Very demanding. Running at a blistering 190 BPM, the foot speed requirement is quite pronounced on this, and throws in a couple of technical patterns and crossovers near the end of challenging note. Yeah, both players kind of starting out hitting it a little late there, but Dan kind of course corrects a little faster. He's got a tiny, tiny lead getting through this intro.
Have you ever played the Scott Pilgrim game where this song is from?
I believe I actually have. It was a long time ago, but I think I did.
Same, but slim margin lead by Dan, please.
All right, coming up on a really gnarly burst. Excellent execution from Dan, keeping it clean. Lots of like 16th patterns, so then immediately follow into those 8th note crossovers. Absolutely demanding at 190, but he looks like he's in his element. Gets through the foot switches. Both players doing really well here.
Are we gonna see 900 combos?
Wow. Great work from both players on that one.
Excellent
burst.
on the, yeah.
All right, there's one more long 16th burst here, and then it's all like sparse outro stuff. Good execution from Dan. Just keep your timing tight. Malkier is not that far
Watch the-
behind. Don't drop the. You had to keep it down. Oh my God, steering the hell out of it. All right.
That was
I almost put some Michigan lettuce brown on the floor.
That-
with
that
Good
was-
Lord. Yeah, no, dropping a hold is terrifying because if you don't really react to it and you don't retap the hold to then resume earning points on it, you'll just keep losing points relative to your opponent. But Dan pulls it out, a healthy margin there. And for game 3, we're getting lifted. All right, Malkier hitting the 6-7. Dan hitting the 6-7. JellySlosh jumping onto the player.
JellySlosh encouraging them.
To hit the 6-7, 6-7, haha, 6-7. Okay, game 3. So we talked a lot about lifts earlier in the day. Get Lifted has got a lot of lifts in it. Who would have guessed? All right, let's see if... I really think this is a dangerous place for Dan to be because it depends how familiar he is with lifts in this chart in particular.
Yeah. Very deliberate footwork. You almost want to like add the triplet run to keep that timing on those lifts. You want to double step with the same foot that's holding. So your yellow step is lifting that foot off.
Yeah, I think Dan's just struggling here because you need to like lift with one foot and then start the pattern on the other. That's really difficult to do. He was holding the lead for a little bit there because I think Malkier got a little bit off in the mix. He actually has the point lead again coming into the reprise of the chorus. Just struggling a lot with the timing on those lifts.
Lost the lead again because of it.
but it's okay. Malkier seemed to be struggling much more with the blue lift section compared to the yellow lift section, but man, dropping like 4 or 5 lifts is going to give you like, it's like a misses worth of point deficit, but it's still so close coming up towards the end.
On those blue lifts, you want to
Oh,
almost...
I think that early's going to do it for him. Yeah, I think that early made it
Yeah.
unrecoverable at that point.
On those blue lifts, you almost want to add 2 notes ahead of it, and you want to go get lift, and you want to use those 2 notes to propel yourself into the next
Or
part.
even just more generically, like typically when you are hitting a note and you are timing it to the level of precision that this game demands, the act of hitting a note is you lift your foot up first and then hit. So my advice for people struggling with lifts is hit it later than you think you do because you're used to that initial motion for hitting something. So that's usually where most people mess up and do it really too early.
Yeah,
in a chart like Get Lifted, the typical thing here is you can usually add in additional steps that kind of prompt the foot that needs to do the lift to do an additional input, and then that input strike is preceded by the lift timing necessary to time the lift.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing that usually whenever you talk about adding 1 or 2 notes prior to the lift, it's the kind of enforce that, and that strategy actually works exceptionally well for Get Lifted, but it's really difficult to actually execute that.
Yeah.
So props to anyone who can apply that knowledge effectively.
I love ghost stepping.
Congratulations to Malkier
Malkier
for
moving on to pool 5.
making it to
which
pool 5.
Their first matchup will be in the loser's bracket with Pat.
All right, so bear with me for a second as I switch scenes. I want to make sure this one is set up or not. If it's not, we'll be right back. Don't mind the drop in audio. Wonderful. It's mostly set up. Let's figure out what's going on here.
All right, so we have our winners semifinals all set up and good to go. We have Breeds and Safari and Zephyr and Sitemi. For losers round 1, we're looking at Tropical and Malia and Malkier and Pat. And it looks like we're going to get started with Zephyr and Sitemi first.
You know, I'm certain they won't mind me. Wait, that's Love Arcade.
Let's begin.
I don't have time to do this.
Please make us a
Let's get back to the main event.
We're good.
It'll be nice to get a little bit of a break. We have 8 matches to go.
All right.
And top 12 not slated till 5:30, I think.
Plenty of time to get a cup of coffee.
I'm going to eat something.
Anything I eat's going to be small. I play better on an empty stomach, high key.
Yeah. Over.
All right, so Zephyr is using the shelf liner to make a bar cushion. You'll love to see the inventiveness. Put the towel over it. Very nice. A shelf liner is an excellent way to hold a towel in place on a bar like this, where you don't have a lot of friction to grip it. So going to get their warm-up in on Kalinka. I know Sitemi was cooking on this one earlier, and I also know Zephyr has played this chart a lot. I know, seen his score history, he's an occasional cross-game entrant, typically coming over from the world of DDR or what have you. And he put up some really incredible scores. He's got some strong timing, so I'm really curious to see how things go here with Sitemi really on a generational bracket run at this event.
Hang on. Zephyr's first song of the day, so he does get the full song warm up to start. A little bit of a concern.
Excellent timing on the ending stop there.
A
That's
little
like
bit of a
yeah, I think Cass is right to raise P1 right there again. I have already pinged someone about it, so I will more directly follow up with.
All right, yeah, we're working on that now.
Yeah.
But yeah, there definitely seems to be something with the left pad, right arrow.
Yeah, I'll talk to Hits about it because I'm seeing it and I can describe it well to him.
Pilot is making his way. Over to the pad. We're going to open this up and take a look at that right arrow, it seems.
Settings.
As you can see, the right arrow on the left pad, the left sensor, as it's releasing, is releasing very, very slowly. So we're going to open it up and do what we can to alleviate that give. It was quite noticeable in the two sets of rolls that Temi had in the warm-up Kalinka, where you alternate and then go, 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 and you have those 3 remaining steps at the end, and only triggering 2 of those 3 steps on both occasions. Again, thank you to our 28 viewers. Hello out there in internet land. Maestro G here, along with Pilot, who is currently just overseeing some pad maintenance. We are in the midst of Pool 5 in our StepManiaX tournament. We have, I believe, 16 players remaining. We're about a fifth of the way through our Pool 5 bracket. We got 2 matches set up in the winners semifinal. We're waiting to begin with Temi and Zephyr. And then we have 3 others on deck, and we're going to work our way towards top 8, scheduled to start at 5:30. We'll keep you up to date if we're on time, if we're early, and all of that. Just recapping, talking about we're in Pool 5. Top 12 is scheduled after this for about 5 to 5:30, depending on when we finish, how much time we have.
Why am I suddenly unable to type? He is gone. Where did he go?
Who knows?
We will
The
never
internet,
know.
he could be anywhere.
All right, funny little bit aside.
Oh, there he is.
No, I'm not here. I'm hiding. I'm gone. He is gone. He is goodbye. What?
I have to live next to this humor, everybody. I welcome it into my life. What is happening over there?
It's okay. You don't have to be on comms. I can see a snowstorm wants to hop on.
No, I'm having fun.
Nah, it's fun.
I'm having a great time.
I love doing like hours of commentary with the same person. You can like build a report and you have like your own little bits and everything, you know? It's a good time.
No, again, thank you for encouraging me to do this, like having me on here twice now.
What is commentary but a conversation between two friends and a willing audience? It's like a podcast. We're podcasting.
We're podcasting.
Dude, we're podcasting.
What do you call a StepManiaX podcast? What's a clever name?
I mean, there is at least one
Oh, is there?
existing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think it was Zephyr and Word used to run the Almost Perfect cast,
Oh, okay.
but that has not had episodes for a long time. I mean, he is back, so maybe we could do a new podcast. Oh, yes. I knew there was at least two.
Caught dancing by Dickersville dancing. Ah, okay.
The Almost Perfect cast has a soft spot in my heart because I was invited to come onto it fairly early on in my dance game career to talk about my initial commentary experience way back in the day. And now it's the commentary lifestyle. They can't get me to shut up, so they put me on the stream.
A trove of knowledge. Very valuable.
Yeah, while we're here, we got some time. Let me see if I can fix up our... Yeah, I'm not sure if I should really be touching a lot of these scenes directly on this machine, but I'm doubtful this gets used elsewhere. It probably needs to be additionally set up at another time. Wait, where'd the camera go? That hasn't affected the main resolution, has it? Let me...
You're asking the wrong person. And we get to watch our second stint.
StepManiaX.
A hint stint
Step up and give it a
of
try.
pad testing as we await this Zephyr Satemi match, which was slightly detained in the warm-up, again due to an issue on Satemi's player one side.
There we go. All right.
We
I was a little worried for a second I had broken something, but
we
I
are
think we're
foregoing the
okay.
testing. The drill has been left at our table. We have the power. Oh, I just threw a bottle. We have the power, guys.
It's holding up the drill.
I am holding
in
up
the
the drill.
background of the player cams. That's crazy.
Well, they're going to retry this warm-up. We're going to keep an eye on those 8-step rolls on the left side.
Yeah, I do feel like that right arrow is debouncing a little slower, it looks like, but it's kind of hard to... Yeah, that's looking not great.
Oh, that's very sticky. Look at that. How long was that? It's worse. She was off that arrow for a good couple beats.
Goodbye. Life depleted. You know, personally, I am quite fond of this scene.
You broke it. I know. I could see it in her face. It kind of was like, I don't like being the pad please person. No, you're on a run. We want it to be ideal. going to get a quick little bite. I'm going to step away, and I will return, sir.
All right, we'll see you in a moment. I'm just holding down the fort until we can get back to some matches. Well, as we're doing this, going to go ahead and give a shout out to some of our upcoming events also while we're looking at the pad here. So going to go ahead and jump on over. Get your merch for the event. You can buy it online. Scan the QR code. You've seen the pirate shirts or the ocean shirts or any other number of things folks have been donning for apparel today. You can have it yourself. You can order online anytime. Scan that code. You can also scan that code if you're interested in that online 2DX tournament. Join the Discord, Violet Pulse. And Accelerate, Schaumburg, Illinois, Dave and Buster's, coming up mid-September. Being run by our very own Chwans. He's one of your stream providers for DDR, and you'll be seeing him playing later today in SMX. He'll be in the top pool with me. Good times ahead. And Fight on the Floor, Southeast Michigan Rhythm Game Tournament Series, running at different locations, and mostly SMX, I think, for its first iteration sometime in August, presented by High Fight Republic. Give it a look-see. All right. I don't have too much to say as we're working through this, so I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to our Be Right Back screen, and we will be back very shortly with our Pool 5 matches once we get a better hardware assessment done by Hensier, our technician working the site. Stay tuned. We won't be too long. Well, it looks like that's a higher quality attestation to the pads now than we had previously. So I think we'll probably be able to get going again with our next match. Apologies for the delay. It looks like we're going to get into our song 1 on this set right away. Move it and groove it. Here we go, game 1. All right, getting into these crossover stream sections. Great execution from both players on that. Now the center panel twist version. Sitemi running a little early overall on that. Zephyr locked into the timing, holding about a 200-point lead now. Very modest, but good start. Zephyr picking up an off judgment, giving Sitemi a lead to work with coming into this section with the crossovers. Very close game at the end there. Sitemi loses by 4 points. They just lose.
Just like that.
Zephyr takes game 1. Looks like going now to Sitemi's protect Exotica for game 2. Another chart that kind of exists in the technical realm in this game. Implements a little, very rarely known pattern. You actually would have seen it in Kalinka doing the execution as intended. A little known pattern called a side switch, a foot switch that occurs out of a crossover. So you're doing a foot switch-like pattern while crossed over on left or right. So it starts here. That mind dodge is best executed by doing a side switch. Players kind of opting, I think, to avoid doing the proper side switch turn themselves. Sitemi picking up a miss for that reason. Zephyr has a very small lead starting out, but it's still quite close. You gotta be mindful of your footwork anyway with the mines and the mine pits placed about. It's easy to have your foot turned out a little too far or be mispositioned. You can clip something for further damage. See Temi having a more accurate middle section run here and gets it through that burst a little bit cleaner than Zephyr does. Zephyr picks up a miss. Temi now holding the lead in this midsection of the chart. Yeah, I think Temi's just not lifting her feet up enough for those bursts on the 30 seconds. Puts a little more juice on it and gets the 5-note 30-second burst. So should be clean on the burst for the remainder of the chart. Just needs to keep it a little bit cleaner because she is holding about almost a 2,000-point lead now over Zephyr. Temi takes game at 2. Just a good showing, just a little unfortunate about the misses. I think needs to pick up her feet a little more to keep those cleaner on other things that are a little foot speed intensive. And going back to music and moving for game 3. All right, music is moving. Another Tatsunoshin banger. Clean start from both players here. Zephyr with a little bit of a lead on better precision overall. Yeah, both these players confident in navigating this chart. Temi picking up some misses on up and down there, clips the right arrow mine, giving Zephyr about just shy of a 1,000-point lead to work with now on the outro. And good run from both players. One more run coming up. Zephyr keeps that clean, gets the 99. Good full combo. Temi finally dropping a set. It's been a hot minute since we had that, but she still is alive here, having made the winner's side advancement from her prior pool. Now gets a second shot at life in loser side in the pool 5. So still has a possible path towards top 12 if she can continue to push. So we'll see how it's going, though. I'm a little worried that those misses are coming from failing to put forth the necessary force to debounce the panel, even though we did have that P1 right looked at. I started to see it on some of the other sides. So get some more play in and see how it goes. Malkier and Pat as our next match. Heading back now towards losers round 1 in our pool. Nice one, T-Swag. All right, I need to update the card draw myself. I had MJ directing that on my side. I'll go ahead and assign the match to Cav real quick. All right, so we're getting a little Daroots in for the warm-up. Yeah, Pat going for the Gargoyle Protect. Malkier putting Get Down on the table. It's a real deep cut. I don't think I've seen a lot of Get Down in tournament. That'll be fun to see. Yeah, and quite the spread of, I would say, like more straightforward, very stamina-intensive charts, filling out the remainder of the available draw here. Saber Dance, Worn Out Tapes, Temple of Boom, and Neptune the First. So we'll go to one of those for our first game, and then we'll likely see the two protects, unless Malkier so far has had a tendency to deviate from the script, if you will. And we are going to Worn Out Tapes first. So, pretty interesting ones, kind of mostly front-loaded. Got some really long drills at the back, pretty relaxed 23 otherwise. It's a favorite amongst players looking to kind of push into the 23 folder for the first time. All right, getting out of the intro, Malkier holding the lead currently. Pat not too far behind though. This is just mostly a precision battle. It's not terribly far off, even with the miss that he had picked up along the way. All right, getting ready now, coming into the ending here. Going tally-ho. Gonna come into some very long 16th note drills. Malkier gets off on the drills, and Pat takes the lead. Pat takes game one off of that. Capitalized extraordinarily well on that mistake there. All right, Malkier's protect, Get Down. Yeah, Get Down wild. Lots of 16th note patterns at a lower BPM. It's 110 BPM, so it's kind of that like slow, streamy, sustained charting style. With a decent number of step jumps in the mix too. These gallops, the double taps. Pat dropping one of those double taps. Malkier dropping one of the holds. Malkier holding on to the lead so far. She's got it at the moment. Switching to Pat as we get into the more streamy section. We are going to start seeing some of those step jumps going with the synth emphasis. Yeah, very hard pattern there. I can't fault Pat for making mistakes in that section. Now, if you're holding the lead now, coming back into this part really has you twisting and turning and then mixing those jump steps. Such a hard section to read. Now, if you're going to stroke up on again, I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth lead changes. It's like these players are struggling with different aspects of this chart, influencing where they're running ahead versus where they're falling behind accordingly. One more set of step jumps coming up. Wow, Pat came to play on that. Very nice. All right, doesn't get tripped up at the very end and takes the set 2-0. Well, Malkier had a solid showing so far, bringing the boomerang representation to the Cool 5. But that is going to be the end of her run here.
Press play to continue.
Curious to see who we get up next on stage.
Okay, let's start. Make a selection. Easy. Wild.
JellySlosh? That's not a match. What may he be planning?
Selected. Options. Great choice.
Presumably this might be an interstitial pad test. Might just be getting some input on the feeling himself because you had players remark on it.
Let's see the energy. I'm not sure what that was, but it wasn't good. Your rhythm was off. Try again. Select the next song. Confirm your selection. Great selection. Are you ready for this one?
Well, here's a good way to test if your pad is debouncing fast enough.
Are
Kibo.
you ready? Action. Whoa, what happened?
Not particularly interested in the majority news chart, but more so the section with the sextuplet verse. Foot speed requirement higher than the Terminator in the most legal sense of the word. You'll have to see it. Mr. Cam Brainerd, that was Kibo. That's what that was.
Okay. Once you're rocking, there ain't no stopping.
Here's a good pad test. But I think we are going to just proceed straight into
Song ended.
our next match. And joining me back on comms.
Are you sure you want to quit?
I'm back. Maestro G is back.
Hello.
And that's the wrong scene, but that's okay because we're not staying on it.
at Breves and Safari. It
Ooh,
appears.
Breves Safari.
I'll pull that up. Yeah, this one was drawn quite some time ago, but Safari with the pocket pick.
Just making sure I got the right set name up there. Winners semis. So, all right, quick little introduction for our players. Safari has, I think, already made an appearance on stream today. Ohio-based player who's been, I think, really getting really good at this game lately. He's put up some really good scores. I know he was certainly an honorable opponent when I ran into him at Love Arcade in the bracket setting. And then Breves is also exceptionally skilled. I believe he is your DDR doubles winner from late last night. So again, a real veritable cross-game talent coming here and playing a little SMX with the best of the best here.
Safari also making an appearance in New Jersey.
Indeed.
Last week.
We have seen Safari occasionally pop into New Jersey, which is a welcome surprise. So it's going to be interesting here because Safari's kind of on the up and up with this game, and Breves doesn't really play it a whole lot. He'll play it in the tournament settings here to cross-game enter and keep himself warm and all. I know Breves certainly has his weak spots with this game. If you find a way to exploit those effectively, you can take sets off of him. I did it by pulling out a good score on Mothership. He had picked up a couple of earlies on the extended center panel runs in Mothership, and I kept it nice and clean. So that's going to see how things go. It looks like Safari's going for the pocket pick Monity. So that's actually pretty good against someone who's less familiar with the game. That particular chart is something else, I'll tell you that much.
Doing a little bit of a...
Breves is
No,
pulling
this
out.
could be a full song warm-up. This is Breves' first match, so they could do full song if they chose to.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean,
Breves protecting Go 60 Go.
Rock Me Forever is a pretty relaxed 21. It's not particularly demanding, I think. Just to get the blood flowing a little. Yeah, Breves throwing down the protect on Go 60 Go. It's a particularly gnarly tech chart in this game. You see Esperanza making its reappearance along with a couple of other things that popped up in the draw. Both were run earlier and not yet seen.
Old School has been played. Good Feeling has been unprotected, just not played yet.
All right, we got through our little warm-up here. Again, excellent timing from both these players. Just a little slight mechanical error on Breves' side.
All right, and the first song will be...
I Need You. Honestly, kind of a deep cut you don't see a lot. think it's been a hot minute since I've seen this one in tournament.
At 175, it's the fastest song in this draw.
Actually, the fastest song in this draw is arguably something else. If we get there, we'll talk about it. But gonna go ahead to I Need You for game one. Kind of a really interesting chart. It's got some bracket patterns that are really unique. You can see this opening here. It's got this hold and a lift on center. Both players bucking up that left arrow lift. But it is kind of a very weird, unintuitive pattern to see. Yeah, getting instead more into those high BPM drills.
Some good back and forth there.
Yeah, these like twisty, slow crossover patterns. Yeah, really hard staircase here. Both players struggling a little with it, getting more comfortable as time goes on. Breves pulling ahead.
Getting the lift that time, Breves was still struggling with it with Safari. As we're opening up about a 1.5% lead on Breves' side. Getting a miss, but Safari trades him in early. Trading misses.
And Breves takes game one. Yeah, 98 there. Really good overall timing. Just, I think, picking up a couple of misses on account of not fully having his sea legs, if you will, for this game. You know, definitely a really strong and capable DDR player, but the center panel form and the different construction of the pad, people really trip up on it, and we are going to Monity for game two.
All right, a pocket pick here.
So yeah, our friend the Fat Rat is back. He's brought some company.
Yeah.
He's going to give us another low BPM syncopated triplet chart. This one is
With
pretty nasty.
a couple of 128th notes making an appearance.
I believe they're 48ths.
Are they 48? No.
Something like that. But yes, that's why I said this is the fastest song in the draw. Those bursts are going to be something else, and I think it probably pulls out a new and unique note color we haven't seen yet in this tournament.
White?
Yeah. I don't know what it looks like on the default skin offhand, but the other thing also is this is another one of those charts where you need to really commit to the form. You want to start that pattern crossed over, and then you kind of whip back. If you double step that, and then you're caught out the wrong way, it's going to be a lot of point loss if you pick up a mistake there, like what just happened with Breves.
And this is why this is Safari's pocket pick. Very steady, very knowing when to double step, when to crossover. Exceedingly good chart memory, or chart knowledge here.
Okay, it's like a deep purple on this one. Yeah. But yeah, those little like bursts going to the pan flute there with the 48th notes.
Yeah.
Those are like they're just as fast, I think, as some of the like 300 BPM 16th bursts that you start to see at the really upper end of the game.
Safari dropped 3 out of 4, but he maintains, he holds on to bring this to song 3. Trading 98s.
You know, it's
Are we doing this again?
yeah, I guess we got another P2 down call.
Settings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a real slow release on that arrow. Go ahead and kick it over to our icebreaker view for the pad maintenance stream. Yeah, that's definitely something that needs a little bit of intervention. You could see when pressing down on that panel and then releasing that value assigned to the topmost sensor in the bottom panel, you could see it drops so slowly. Ideally, the fastest to instantaneous you get, like you can see for the other sensors, that's what you want. Yeah, and thank you, Lemming on the Run in Twitch chat for double checking my comment about how fast those 48th bursts in Monody are.
All right, math.
Yeah, I think those are probably some of the fastest bursts in the entire game. I don't think there's much else that reaches that level of speed. Well, thankfully, the good news, I think, even though we are currently hung up on some pad arbitration and maintenance here, is I do think we are still running largely on schedule. I believe it's around 5 or 5:30 that we're slated to start our further up pool. So let me go ahead and kick it back over now.
We have 5 matches in waiting, 6 including this one.
So I think we could probably
Five
still
of them
be.
are- 5 of them are the best of 3, so
Those will go quick.
yeah, I think 5:30 is reasonable.
All right, looks like we got our sensor replacement done, so I'm going to go ahead and kick it back over. Let's get the set going. Now, even with the down arrow misbehaving for Breeze isn't it there, I do think that is still pretty... Oh, are they going to replay it?
I think so.
Might be having a replay. Because my initial assessment was the first down miss that popped up was definitely, I think, a mistake from Reeves' part not being crossed over properly, because he did kind of do a very
you did say
awkward. Yeah, got caught in the crossover trap in this chart. You really want to follow that crossover pattern, even though it seems like a slow, boring 8th note section. You could double step, because coming back out of the crossover is a 24th gallop, and that's really hard to double tap with 1 foot. You can see how much those players were struggling with the equivalent burst. That's like the same motion, the 24th tap on 1 foot. But either way, we're going to go ahead and replay this game. So just going to wind the score back a little, and let's see what happens.
Good adjustment there. Safari is still with the early lead. The score is kind of like flipping back and forth.
Yeah, I feel like Safari isn't even actually doing the cross-under stuff, and Breeds on the run back is doing all the crossovers and cross-unders, and Safari is still in the lead, so Safari must just be really, really comfortable on this chart to make it work.
I'm kind of the same way with it. For all the crossovers that I personally, up the lead change, that I like to do, I feel so confident where the notes are where I'll like just shift and double step a lot of this.
both players now nailing the 48s now that they've had time to see the chart.
This will be fascinating.
And on the run back, Breves is going to keep it clean.
Breeze joining Zephyr in the winners final and clinching a spot in the top 12.
Yeah, so congratulations to Breves and Zephyr for punching in their entry in the top 12. It's going to be a real hot top 12 with the way things are going. These players are playing super solid today. So we've got quite a few people all gathered around SNX, so curious to see who comes up next, and I think we've got Malia Tropical.
The winner moving on to play Sitemi, who is waiting in the wings. Again, 2 of the 3 positions for top 12
Please make a
have been
selection.
locked in. And we have 5 players battling out for that 3rd and final spot.
So we got
Tropical,
Malia, Tropical, Sitemi, Safari, and Pat. One of those 5 will be coming forward. Senpai is realizing his pronunciation is wrong in the interior tire. The whole
tire.
the whole
Not the
interior
entire
tire.
time even.
Interior.
Tier. No.
Interior tire.
Tire.
There's interior in my tire, and I am stranded on the side of the road calling AAA. All right.
Well, we're going to
So-
watch these 2 play the Saint Goes Marching.
Warming up on Saints. All right.
Oh, my fault.
All right. So this was a set I saw on Card Draw way back
Here it is.
while we were looking at queuing
Oh, yeah,
things up.
It's a warm-up.
And now I'm excited because I don't know if I've talked about this before, but we have a pocket pick from Tropical on Fearless.
Fearless. This,
That's a hard 24, but Tropical loves that chart, so I'm not surprised when his back's against the wall on loser's side, this is what he pulls out.
Malia picking Arcade Ride.
I hope Malia does not make the last note $800 boom mistake.
Oh,
That cost her the match against you, in
no. I feel
fact,
that.
Maestro.
No, like I know. There's footage of me actually screaming Malia no. Fighting the timing a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like
Both players.
they're going a little late on this. I think they may not appreciate just how fast Saint Goes Marching is at 175.
Couple lead changes already. Malia's not going to include this warm-up.
Tell me about the rabbits.
They're marching in.
No, they're gone. There's no rabbits.
Why?
Only the void.
Wait a second. Why? Where are the
I
rabbits?
mentioned it earlier on comms. It's broken at the moment.
You did mention it, but
Ain't the same without the rabbits, my guy.
does the background just disappear on this song?
Yeah, just that whole section where there's the march, it just renders as the black screen.
That's a shame. I do remember you saying it now, but I'm like, that's disappointing.
The rabbits.
Yeah, we got to start getting ready.
All right, so our first song. Man, I thought it was
Yeah.
Indignation, and it rolled right past it into My Dream.
I mean, two of my favorites anyway, but
This guy likes Indignation.
this guy likes Into My Dream. I played this song like
This
a
guy
dozen
likes
times.
Indignation.
I do. Guilty. Malia's on the way. My hands are back here. Pulling out a 99.4 on this like Rhythm Riot last year. And then Into My Dream, I've just been, I got my Hex yesterday. That was fun. And proper stepping it, doing all the turns and stuff.
Most impressive.
Proper.
A good, proper step.
If I have to draw it and actually remember how to play it for real, I'm not going to.
I'm just excited to be having a 23 hex. I'm feeling very fancy at the moment.
I have one.
Proper.
I have one.
Most proper.
I think I only have 123 to see also, but.
All right, Into My Dream.
All right.
As we get into game one of Malia versus Tropical, losers round one.
Into my game one.
Into my game one. Aw, Malia. It's all right. This is very much a recoverable song because Into My Dream is peppered with all kinds of interesting permutations of center panel patterns. So there is some possibility that Tropical, with a little more unsteady timing and some execution errors, Malia could close the gap. It is only about 1,000 points behind. It's still very much recoverable.
Yeah. This is a relatively easy 23 in terms of passability, but there's a lot of intricacies, especially revolving around all of the center movement, that really delivers this as an early 23 in this game.
Yeah, Tropical starts to bleed a little with those center panel patterns. He's picking up a lot of earlies on those sets of 3-note 16s. And Malia now actually secures the lead for the first time.
As you were talking about. And a lot of turns here into double steps. These are all those corkscrews I was just talking about, where you end up backwards for a majority of the piece if you do it properly. And then you got the same foot triples here. Both players don't execute, but Malia comes out on top after it. Can she hang on here with the stream?
And Malia takes
And
game
she
one.
steals game one.
Yeah. Just once again, even though it looks really, really dire, making that many mistakes right at the very beginning, Tropical's like lack of immediate expertise on some of the SMX specific stuff just caused them to start bleeding and bleeding. And even though Malia made further mistakes herself,
And here it
they
comes.
didn't cover the gap. And now he's going to Fearless. He's like, I'm not afraid. We're going in. All right, so Fearless is a Rolling
It's a
Quartz, I
charge.
believe, is a Korean group, but the song kind of has like a sort of J-rock kind of vibe to it. So it's a really interesting piece of music. I like it quite a lot.
It is.
But it is this like very loud, very noodly metal guitar is like the primary driving instrument, and it's a lot of things are charted to that in this song.
It's
So between that and those like really rapid, like fast drum fills, you are going to see some 30 seconds. You're going to see some crazy crossover and twist patterns and a little bit of tech sprinkled in for good measure. This is definitely one of the hardest 24s to score on. But Tropical has decided he loves it.
It's
I
a
almost
very-
feel
it's
like this is his Jacunda Memoria for SMX.
It is a very interesting lead-in song-wise. It's very similar to our scene where you, the Wild 25, where you get like a little bit of everything in here.
So let's see how this goes. Tropical's going to see if he can stick it to Malia with his pick.
Interesting strategy here. Malia's up 1-0. I would think you would want to at least keep him honest with the song for a little while.
Yeah, be careful because the next thing you see here,
Yeah, right there, the fake foot switch.
Yeah, that center panel double tap is not a foot switch. It's not like the first one in the chart. Okay, here's that drum fill, 30-second notes. Crossovers now.
Which neither of them do, but they double step that quite well.
It is slow enough that you can double step, but you can see Malia's rushing like just like crazy. All right, coming now into the guitar solo. This is where it gets like really noodly and hard to follow the beat. Drum fill and the solo. You need to like anchor on down and anchor on up. Be careful of the center panel, double taps, center panel twist.
Yep.
Ready for more crossovers as we head into the outro.
Double steps. Both players trending early, but as you were saying, this song focuses so much on the vocals and the guitar. The bass drum doesn't really give you anything in this piece.
Yeah, I think Malia's just a little out of it near the end. Tropical gets his 97 on Fearless. That's a very, very good score at this level of play. Really impressive. Kept it clean just right up until the very end, but you could see on his graph, you know, he's wavering in places. It's not quite as tight or refined, and Malia's just shifted so much earlier on the graph overall. A very, very hard song to lock into, but Tropical's quite happy about that. I think that might be a PB on his end. I'm not sure what he had before. I feel like his best was a 95, but I'd have to go do some research. At least that's the last score I remember seeing from him on it, so good showing.
Rolling Quartz is touring the United States right now. Go see them if you can. They put on a great show.
Okay, Malia, please do not throw this on the last
Please,
note.
Malia.
I don't think I could take another round on commentary of Arcade Run dropping on the last note. Please. Please. If Malia turns and points to Maestro at the commentary desk, it's just like, nah.
I'm excited. How do I look at it?
All right, game 3. And we're going to start with the greatest freestyle routine in the whole game. The bracket mash.
Good run with the center panel transition there.
I do love it in the back half when they reintroduce the center panel patterns. They're crossover patterns that have you crossing over center. All right, both players
missing the up.
Yeah, that's meant to be just like a staircase first, but the players either didn't hit the up or they didn't quite see that implicit pattern. Leah picking up another miss on that left arrow.
Still in the lead. Super Mario.
Yeah, both players getting center on that.
Creating earlies.
Yeah, early on that second center. It is kind of an awkward run. You do need to change around, but here we go. We're going to do one more build-up, and then we're going to go into the reprise of the main theme, now with the center panel crossover patterns.
Yeah.
Both players opting to double step it. If you do this right, it looks really, really cool, though.
A miss and early before that, a late, and we're dropping off on the right side.
All right, so Malia just needs to hit this last run, and then remember the last note. Thank you. And Malia redeems herself from her Winter Ball 2025 performance. All right.
We're going to be signing out here.
Yeah, so I'm going to hop off commentary. I got to start moving my legs a little and get stretched because I'm going to be playing, and I got to play some real hard stuff,
And
possibly harder than what you're seeing here. right out the gate.
Yeah, we both are.
So in a second, JellySlosh is going to be joining you on
Who's
commentary.
also playing with us, but he's played Pump already, so he's,
Yeah,
he's a little bit more lumbered up than we are.
Let him get stiff sitting on a metal folding chair like I am. That's his
right.
responsibility, not mine.
Why can't I find? Oh, here it is.
But yeah, so thank you all for joining me so far today through all of Pool 4 and a majority of Pool 5. And chances are, because I love me a good top 4, you're going to see me if I get eliminated at the top. You never want to see that, but
No, but we'll be back in some aspect.
you'll probably see me again on the commentary desk before we sign out for the whole event. So you guys take it easy. I'm going to queue up the data for Safari
Oh, it's a good idea. Let me hang on.
and Pat.
Safari and Pat. There it is. Here it comes. Boom. Vegas and Redshift.
That's right. If you go out to Vegas, you can enter Redshift Encore, the next
In
flagship tournament at Red Note Gaming
2
this
months.
September.
2 months on the dot.
This September.
And we will see you there also.
But until then, you guys have a good stream. I'll be on the pads and then probably back on the mic later. Take care.
Laters.
Thanks for flying.
You know what this is? StepManiaX, let's go! Hey, go! No stopping, to the top, let's get it poppin'. To the window, to the wall, you know we going hard. You want more, we give you more. Don't stop this jam, let's lick the floor. Let's get on the floor, up and down, show a loser, you hear that sound. We going, no stopping, and no conclusion. SMX, it's the step revolution. Hardcore, that's what we came here for. So say it with me, be you for. Play with me, don't play with that. Turn it up, now bring it back. Step revolution hits you harder than a heart attack. Easy, always coolin'. You love the way we movin'. Winners and we always proving. So tell me who you foolin'. Make it work.
All right, we're getting into our first song here with Safari and Pat for Talisphere. Now, Safari and Pat had Love Arcade back in February. The two of them played in the winner's final of the pool below and both advanced to top 12. Now they meet each other here in Pool 5, MSM.
Hello. JellySlosh joining the mic here. Looks like I'm in the middle of a Brutalisphere of Safari and Pat. And joining me on the mic is J-Ham. We'll do our pleasantries in just a second, but we got Pat's got a slight lead on the last quarter of the song. I see Pat actually doing the turns on this. Oh, still in the lead though, despite the miss. What a first song. About a
So close.
300-point difference between them. Safari picking up a full combo there, but Pat's timing slightly better with 18 yellow perfects. A couple scattered judgments there.
If they stick with their protects, we'll get a bit of a stamina check in this draw.
After coming out of a pretty stamina-heavy 23 right there.
Right.
How's it going so far? Is this your first? Ooh. We see some deviation here with Get Busy instead.
Interesting.
That is one of the beauties of this format. You're not completely locked into your selection. Maybe Safari observed that Pat was pretty good at the higher BPM content, so maybe let's take it down a notch at 125 instead.
Yep. Safari's a very accurate player. Get Busy plays very well to his strengths.
All right, song number 2. This match, Get Busy. Pat coming out intro with a gold combo. That 24th burst just kind of sneaks up on you.
Pat picking up a miss on the center panel.
Giving the lead to Safari by about 100 points so far.
Another center panel miss.
Yeah, these brackets are tough.
Another center panel miss.
Very close. Both players dodging the lines, no problem there. Safari takes that one by just over 300 points. Very solid timing on Safari's side overall.
Yeah, such a close match. Just the few drops on Pat's side made the difference.
Yeah.
He didn't seem to act like it was a pad issue.
Yeah, and he just came out of DDR, so he's probably still got a little bit of DDR from his workout. Yeah, a lot of players that play DDR, they tend to have very minimalist form, so there might be some overlap with his technique. Let's see what they are going to pick for their tiebreaker song. We're going to the end of the alphabet. Vegas. For those of you who do not know, this picture was taken at the Red Note location in Vegas during Naoki's DJ set at Red October 2024. Yeah, this photo was taken by Cydia, who is not present at the event this year. This one's very, very technical in the 24 folder. And you got some really, really tricky rolls that if you're not familiar what to do with them, they'll trip you up.
Yep, on top of being a stamina check. Pretty consistent flow of notes through this song. And just about 10% of the way in, we'll get an awkward stop if you haven't seen it before.
I see the rolls chipping up both players a bit. In the intro of the song, you have a couple rhythms that have the 3-note bursting. You match that exact rhythm on the freezes.
Safari does well on the stops there.
This one's very, very center panel heavy too.
Right.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of minds that try to get the player to do the turns correctly on this. So if you choose a double step, you have to be very clever with how you double step. You don't accidentally trigger a mine. Yeah, that sneaky little crossover at the end of those little runs.
Pat works himself a lead back going into the last third of the song.
You gotta watch out for these vines. Pat with lead coming up that section.
Yeah.
Both players trading non-perfect judgments.
Oh, it's close. Oh, 500 points. It's
Super
hard.
close. That one's a really tough one to play if you're not an SMX main. A lot of very SMX specific tech in there.
Yeah.
Very unique chart.
What a good match.
Yeah, they're also both pretty evenly matched in DDR as well too. So no surprise to see them against each other in this bracket as well.
Yep.
But unfortunately for Safari, that means he's out of the tournament.
How easy is it to, well, how close are you to a stopping point? Because, you mean the match that's talking about?
All right, in the meantime, let's look at the bracket. Hello. Hello, everybody. Let me see what I've got here.
I'll play this match out, I'll tag everybody, and then we'll go up in about 10 minutes.
It looks like we're going to be getting ready to do the group photo relatively soon. Sounds like Hintz is trying to gather some players together. But coming up next is Satemi and Malia for the losers quarterfinal of this pool. We got about 3 more matches left to conclude pool number 5, and then we'll go into our top 12. Yeah, so pretty much effectively, the winner of this match is part of the top 16 in the results listings. Let's see what songs they're playing.
Okay, let's go. Select a difficulty mode. 1.
All right, got the draw here. Things are set up. All right, looks like we got a Glowing Light Protect by Satemi. More on the technical side, the 23 folder. We do this dance on Malia's side. And then the 4 leftover songs. I wonder what's being played first by them. Looks like they're trying to decide on what song to warm up with. Usually my method for thinking for warm up is kind of like look at what the average set of my song looks like, try to do something around a similar BPM or songs that contain similar tech, but usually I do sort by BPM and choose the next thing over. And it looks like we're going with Hyper Rave for the warm-up of choice, one of the newer additions to the game.
Yeah. See Temi opting for a hard mode warm-up. She's been
She's
playing
been
a lot of
playing,
matches today, winning a lot of matches as well.
Yeah, it's a good way to save your energy, play hard mode. You're mostly looking to get your timing locked in with that. Malia, in the Women's Non-Binary DDR tournament, advanced to pool. I believe she was the second last pool outside of top 4, if I'm correct. So she's been playing a lot, too. Yeah, both these players very familiar with each other. Malia coming out of New York now, Satemi, New Jersey area, so they're pretty much neighbors. Both of them do play in the break occasionally together.
Group photo. Everyone up after this part.
So it sounds like after this match is concluded, we're going to be doing a group photo together. And then after that, we'll be doing if we're able to, the winner's final of this pool and the loser's final of this pool to wrap up pool 5. Coming after that will be the top 12. So a lot of the players in the top 12 are going to actually come to the venue to be part of the group photo. I might need to text Jimbo now because I think he'll come exactly on time. So let me send my good friend Jimbo a message.
July Redux, Temi saw this song earlier today and her match with Wizza, pulled out the win there. But both players getting stretches in before this one. It's quite a burner.
July Redux, that's the first song. Fun fact, Malia's birthday is on Tuesday. Malia's a July baby. So this tournament is technically her birthday weekend. Really strong opening by Satemi there. That's a pretty fast intro. We're gonna have some interesting parts coming here with the roll tech that rolls into the 16th. Really important you start coming out of the rolls on the
Very
correct
well done.
foot.
Temi's looking great here.
Really pushing through these streams. Really pick up a little more misses on her side. Doing the outro of the song, we just have a couple more 16ths to go. And watch out for this 24th verse coming up too. We've seen many
very
leads
close.
trade on that exact verse.
Just in their drop. Then they're gonna start with op 13.
All right, with that, Satemi takes song number 1. Do we think Malia's gonna go for? Yeah, she's in the W's, so it looks like we're seeing We Do This Dance. This is a deceptively tricky 22.
The opening is the toughest part. If they can get through the first 15% of the song clean, the rest follows pretty smoothly.
Fun fact about myself, I've never wanted this song before. Every person that's ever selected it against me has beaten me on it. Fun fact for the viewers at home. I don't know why. The intro, like J-Ham just mentioned, I just have a mental block on this intro, and it's a left, down, left with a mind pit. There's nothing very ambiguous about it, but I just can't hit this note.
Yep. Deceptively tricky. Your brain either registers the notes or they don't.
Yeah, and I've known this song for over probably 20 years at this point. This was featured in Pump It Up Exceed back in the day, titled as Power of Dream. This one released alongside with Watch Out that also got added to SMX as well. Those two songs by Victoria were featured in Pump It Up Exceed as well. Song number 2. Let's see if Malia can make a comeback and take this to song 3, or will Setemi maintain her lead in this match? This intro is no problem for either player as they both APC through the intro. Unfortunately, Malia picks up an unfortunate early coming out of the intro. Tricky rhythms to time here with the syncopated 16ths. Ooh, both players nailing that 16th into the jump perfectly.
Are we tied?
We're tied. We're flashing back forward going to this breakdown of the song. You gotta really watch out for this part. You have 16ths that mix up 24th verse inside of them.
Oh.
Wow.
Nailing the burst.
They both did great on that. Oh, the leads are flipping. It's hard to tell.
Oh,
no, drops
the
the
mines
left.
hit right at the end. Setemi clipped it. And it's going to make it look like a comfortable win, but that was very close. When Setemi gets a yellow perfect, it's not off by very much.
And then Malia just picked up that one early at the end of the opening, but just exceptional timing on that. Both players really did get that breakdown section. All right, are we gonna see Glowing in the Night? Currently, we are looking at a 1-1 score right now. We have pretty much the whole arcade watching as all the other games have paused their tournaments to prepare for a group photo. So all eyes are on Setemi and Malia.
Oh.
Samurai, what an interesting selection. Another deviation in the match from the protects. Feels like Setemi feels comfortable with the brackets then. I always, personally, I find brackets very risky on pads that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah. Setemi has been projecting a number of songs in this tournament with slowdowns. And this is certainly one of the more notorious slowdowns. There's 2 extended slowdowns in this song. And so every note here counts for a lot of points. There are very few notes in this song compared to other 22s.
You see both players are stepping a lot of the blank spaces to maintain their timing. Tough bracket to miss. Wow, great execution. Only a 100-point difference despite the miss. Kind of slipping a bit, giving the lead back to Setemi. Oh,
Malia picked up a miss there in that run. Second half of the slowdown, the trickiest part of the song left.
No problem by either player though.
Setemi with a 1,000-point lead after that.
That was a great choice. A near hex star on that.
5.
Her only mistake was in the opening on the bracket hold. Like only 4
and a miss.
Crazy.
Very, very good score. That was a good pivot by Setemi.
Wow.
Now we are going to take a break
quick
for our
break.
group photo, and they are grabbing a photo of their own. What a close match.
Check, check.
Hello, Midsummer Melody.
So we're gonna go and put up the upcoming event screen in the meantime. We'll be right back. Hello. Welcome back, gamers. We have finished our group photo. We have 2 more matches to conclude the pool number 5. So we are going to be doing Pat and Satemi next, followed by Breeds and Zephyr, if Zephyr's available.
Other people are playing now. I just gotta switch back into my good shoes. I'll be right back.
Hey, Pat, can we do your draw?
Yeah, we can. Oh, we didn't draw yet. No, we didn't.
Yeah, so Satemi and Pat are drawing right now, actually.
I just gotta. I gotta go check. I don't like to walk around a lot. Normal shoes.
All right.
I will get the card draw on the screen so we can talk about it. I'm just gonna figure out what side they're on. All right, so here is our list of songs. We're gonna see who Satemi's got the first Protect, it sounds like.
Is this the best of 5? Do they not do that? Okay. So the other ones give you best of 5, but that's nice and different or something? Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Dopamine has been protected by Satemi.
I want my rematch on Rad.
Ooh,
Rad.
that's right. They did play earlier in the bracket. I overheard Pat talking about getting a rematch on Rad.
Hopefully I feel yeah, a little bit better.
Yeah. The photographer for the event was actually Satemi's husband, Maverick, who played in the early pool yesterday. Shout out to Maverick for doing a lot of photography work and other staff-related activities for us, such as like helping us run the card draw stations, moving equipment, all the good stuff.
So Ursula finality.
All right, players are going through their second vetoes now. And once again, for those tuning in, the 4 songs remaining that are not protected, one of those songs are randomly chosen to be played as the first
But I
song.
really wanted to play Rad.
And then after that, the loser picks the next song.
It's like one of my best ones. If I can actually.
The players, when it's their turn to select a song, can pick any of the songs that are still left in the draw. It doesn't necessarily have to be their protect either. We can start gathering the top 12 together at least. We can gather top 12 together. Just to get people in the area. I know me and MCAT were in the matches.
You and MCAT.
Yeah, if she's available, I'm good to draw. Yeah, players are returning from the group photo now. We're also going to start calling the top 12 players to the area as well, because we are getting into the last phase of our tournament very soon. This is the last losers match, I believe. Yes, this is the last losers match of the pool. And then winner's final is Breed and Zephyr. Zephyr is currently in the middle of a DDR match right now, so we're going to try to find someone else to queue up. On the other side, we are able to consider Pollo X and Snowstorm as well. We also can look for a Pollo X and Snowstorm too. Punish the players who play multiple games, right? Let me try to find Sim, because I see Pollo X over here. I'm going to step away while they warm up. I'll be right back.
What does Pollo X look like? Yeah, okay. Pilot grab response?
All right, I'm back, and I'm here for Melancholy Vision Wild 24. This will be a very interesting matchup. Bit of on the tougher side. Now, I know that Satemi is working a lot on her slowdown songs, and she demonstrated a lot of expertise on Samurai just now. As for Pat, the multi-gamer, I'm unsure how familiar with the Melancholy Vision, so we'll see how he does with this. Hopefully he's played the chart before, so he's not coming in with no knowledge. But fortunately with SMX, the tempo changes are telegraphed with yellow and red lines on the screen, on the beat bars, so that will be helpful for the sight reading aspect of this if this is first time playing this chart. Tripped up by that jump step right there. Give the lead back to Satemi. Another slowdown coming up. Satemi comes out of that intro with about a 2,000 point lead. Picking up a couple misses though, so gives Pat a chance to climb back with this as he's full calming these sections. Healing division pivots. Another slowdown coming up. Very, very challenging slowdown to hit. Alright, now for the death run. Gotta really watch the center steps of this part. Another wide crossover coming up. Hip breakers is what we call them. And Semi takes that one by about 2,000 points. That's a pretty nice perfect count there. I see people in the crowd pointing at the screen. But yeah, Satemi takes that first song. Whenever they were doing the card draws, Pat did mention that he would have liked to have a run back on Rad, as he was sent to losers by Satemi on Rad during their set. So what's at stake here? The winner of this goes to the top 12 pool and the loser's side. My crew, the best.
No, we got one more before basketball. Gotcha.
All right, song number 2 of this match. Can Pat get the run back on Rad and take it to song 3? This intro will dictate the pace of the match. Pat comes out with the lead. Not a huge deal, about 200-point difference on them. Very tricky brackets hit the corner brackets. You gotta make sure your foot is angled precisely correct, hit the sensors correctly. Getting to the halfway point of the song, Pat is looking very comfortable here at a gold combo at this point in the song. Satemi not too far behind. Now watch him this cross under coming up. Perfectly executed by both players. He's got a couple foot switches here, indicated by the mines present on the screen. Oh, Pat picks up an early, giving the lead back to Satemi. So close to call. Oh, and just like that, Satemi comes out with the lead after Pat spent a majority of the song ahead. And despite the non-perfect judgments, Satemi really kept that timing low to give her a fighting chance to come back in the match. Yeah. And Pat, despite that early, that one early was all it took to swing the match. He had a full combo otherwise. Yeah, Satemi recognized her win condition after missing early in the song. It's strong mental fortitude to maintain the headspace to just brush off your mistakes early in the song. Just do the best you can for the rest of the song. There's another 400 plus notes to play. But yeah, with that, Satemi advances to top 12 on the loser side, coming all the way from pool number 4. Yeah, the New Jersey crew is going crazy right now. She has a lot of support over here in Michigan from her local scene that she plays with back at home. I believe next up we're going to be looking to do Breeds and Zephyr to conclude the winner's side of Pool 5. Hey James, welcome back. Did you see that match?
I caught the very end. Man, Satemi is really showing up here.
Yeah, going from pool 4 all the way to top 12 loser side, that's such an incredible run to have.
Very impressive.
Yeah, just to recap you, she spent like 80% of the song behind Pat, but just by a small margin. Pat picked up one early, swung it the other direction. He almost had that run back.
Now we're getting into the final
Last one
for Pool 5. Both of these players will advance to the top 12. It is a best of 5. And we've got card draw up on the screen now.
Whoa.
So Breeds with You're on Destiny protected. Zephyr with In the Echo.
And we got some very technical stuff here. We have Knight of Fright as one of the more tricky 22s in the game. A lot of 12th note timings, a lot of foot switches, and tricky mines and hits to dodge. OP13's also got some very tricky rhythms to hit too.
Yep.
Delirium a little more on the stamina side of things. Very speedy chart. Homage to the old chart.
OP13 will be their first song played.
Oh, nice. That's a good way to start the match. And then the rest of the set, we've got, it gets a little bit more difficult in 23 range with Euphoria Rush. I want to say that came out late last year. Very technical. Ritamino, one of the older charts in the game. Very, very technical dubstep chart. And Low Workout, another technical chart. So we got a very tech-heavy set here. And just to answer the question, yes, we are finishing the whole bracket tonight. Top 12. Pretty much all of the tournaments will be done today. That's the intention. As tomorrow, if you ever come to any Michigans, they like to do social activities outside the tournament. So we have Beach Boss coming tomorrow for those who are staying around Sunday. It's been a long-standing tradition for them in Michigan to really emphasize getting quality time with each other outside of the tournament itself. Speaking of APCs, if y'all see what I see on the screen, I'm not going to make any comments about it, but the screen can speak for itself. Reeves and Zephyr are both very, very high-level DDR players. Reeves actually won doubles yesterday, coming out of the tournament with a 17 PFC on B doubles. And then Zephyr's put up a lot of really solid results at other events. I believe they actually made a top 8 at one of the fights in SMX as well. Basically going through the tournament, just having strong DDR fundamentals. Oh no.
Oh, dropped it right at the end. He's laughing about it.
They're both chuckling a bit. But yeah, look at that. Very impressive time from both these players. And they both don't really play SMX that much. Yeah, it's very impressive of them to switch from playing one game to another so seamlessly.
Right.
Zephyr just had a match in DDR before coming here. And I just see from the title card, we just saw Oasis here. If you all weren't aware, there was an update yesterday in the middle of this tournament. 3 new songs, check it out. Song number 1, OP13. As you can see by the signature at the bottom of the screen, this one is by Naoki. Coming from a DDR background, the syncopation is not too bad for the players. Oh no, I think Zephyr just misread some notes. Ooh, missing the bracket there by Breves. Zephyr managed to combo the brackets, but still a little behind Breves. 12th note person, 12th note section coming up here. It's a very tricky rhythm at time. Alright, we just reached the halfway mark. Reeves up by a little around 1,000 points or less.
Both players missed the lift there.
Lifts are not a mechanic that's present here. That's very SMX specific. tech right there. Alongside some of the other Baymoney games have lifts too, like 2DX. Very tricky part to time here. Reeves managed to combo through it. We have 2 5-stars, a 99 and a 98 respectively. Perfect counts aren't too far from each other, just a little more mistakes on Zephyr's side. All right, coming up with song number 2, we have In the Echo. You can see both players jamming out on the pad. This song is so good. I see, you can't see it on the stream cam, but Zephyr's got a huge fan out. I gotta tell Zephyr to show it to the stream camera in a second. Yeah, you still see Reeves head bobbing even while the song's starting.
I've noticed when Reeves plays, sometimes he whips his head on the long runs,
do the
ladder runs.
He just did the crossover on that freeze. I didn't know you could do that, but nice job hitting that drum fill. Zephyr still slightly ahead of that, but not too far ahead. Both players navigating through these mine pits very well. We have a little stop coming up, so let's see if this stop chips up the players. Oh, they're flashing back and forth.
Oh, yeah, we were tied for a second there.
Hit the gallops that's coming out of the stop. Perfectly timed there. A little late on Zephyr's execution on the gallops. Giving the lead. Oh, I think we're even tied. Let's see who can hold out for the ending.
It's flashing.
Ooh, I just saw it early on Reeves' side.
Lifts.
Oh no!
He missed both.
He missed
lifts.
2 lifts on that.
Oh my goodness. 4 to 5.
No.
1 mislift to 2 mislifts. Reeves with a narrow victory there.
Yeah, at this point in the bracket, every little mistake adds up. Yeah. Didn't realize it's 3 out of 5, so Zephyr still has a chance to make the reverse sweep here. Oh man, I am needed for card draw, so J-Ham's gonna hold it down over here for this very intense winner's final match of Pool 5.
Jumping in a low workout. Going to be some fast runs and bursts at the beginning. Got to stay off the center panel here. Zephyr picks up a couple earlies into some crossover with some triple bracket stop. Great showing there by Breeds. Just picking up 2 earlies, 2 misses, and 6 perfects. Closes out 3-0, so he's going into top 12 on the winner's side. Zephyr advancing to top 12 on the loser's side. And now we're going to see our first top 12 match.
Take it to
Swans
the
and
max.
Pilots.
Select player difficulty. Wild.
Warming up with the perks. Twan's coming in as the 3 seed. He was runner-up at Go West back in June. Lost to Blue Buster in the final. Twan's has had a good year. Pilot has shown a lot of improvement lately. APCing some 24s. Overall accuracy continuing to get better and better. So Pilot's 6 seed here, Twan's 3 seed, but with these top players, all these matches could go either way since the level is so high. One misstep could put you down in a match. We look at their card draw here, Speed King, protected by Twans. Ringling Alarm by Pilot. Both players with Hex Stars on that warm-up. 2-2 and an early. on Pilot's side. So, pretty good for the first song of the day. It's impressive how these players can jump straight into what most people would consider difficult charts and can count their number of perfects on one hand. First song of the day. Now, Twan's played DDR earlier. This would be Pilot's first competitive match of the day. And I'm not sure Pilot got any warm-up songs earlier today, so he's jumping in fresh. And it looks like we're starting with Paradise, so a 24. A lot of it is straightforward. There's some bursts in the middle right before the slowdown. That is the true test in this song. It's good to see a hug before we jump in here. Both wearing their Team Red Note Gaming jerseys. Of course, Red Note with a big tournament coming up in September. Both players really clean in the opening. Pilot picked up his first yellow perfect. Looks like Twan still has an ABC going here. Here's the tough part coming up right here. See some misses on Twan's side. Pilot makes it out in better condition.
Well, I just came back to a lead trade on that 24th burst.
Yeah, Twan's got tripped up by that tricky part, and now we're
Pilot just has
seeing
to
him with a deficit here.
close it
And
out
Pilot,
with a
wow.
99.
99.
Yeah,
Great.
Twan's was clean up until that burst. And a little bit behind his personal scores, and something to consider is both Twan's and Pilot have been staffing the event pretty much since the store opened today, along with yesterday. So there's a little bit of some external factors that affect performance as well. But hold on. I think this is actually Twan's first time playing on this SMX machine, period, in the last 2 days. Don't think he got to play at all because he was busy setting DDR. So there's an adjustment period as well, too, when you're on a different setup. But going to song number 2, we have Speed King as Twan's pick. Really strong intro by both players. Twan slightly ahead on that. players very clean coming into this chorus.
We're really close here.
It's going back and forth. Oh no. And Pedro's against Twan, giving Pilot a chance to pull away with this. Still maintaining gold combo going into this outro. Not trying to. Oh, but the lead flips. Tons' timing is insanely good to keep it close.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, despite that
Hold it
miss,
back.
Twan's with that amazing timing to
59
give
points.
himself a chance to come back. Yeah, only 3 perfects. That's incredible.
Can you look at that miss?
Uh,
I'm 100% sure it was a 4 mix here.
what's the fastest way to look at it?
What's that?
What's the fastest way to look at it?
Where was it at?
It was no. What's the fastest way to find that miss?
I can't hear you.
What's the fastest way to look at it? Would you say?
Pull up the VOD.
Alright, we're just checking the miss real quick. I did not have a chance to set the replay feature on this stream.
Pilot has a choice to the tie-breaking song here. He's not going with the song he originally protected, which is Ring the Alarm, but shifting over to Stars.
Which both players have ABC. Alright, going to song number 3. Currently tied 1-1. On Stars, like mentioned, this is a pivot from the original Protect. Opting for something a little more difficult than Ring the Alarm. He doesn't want to take it to a timing battle.
Coming into the foot switch section, Swans with a small lead. Which is 100 points separated. Now into the trickiest part of the chart, bracket foot switches here. Into a long drill, and both players navigating very well. Swans with a very small lead. It's going to come down to the final run here. And
Oh my goodness. 40 points separate both players, and you really can't dismiss how well Pilot played on that. Like, it's a 1 perfect difference on 24 in the first round of the tournament for them. Like, these guys are gaming.
Twans takes a set 2-1. Big comeback for him because you don't want to drop your first game in winner's side.
Yeah.
It's going to put you in a tough position if you want to advance into the top 5.
I spit the arrow.
There's a down arrow, and you hit center. Like,
Okay.
Yep.
reveal the footage.
I was pretty sure it was a 4 issue. I just wanted you to look at it.
Yeah.
Yep. So to get up to speed on the conversations happening off the side, in the second game of that match,
Speed King.
Speed King. Twan's had a miss, and he was pretty sure that it was just form and not the pad. But because we've had a number of issues today with the pad, hopefully all of them resolved. Just wanted to go back and make sure that that was indeed a form miss and not a pad
Yeah,
miss.
and from what I can see here, his foot is on the center completely, and
Right.
then the arrow he missed was a down arrow from what I saw in the replay.
Yep, so
Yeah.
pad seems to be working well, and we're going to be jumping into Poyo versus Snowstorm, our 9 seed versus our 8 seed, respectively.
Yeah. Which is very interesting
do
because
this.
when you would put these two in DDR, Poyo is usually one of the highest seeds in the DDR tournament. He has more limited SMX experience, but he did recently place very, very well at MomoCon recently. I want to say he got second at MomoCon behind Paranoia Boy. Yeah, Poyo coming from the Atlanta, Georgia area. Previously was here last year as well. I can't remember when he won doubles last year, but he did exceptionally well in the doubles tournament. And I think he might have been second in DDR behind Dr. D. I'll have to check the results later, but yeah. If you do not follow DDR, definitely check out Poyo. Like, he's exceptionally good at DDR. And then for the people that do follow SMX closely, Snowstorm probably needs no introduction. Snowstorm attends a lot of these events, one of our beloved commentators and volunteer staff as well. Been putting up a number of really, really good scores. He's a completionist, so he works on the beginner, light, hard, wild APCs. He's really come a long way since he started playing SMX. He bought a monitor at the Red October and just has leveled up like crazy. So right now, players are just warming up. Poyo had to take this time to get used to playing on an SMX pad. Yeah, if you notice the way that Poyo plays, you'll see when he hits a down arrow, he hits like the very, very edge of the sensors. So like just slight overlap with the center sometimes. Really cool warm up here. One of the other namesake events in the Michigan area has been Love Arcade as well, themed after this song. Real fun fact, if y'all missed it last year, Bending Grid actually showed up in the Twitch chat and also provided some albums to give out as prizes to the competitors. Shout out to Bending Grid for that kind of support. That is the warm-up. Both players getting the same perfect count. Poyo just picking up a couple earlies, seemingly from having a very tight form when playing. But let's get into it. Let's see what the first song is going to be.
It's going to be Euphoria Rush.
Ooh, this
One of
is
the
a
newer
very-
songs in the game, came out in the last year or so.
Yeah, I think towards the end of last year, I want to
Yeah.
say.
A lot of foot switches.
Very obscure memory. I remember playing this song a lot around the time the Chicago Bears and the Philadelphia Eagles were playing in the playoffs. Me and one of my local players, we were grinding Euphoria Rush for almost an hour on team mode to hex it while watching a football game. Yeah, this is like a very, very technical chart, so if you are an SMX main, this is like where your big advantage comes up. Someone like Poyo, though, has extremely, extremely strong fundamentals in other games, so he is likely able to perform well in it if he can just recognize the tech in time, in real time. Yeah, you can see Poyo doing a much better job this time around navigating the center panel to, oh, spoke too soon. Very, very tricky sections to read here.
Got some crossover triplets in that section. They're pretty fun.
Snowstorm come out of the yellow combo out of that intro. coming at the stop. Snowstorm leading by about 1,000 points. And now we get into the base rush of the section. Snowstorm is absolutely crushing this part of the song. Got some foot switches coming up. Quickly recognizing the foot switches on both sides.
Very well done.
That's a full combo by Snowstorm, and the timing is not too far off for Pollo. Just had some trouble reading some parts of the song that are more SMX specific. Now Pollo has next choice. He's likely going to be considering his protective arcade run. So Pollo has a decision of any of the songs available in the set.
Yeah, that's the priority there. That'll let us draw.
That'll let us draw Jimbo.
And
And then this will let us draw him. Alright, yeah,
All right, we're gonna get lifted. I'm just kidding. I wish. I know Malkier picked get lifted earlier.
Going to
Oh,
Senorita.
Senorita instead. Another pivot from their original Protect. One way to utilize Protects is to prevent them from being vetoed in the first place and banking on another song you want being picked randomly from the set. This chart is for people that come to a very, very familiar song, especially the old school players. Both players get a Wolf combo coming out of intro. Ooh, you see that Pollo is doing the lateral crossovers in the center. Gets tripped up by the roll into the 16th, unfortunately, giving Snowstorm a lead.
Snowstorm looking really comfortable.
Doesn't get tripped up by the stop. In the DDR cut, that stop does not exist.
Pollo keeping it close. In the final section here.
We'll drop in a couple of notes. Snowstorm still gold coming out of this.
Wow, very,
Whoa,
very
hex
good
star.
score on Senorita. Snowstorm takes it 2-0. And that will give him a matchup with Hints, our #1 seed. Pollo would drop down to
Loser's bracket.
loser's side, but still has a good chance to win a couple matches here.
I know what's going on. I was making sure you're paying attention.
All right,
Let's figure our next matchup.
next matchup, Maestro Guy.
MCAT, yeah, MCAT is playing DDR right now.
2 out of 3. You win.
Oh, that's it. So it looks like Pilot and Pollo X will be the next one to match up with each other.
That is right. We will get a Pilot Pollo matchup.
So as we more matches get done on the winner's side, we'll fill up the loser's bracket slowly. How come you two always play DDR together? We're up whenever you're available, basically. Yep. Looks like MCAT is out of her DDR match, so I'm going to actually be on standby. In the meantime, we have a very exciting matchup with Maestro G and Breeze up to bat here. Maestro G really loves Energizer. This is usually one of his go-to warm-ups. The first tournament I ever TO'd for SMX at a major event, Fight 5, that's the first time I met Maestro G, and the Energizer update dropped that exact week. So we got to play that quite a bit during the downtime of the event. Fun fact, that week was also a double update. Yeah, Maestro G, he knows the song very well. Very old school player. Coming from the New Jersey area. Also one of the TOs of some big events, Bite and Winter Ball. Unfortunately, due to the date change of Bite being in July, he was unable to make it to Bite this year. But fortunately, we get him in Midsummer instead. And then Breeze probably needs no introduction. Breeze, beast of a DDR player. We saw him play with Zephyr earlier. Oh, you see the little head shake and the smile. You always want to flex an APC on warm-up, don't you? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and step off so I can prepare my match with MCAT. Yeah, very impressive warm-up with 99901. Maestro G has also been here since pretty much 10 a.m. in the morning and has been on commentary and doing other volunteer duties and now has to play. I'll be back. See if somebody wants to yap on the mic.
Jumping into Parasymptoms, first song of this match. A Techie 23, not a very high BPM. It's 165, which is right in the middle range. If you are familiar with this chart and you learn all the tech elements, it is a chart that could be APC-able by these top players. A lot of the lower players will just avoid this song entirely. The higher players can see it as something that they can hex pretty consistently. We'll see how comfortable these players are on it. Maestro dropped a roll there on the center panel. He still has a lead. His score is showing white, which means he hasn't missed a yellow perfect, or hasn't gotten a yellow perfect yet. Nope, he's got some. Breeze has built up a little bit of a lead here. Both players in the 98 range. Greaves takes it by about 300 points. 400, 450. Big advantage for Greaves winning that first song there. Sets him up well in this set. He protected Pure Ecstasy. In this top 12, we're getting 125 in each draw of 10 charts. And if you don't protect it, it can easily get vetoed. And Greaves went for it. He wants to play the hardest songs in the game, and he's going to get an opportunity here if he drops this next game. Going into Rainbow Rave Parade next. A very popular 24. Very fun chart with some tricky tech thrown in. Some foot switches that flow very well with the music. Foot switches. Maestro with a small lead. Crossover into the mine section. Both players navigate that well. Maestro with 300-point lead at the stop. More foot switches here. Down to the wire, less than 150 points separating. Maestro with the win, and we will likely see our first 25 of the tournament if Greaves sticks with his protect. He's checking his options, seeing if he has anything else that looks appealing. Now this song was really close. 20 perfects on Maestro's side to 19 and a miss on Greaves' side, and we are going to get our first 25 of the day. Pure Ecstasy, one of the newer 25s in the game. An M Project song. Same artist as Show You, Ring the Alarm, Under the Moonlight, among others. And you definitely want a breather before starting this song because it is a test of endurance. Kind of just unrelenting 25, just barrage of arrows coming at you for 100 seconds. believe this is a sight read for Breves. I'm not seeing a score on his SMX profile. Oh, and we're really close. 50 points at the break. He pulls it out. Wow. 99.6. I believe that was Breves' sight read of the song. And he's going to take this match, which will advance him in the bracket to face Jimbo, our number 2 seed. Maestro drops down to the loser's bracket. We'll face the loser of MCAT and JellySlosh. All right, we're going to jump into our first loser's bracket match here. Pollo versus Pilot. Taking a look at their card draw, Pilot protects Mothership. A 24, he can certainly APC. A lot of center panel runs in there. Oh, sorry, I have that backwards. Pollo protected Mothership. Pilot was Space Boy. 22 with a couple long slowdowns. I think this set is going to be very close. Looking at the charts, Pollo's less familiar with SMX charts than Pilot, but these songs are ones that he can certainly sight read if he has to. Ghost in the Rave is a new 23, just came out about a month ago. And their first song is going to be Revolution. This is going to be a sight read for Poyo. He doesn't have a score on the SMX app for this song. Same with Ghost in the Rave. If Pilot picks that, Poyo also does not have a score on Ghost in the Rave. Unfortunately, Poyo drops a couple misses here. We'll have to see if that's a pad issue or a form issue. We're dropping multiple right arrows.
Someone might need to look at that. Or someone just like watch his feet. That's no show. Jelly.
Pilot with a very good score there, but we're going to take a look at Poyo's right arrow. Dropping a lot of right arrow misses. Pilot with a very, very good performance there, though. It's got to be frustrating to put up such a good score, and it may not count depending on what the ruling on the pad is. So the word on the street is Poyo had his sensitivity up to high. We're going to have him play Need You, which has a lot of drills and opening, and see if there's an issue with the pad sticking or if it was just a sensitivity problem. Yeah, don't see an issue with the right arrow on that one. So Pilot's gonna win song one. And we'll jump into Mothership. both players perfectly clean through this point. We get a little bit of a breather before we jump into more of those runs. Pollo's the first one to blink. Pilot still locked in here with the center panel runs. And here's the trickiest part of the song, in my opinion. That right there, those... Oh, and Pilot knows it, yeah. Those brackets at the very end are the toughest part of this chart. And so you can have an APC going that whole chart, and in the back of your head you're thinking, just don't screw up the end, don't screw up the end. Unfortunately, Pilot caught it early there, and so we're going to game 3. Pilot opts for Space Boy. Chart knowledge comes in very handy here. 2 long slowdowns, which means every step is going to count for a larger percentage of your overall points. And also, this slowdown is synced to vocals. So if you're not super familiar with the song, there's no beat to go off of. And Pilot with a large lead coming out of that first slowdown. Some foot switch tech. Yep. Pilot with a very large lead here. Just needs to bring it home with the outro. Pilot with the Hex Star on Space Boy to close out this match. Pollo is done for the day. Good showing. He's just up against the best of the best. Going up against players with extremely strong chart knowledge. And it looks like we are going to get our first look at Jimbo, our number 2 seed in this tournament. Jimbo and Breves.
Let's step. Make a selection.
Jimbo coming into this tournament already with a top 2 finish this year in an SMX tournament. Finished second at Winter Ball the last weekend of February. If we look at their card draw, once again, Breebs protects the only 25 in the draw, which is Meow. Jimbo with a protect on Ecstasis. And their first song is going to be Sunshine. This is Jimbo's first match of the tournament, so we'll get a full song warm-up here. And it's humorous to note the difference in scroll speeds. Jimbo notoriously scrolls at a very high BPM, often 575. It may vary depending on what cap. Breebs, on the other hand, scrolls very slow. So they're warming up on a high BPM 23. We'll get them ready for songs like Sunshine and Meow and Take Me Away. Sunshine, the only 22 left in this draw after Get Down was vetoed by Breebs. Stamina heavy 22, but I doubt that will be much of a problem for these players. They thrive in the high density charts. Jimbo coming out of the opener with a lead here, but it is very close. I see the score flashing back and forth. It's like Jimbo's. Oh, it flashed again. They're neck and neck. You get a little bit of a breather before we go into the outro. We'll just have a couple final 16th notes, and that's the end of our song. And Jimbo keeps it clean, 99960, only dropping 1 or 2 perfects, I believe. Yeah, 2 to 5 in yellow perfect count. Breeb's very respectable score. To lose with that score, you know you're playing some of the best players in the world.
My first time seeing Jimbo play.
And we're going into our second 25 of the tournament now. Jimbo just walks over to the commentator's desk and says, "It's too early for this." Breeb's response, "I like 25s, what can I say?" The question is whether Breeb's actually knows this chart. There are some stops in this song that are very tricky to time. So Breeb's may not know what he's getting himself into here. I don't think Breeb's has ever played this. He doesn't have a score on it. Jimbo nails that first stop. In my opinion, these opening runs are tougher than the runs at the end, so if Jimbo can hold his lead from here, I think he's in great shape. Breeb's about 1,100 points behind in that last stop. And now we're up to about 1,300 points. Jimbo, very good, 98.3 on Meow. The chart knowledge definitely helps. He nailed the stops. Breeb's picking up 4 misses in a late, but still very respectable score, 97.3. Very fast 25.
Take me away. Take me away. Take me away, though.
Our next match will be our first look at Hints, our #1 seed for the day.
I did. Got it?
Let's play StepManiaX. Select your difficulty.
Oh, okay.
So we see our card draw here. Snowstorm protecting Speed King. Hints protecting the Hardfast Disco. One of the harder 24s in the game. Their first song will be Temple of Boom. And again, those first songs are randomly selected out of the non-protected songs.
Okay? Hey, after this card draw, we'll do you and Twan.
Every time I
Have you seen Zephyr?
take a quick look at our bracket here. Hello, Twitch chat. I'm J-Ham. And here's our bracket. So this will be the second to last of our quarterfinal matches. Jimbo and Twan's going to meet in the semis. And the winner of Hint Snowstorm versus winner of MCAT JellySlosh, the other semis. Hints and Snowstorm opting for a everybody dance warm-up. Great way to check your form. Make sure you're not hitting that center panel by accident when doing center panel runs, and making sure you're not catching earlies. Hints is sporting some MSM merch. The pirate merch. Looks like he's got a cutlass in his belt. Snowstorm had a great showing in his first match against Poyo. We'll see if he can keep that going against Hints. Hints, obviously our top player here. But with these top players, it's still anyone's game. Hints getting a feel for the pad. Picked up a miss in that warm-up song. He doesn't seem too concerned about it. Temple of Boom, infamous for a extremely long run. One of those runs where you just need to turn off your brain and just let your feet do the work. You're getting a look at that run on the scroll settings there. So these players will not only be focusing on hitting all of those notes, but doing them accurately. We're gonna have razor thin margins in this pool, so let's see how these players handle this song. Hints worked himself a lead going into this long run. He did drop a note. I saw a scorer flash back, but Hints coming out of the big run with the lead. Handles the burst very well. Hints dropped something on the last foot switch of the song, but still comes out 600 points ahead. see where Snowstorm takes this set next. He's sticking with his protect, Speed King. Speed King has stamina heavy 24. I think this is very much anyone's game. Snowstorm has kept things pretty clean.
Yeah, we've got the timer.
And Hintz is perfect through the first run. And he's still very locked in. Oh man, I think that is a flag. Just one yellow perfect. Wow, what a great showing from Hintz. Snowstorm with a very respectable 99.5. But Hintz looks to be in excellent form today and will advance to winner's semis. And now we will get our last winners quarterfinal. JellySlosh and MCAT.
StepManiaX. Come on, press the play button to start.
Oh.
Are you ready to become a StepManiac? Select your difficulty.
MCAT and JellySlosh both representing Red Note Gaming today. One of our sponsors. Red Note Gaming will be hosting Redshift Encore the last weekend of September 2026 in Las Vegas, Nevada. It'll be a 3-day tournament, Friday through Sunday, September 26th through 28th. Will feature StepManiaX Pump It Up, StepManiaX Team Mode, StepManiaX Duel, StepManiaX Full. Organized by JellySlosh and others. MCAT, the organizer of this tournament. And it looks like we're going to warm up on one of the new songs that just dropped yesterday, The Feeling. These are our 4 and 5 seeds in this tournament. Very evenly matched. It's really a coin flip between them and can come down to just chart selection, which we can look at here. JellySlosh protected Rock Slaves. A low density timing 23. MCAT with the Call of Wilderness. Their first song will be Rad once we wrap up their warm-up. I'll let you enjoy this new song drop. Fun thing that happened last night when this new song drop happened is, of course, all the players trying to get in their first play on these new songs. And Maestro Guy and Pilot both APC'd this on their first attempt, playing together. So you'll see Maestro Guy as his high score on this machine from last night. We get a tie for our warm-up song. What did I just say earlier about these players being evenly matched? I think they may need to take another selfie. Our top seed's putting on a show for us tonight. I think it's safe to say the consensus is the players like the new song drop. We will be jumping into Rad. This song's a few years old now. I believe it came out in early 2023. The low BPM 24, there's a lot of brackets. There's some corner brackets, so you have to hit the up arrow and the right arrow with 1 foot. You could play it as a jump, but definitely a corner bracket. MCAT takes an early lead here. Jelly dropped a miss there, I think on the down arrow. About a 500-point lead for MCAT. Jelly's picked up a couple off judgments. MCAT just picked up a miss, but still has a lead. MCAT will close it out with a 99-1. Jelly 500 points behind. From what I've seen in other tournaments, MCAT is pretty comfortable on that song. Has opted into it. in other card draws. Here she got it randomly as the first song, so that sets her up well for this best of 3. JellySlosh has 5 songs to choose from here, including his own Protect and MCAT's Protect. And it looks like we're gonna get Rock Slaves. Love to see Rock Slaves in tournament. We'll see how Jelly's timing is on this song. So we have a holds where you have to step on a 3rd note. We'll see this several times in the song. The 24th verse, we will also see several times. MCAT with the lead going into the long hold. One of the longest holds in the game. First note out of the hold will be a center up bracket. Both players nail it. Gonna come into some 30-second notes here. Into a gallop. Another 30-second note. Jelly nails that 24th verse. Both players in the 98 range. 398 points separating the two. I thought I did my math right and I was wrong. 400. Oh, I did. I did do my math right the first time. 398. They say don't do math on air.
Card draw whenever you're ready.
We're going to be getting into a losers bracket match here. Sitemi and Breebs both advance from Pool 5. Now Sitemi advanced all the way from Pool 4. Wins Pool 4, makes it through the loser side of Pool 5. Just on an incredible run today. She came in as the 15 seed and will finish tied for 9th. Very impressive showing from Sitemi today. Interestingly, in the Sitemi Breebs draw, Breebs protects Rad, and Sitemi has already won games on Rad today. She beat Pat twice on Rad, and here she'll see it again. So, I mean, again, it's anyone's match here. Looks like their first song is going to be Old School. And Temi has played a lot today, so she's perfectly happy with a quarter song warm-up. Just want to make sure your timing is dialed in and then just get into it. And it's funny now, Breeps did not protect the only 25 in the draw, which I'm sure Temi was thrilled with. It might have been to Breeps' advantage to protect Meow, because he just played it. But I guess he got enough on his first attempt. He doesn't want to see it again. So we're getting into the old school. New Ramsey B song. Ramsey B also known for Have Fun, Dreaming, Space Boy. Has brought some fun songs to SMX. He's got some center panel in here that can definitely trick up some players. Temi navigating the center panel well, but Breeps with the lead so far. Breeps with about a 2K lead before Temi drops off. Temi has other songs in this set she can play, so saving some strength for the rest of the set. So Breeps takes game one. Earlier today, I asked Temi if she was excited to play 24s, and she gave me an emphatic no, but Mothership might be an exception to that. It's widely regarded as the easiest 24 in the game. And I love how Breeps moves his entire body with the music. Sometimes you just gotta get your whole body in sync. Bro, Breeps picks up an early and Temi is holding the lead now. This last section will be the final test. Temi cleared it. Oh my goodness. Temi's on a heater today. 99.6. Something tells me she'll be very happy with her performance today. Whatever happens in this third song, I think today has been a smashing success. And we're going into Rad, which Temi has already played twice today. So, anyone's game. Could Temi land herself in the top 8? So Breeps with the lead halfway through. Temi keeping it close. Anything can happen here. About 1,100 points. Breeps will take it 98.8. But again, fantastic showing for Temi. She will finish tied for 9th place after being seeded 15th and advancing from 2 pools. And hats off to Breeps for closing that out. He's guaranteed himself a top 8 finish, which is an improvement from his standing at Love Arcade. He finished in 10th at Love Arcade. And the field is even more packed this time. And it looks like we're getting our first winners semifinal. Swans and Jimbo are 3 seed and our 2 seed respectively. And let's look at this card draw. So again, out of these 10 songs, one of them is a 25 and Jimbo protects it. Swans protects Busted Out. And then they vetoed the 2 22s. Or actually, sorry, there's at this stage in the top 12, there's 3 22s, 3 23s, 3 24s, and a 25. They got rid of 2 of the 22s, 2 of the 23s. And their first song is going to be Hero of the Night once we get through a warm-up song. Jimbo had an APC about 48% of the way through that. So we're gonna step off, and we will get into our first song, Hero of the Night. Hero of the Night, the day it was released as a 24 and then very promptly downgraded to a 23, which is a fair rating. Only 156 BPM, so not in the upper echelon of speed charts. The patterns are fairly straightforward, so some of these top players just view this as a APC battle, which both of these players are very capable of APCing, so this specific game could come down to just a couple perfects, and we'll get a preemptive hug before we jump into this game. Both players locked in 25% of the way through. Oh, Twans picks up a miss. Jim picks up a flag, I believe. Twans gets a hex star even with the miss. Very unfortunate. It's the same down arrow that he dropped a miss on in his first match against Pilot. Sometimes it's very easy to step too far forward and not hit the center panel at all. Or sorry, not hit the down arrow at all. And for this next song, going into Busted Out, Twan's gonna need to be very particular about where he places his foot. If he does the same thing in this song, he'll be dropping a bracket. And going into game two. Twans is protect. You can see him putting his foot where it needs to be for those brackets. Both players looking very good. Jimbo with a small lead. Twan's picked up another miss, and Jimbo with the APC. Yeah, the miss is unfortunate, but Jimbo had it either way. What a set from Jimbo. Got a flag on Hero of the Night. APC busted out. He seems pleased with that, and now we'll put him in winners finals. Twans will drop down to losers bracket. Now we'll get Jelly and Maestro up next in the losers round.
StepManiaX by Step Revolution. Make a selection.
Oh, and what do you know? We have double pocket picks. JellySlosh pulling out Pink Fuzzy Bunnies to add a second 25 to this draw. Maestro pulling out Samurai. So both players putting their cards on the table for this match. And July Redux will be our first song. We've seen July Redux a few times today. Saw it a couple times in Pool 5. Stamina heavy, also very tricky 23. So the winner of this will have the advantage going into games 2 and 3. So this song could very much decide the match, assuming they can each win their pocket picks. Maestro with the lead into the first hole. Jelly's worked himself into a lead here going into these triplets. Probably the hardest part of the song is coming up right about here. Jelly looking very good coming in the outro, but it is close. Oh, and the 21st burst. Looks good on Jelly's side, and it's a 300-point margin of victory for Jelly. 12 yellow perfects to 20. Good showing for Maestro. That was a tough 23. And we'll get a couple pocket picks here. We saw Samurai recently. See, Temi played it about an hour and a half ago, got 4 yellow perfects and a miss, I believe. Again, this song has 2 long slowdowns. Every note counts for a lot of points. So Maestro feels very comfortable on it. Maestro with a 100-point lead out of the first slowdown. Second half of the slowdown could decide the song. $200-point lead for Maestro. Oh, very close. 219 points. Effective pocket pick for Maestro, gets the win. And we will get a look at Pink Fuzzy Bunnies. The other song that starts with pink. This song is notorious for its opening run, which at a blistering 211 BPM, playing 16th runs at that speed, it just takes incredible foot speed. JellySlosh is confident in it. Maestro taking his time to rest up before playing this, which is a smart move. This song could very much be decided in the first 20% of the song. You get a tiny little warm up and then it's into the big run. Maestro's trying to stay alive here. Oh, and he dropped it. I don't know if Jelly knows that though. Jelly is still playing. He could save himself a lot of energy if he looks over, but maybe he's planning on playing this out regardless. Jelly doing the claps. And a spin for style. And at this point, Jelly's had enough.
Here we go. Select the difficulty mode.
Now we'll be getting into our last of the
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
last of the losers first round. So there's one more spot open in top 8, and it will be either Snowstorm or Zephyr. So let's take a look at this card draw here. It looks like Zephyr used a pocket pick to replace the only 25 in this set, which we can't tell what it was. And then 2 of the 24s were vetoed. Snowstorm protected Paranoid, which was used against him at Love Arcade by Pilot as a pocket pick. And our first song will be Speed Over Beethoven. Which is going to be anyone's game here. Snowstorm very familiar with SMX charts. Zephyr not as much, but he can certainly pick this up and put a very strong score, even if he hasn't seen the chart before. We were neck and neck here. Zephyr with a very small lead about halfway through. But the lead is flickering. Oh, and this is so close. 150 points in Zephyr's favor. So Zephyr's in great shape here, winning that first match. He still has his pocket pick, so he could punt on Paranoid if he isn't keeping up with it. You could just see the look on his face, and he's going to do a little meditation before playing this song. I think he's just going to give Snowstorm the win here, or he's just being a good sport. He'll make Snowstorm play it out. Zephyr just said, "I just want to go home." Zephyr has not put the time into this chart that Snowstorm has. So winning game one was very clutch for Zephyr. If he's really confident on Shiawase, then he can pass on this. Zephyr keeping up fairly well with the speed changes. Got a couple of earlies, but otherwise keeping up, and actually has a lead 20% of the way through. Picked up another early and still has the lead. Lead shifts over to Snowstorm as speed continues to ramp up. And Zephyr's like, I'm good. He was doing it. He was making Snowstorm play it out. And Snowstorm's going to play it out for fun, just for the love of the game. So Snowstorm takes game 2. All right, Shiawase, or at least that's how everyone tells me to pronounce it. Maybe Twitch chat can educate me on why it's pronounced Shiawase. If you listen closely to the song, it sounds like the lyrics say Shiaways. So I personally say Shiaways, but everyone else says Shiawase, so I'm gonna go with that. But I would love to know why. So Shiawase, known probably for its slowdown about halfway through the song. Can certainly be a tricky slowdown if you've never seen it before. Snowstorm certainly has. So we'll see who comes out on top in game 3. Neck and neck going into this slowdown here in a second. Snowstorm comes out of the slowdown with the lead of a few hundred points. Closes it out with a Hex. Hex star for Snowstorm on Shiawase. Zephyr, great showing today. Advanced from Pool 5. And gave some top players a run for their money. So circling back to that question that I had for Twitch chat about Shiawase, thank you for contributing, everyone. Lemon on the Run says Shiawase is a real word in Japanese, so probably that. BG Yoshi, Shiawase means happiness in Japanese, according to the internet. Thank you for your participation. We're going to get into our second winners semifinals.
Let's do it. Make a selection.
MCAT versus Hints, which is a rematch of a winners semifinal match from Love Arcade 5 months ago, in which MCAT defeated Hints 2-1 and sent him down into the losers bracket. in which he subsequently went on a tear, made it all the way to grand finals, defeating MCAT in losers finals and then defeating Pac-Rob in the grand finals. So clearly a lot of history here, and we'll have a good match either way. And MCAT is going to pull out the pocket pick, which she played at Love Arcade against Hints, I believe. And so going back to her roots there. And it looks like she used that pocket pick to replace whatever 25 was in the card draw, because there's no 25 that's left. So strategic use of the pocket pick to eliminate 25s that you don't want to play. William Tell still made it through the draw, which is a stamina heavy 24 that Hints would like his chances on. Looks like we'll get a We Do This Dance warm-up, which, also talking about what happened at Love Arcade, Hints APC'd We Do This Dance during his run to the championship at Love Arcade. Hints and MCAT, organizers of this event, Midsummer Melody, and the other Michigan tournaments. Extremely good organizers. They take so much into consideration. They really run a very well-produced show here. We can't thank them enough for their contribution to the Michigan dance scene as well as the entire SMX community. Our first song is going to be Good Feeling. A lower BPM 23, a tech-heavy 23, some notes that you can double step or foot switch, crossover. There's really a lot of different ways to navigate that chart. Got some 24th bursts. Got a hug to start the match. These two players know their strengths and weaknesses, know each other's strengths and weaknesses very well. Hint's super clean on the first 24th verse. MCAT not too far behind. Hint's very strong score, 999.55. 2 yellow perfects. MCAT was picking up some off judgments there and I think was saving some strength at the end. Moving on to her pocket pick. So it's another song that was released as a 23 and then quickly downgraded to a 22, which is a fair rating. Only 107 BPM. Has a couple tricky parts to it, but overall, pretty straightforward 22. MCAT has really nailed this song down to a small margin of error. She feels very comfortable on it. Emily up by 150 points at the stop. Picks up her first yellow perfect. Still has a lead. And now into the outro. And she got it. 99.8. Four yellow perfects to 6. Just less than 100 points. 94 points, just razor thin margins. Ties up the set 1-1. So Hints can take this set any of 4 ways. I would be surprised if he opts for anything other than William Tell. But always worth taking a look at your options here. This song, of course, named for the William Tell Overture, also known as the Lone Ranger theme song. If you want a very obscure fun fact, if you travel to the remote town of Lancaster, California, there is a musical road in Lancaster, California, and you drive over it, it will play the William Tell Overture for you. The asphalt has certain grooves built into it, and you can drive the road and hear the William Tell Overture. You can do it at different speeds, and it will go faster as well. Picked up a miss, but this song is not over till it's over. Here's the first of the extended runs. Hints maintaining his combo. Emily picking up some off judgments and some misses. But there's going to be one big run at the end, and it's anyone's game. Hints. Hex. Hints with an animated reaction to that score. One miss, 2 yellow perfects. So Hints will move on to winners finals. right, we're gonna get another losers bracket match here. Breeds and Pilot, both locked into the top 8. Pilot coming in as the 6th seed in this tournament, Breeds as the 10th seed. Starting off with a Style Wave warm-up. So Breeds protecting the only 25 in the draw, which is critical hit. Pilot protecting Death by Glamour, which is a great protect if you learn that chart. There are a lot of stops and some quirks that Pilot will definitely have the advantage on when it comes to chart knowledge. And 224 survived the veto process with Samurai Heart and Hard Fast Disco. Hard Fast Disco is the first song of this set. Oh boy. This is one of the toughest 24s in the game. It's stamina heavy, also with an extended slowdown. This is anyone's game. Reeps picked up a miss or two in there. Pilot's up going into the slowdown. Both players picking up that lift correctly. Pilot missed the second lift, but still looking strong with a 1,400 point lead going into the back half of this chart. This is where the stamina really kicks in. Reeps with a win there, 96-3 over Pilot's 94-5. Extremely tough chart. We're looking at some of the best SMX players in the world, and they're struggling with that 24. Very tough song that Reeps comes out on top of. But this set is far from over. Pilot has 5 options here of where to go next. into some pad tech here. Let's take a look at our bracket. So we have Hintz and Jimbo advancing to winners final on the winner's side. And so JellySlosh and Snowstorm will be up next. Winner faces Twans. And our current match, Pilot versus Braves, winner will face MCAT. Pilot is moving forward with Death by Glamour. The first knowledge check will come up here after this run. And Braves got it. And this is a sight read for Braves. He doesn't have a score on the SMX app for this song. So very impressive to get through that stop section, not having seen it before. The harder of the two stops there. And we see Pilots protect, paying off. He's worked himself a decent lead here. Very good showing from Pilot, 99.8. Breeb's noting some issues with the pad, but also admitting some of those misses were his fault. Just very impressive that players can put up such high scores on machines that they're not used to. It's another aspect of tournament play that determines matches, is how quickly can you adjust to a new setup. We're playing this tournament on a deluxe cab. There are lots of flashing lights. The screen is massive.
Settings.
right, we are back and we're getting into our deciding game for Pilot versus Breeds. Critical hit. Pilot with a lead, 20% of the win. Unlike the other 25s that Breebs played today, this one he has seen before. Pilot unfortunately picking up a number of misses here. Breebs nailing that burst. Trickiest part of this chart is these foot switches, and both players navigating them decently well. And now into the slow outro. Breebs with a large lead. And Breebs is gonna get his personal best on this song in tournament. 97.4. Pilot with a 95. Unfortunately, that will be the last that we see of Pilot today, at least on the stage. He will likely be joining the commentary booth soon. Great showing from Breebs. Breebs moving into the top 6. Advancing from the previous pool and continuing to win matches in top 12. Very impressive.
Okay, here we go. Select player difficulty. Easy. Wild mode. Wild mode selected. Hard mode selected. Please make a selection. Wait a second. Are you sure? Player 2 removed.
I think we may be getting our winner's final here, which of course is not the final match of the tournament, but the winner will advance to grand finals.
Hello, JellySlosh is back for a little bit. It sounds like, oh, I'm so sorry for kicking the table like 5 feet. There's not a lot of space over, it's very crowded in here. It sounds like we're gonna try to prioritize Hintz's match because he's needed a DDR, but I think he wants to play SMX first since he's most recently played. He doesn't want to like context switch back and forth. So we're trying to see if we can put Hintz up and then we'll have a lot of losers matches to run through.
Another challenge of playing in tournaments is sometimes you have to play multiple games at the same time.
Yeah.
So switching from DDR and SMX.
Well, it looks like he's on DDR. Oh, I guess I'm back up.
Sorry, we couldn't find Jimbo.
All right, we couldn't find Jimbo, so stay tuned for Snowstorm versus JellySlosh.
such. I don't know what to help you out.
Select your difficulty. Easy mode. Wild.
Taking a look at this card draw for JellySlosh versus Snowstorm. Snowstorm pulling out his longtime pocket pick, Take Me Away, by practicing Darwin. JellySlosh already used his pocket pick in the last round, Pink Fuzzy Bunnies, but was able to protect Go 60 Go. And again, it looks like Snowstorm used a pocket pick to replace the only 25 in this draw because there are no 25s left. So with this format where there's only 125 in a set of 10, we've seen multiple players use their pocket pick to eliminate a 25. Effective strategy. Half song warm up will take us into Confusion, our random first song. And actually, looking at this draw, all three 22s were left untouched. Typically in this top pool, we've been seeing a lot of the 22s getting vetoed, but neither player opted to veto the 22s. Anyone's game here. Aside from the mislift, Jelly looks perfect 25% of the way through. JellySlosh still holding a lead, but Snowstorm is right on his heels. Very, very clean. 99949. Only a couple. I think, yeah, one yellow perfect and a missed lift gets you the machine high score. Snowstorm 99.5, still great showing. Will likely fall back to his pocket pick here to even the set. Take Me Away, the highest BPM song left in this set. Granted, it's more straightforward than Go 60 Go, but is a burner. Snowstorm with a lead here. Snowstorm navigating those foot switches very well. JellySlosh dropping some misses here, maybe just playing for the next song. We see an effective pocket pick from Snowstorm. 99.6, very good score. Just 11 yellow perfects. Very good showing. JellySlosh now can take this set any of 4 ways. I believe this is going to be the first time we've seen Go 60 Go actually played today. It has shown up in card draws earlier today, but wasn't actually played as far as I know. Very tricky 24. After the opening swing note pattern, Snowstorm has a lead. And now we are neck and neck. Some very fast foot switches and into more swing notes. Halfway through, Jelly has a small lead. Some slower foot switches before we get into more runs in the back half of this chart. Jelly holding on to a lead here as we go into the final notes. And Jelly doing the turns. Oh, very nice, 97. 9 to a 97.8. Oh my goodness. That was tight. 51 points. Man. Round of applause for these players. Even if it's only me, you deserve it. My goodness. Putting on a show for our Twitch chat. JellySlosh advances to play Twans, which JellySlosh has reminded me multiple times that he's never lost to Twans in tournament. We'll see if he can keep that streak up.
Give me like 2 minutes and I'll have the headset on.
Hence is up on DDR. So we can't do him and Jimbo. We're going to do a live, either Breeds MCAT or Twan's Jelly. And we got to do card draws for both.
We'll do this. We'll do a live card draw. So just a handful of matches left in this tournament. Hintz is over on DDR, and he will be needed for the grand final. MCAT and Breebs are doing their draw right now, so we can throw that up on the stream and watch this card draw unfold live. Looks like Personal Reality is the 125 that was randomly drawn.
All right.
And I am joined by the one and only Pilot.
Appreciate you, Mr. J Ham.
Oh, I appreciate you. Is there anything you want to share from your time on the stage tonight?
I like to think, in the grand scheme of things, I got a lot better. I definitely think being able to show up relatively cold in like 99 Paradise out of the gate and then like start hexing 24s immediately in tournament feels good.
Very impressive. Yeah.
I definitely think, I don't think I played at my absolute best. I think at my peak I'm like really freakishly good, but I think I'd be pretty happy about how I played here. And ultimately I was 6th seed and I tied for 7th if I'm reading Start GG correctly, which 6th and 7th place, that's like the same, you know, that's a tie and a double in brackets. So
yeah.
I really can't complain too much about basically performing at my expected baseline. And there's no shame in losing the Breeze because he's really, really good. And I think I got like, if the last time I played him at a Michigan event was me getting the card draw extremely in my favor, this time he got the card draw extremely in his favor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good showing. When you were up 1-0 on Twans, I was a believer. And Twans really had to dig deep to pull that out. And
yeah, I needed
impressive
to just
match.
Be, you know, that Speed King score was like only less than 200 short of my personal best on it. So it's just like a little bit cleaner, and I could have had him because he did get that miss. But, you know, and then Stars is like, you messed up the left at the beginning. It's just like, all right, I'm done for. But
yeah, it's fascinating how close margins in these tournament settings. You win that match, you're in winner's semis and locked in.
And also, this is like the hardest dance game I feel like there is to be consistent at. Just like you could see like all the center panel patterns, all the variations in the charts and like the tech and charting rhetoric and everything. I really feel like this is an extremely hard game to be consistent at. So the fact that we get people like consistently gold comboing things and getting like within really tight margins in the top level, and even like not even just this pool, but like the pool below it, we already had like some real nail biter matches. So yeah, no, this game's crazy, but. The one thing I do have over a lot of folks is I got a second health bar, and that as soon as you knock me out of top 8, you stick me back on the microphone. So I'm really in like the grand finals of every event I show up in.
Yeah.
So, and that's why they gave me the cool T-shirt that says my name on it.
Yeah, sponsored by Red No Gaming.
Shout out to Red No Gaming.
Yeah. So
My crew, the best.
All right, so Breach continues his trend of protecting the only 25 in the draw. The only time he didn't do that was against Ctemi, and Ctemi was probably the one who did not want to play 25s the most, or she wanted to play 25s the least.
No, and Ctemi has had, like, just talking about in general, people who made it into this top 12. I believe Ctemi advanced twice.
Two pools, went from seed number 15 to tied for 9th.
Like, went that far and then took a game off the guy that waxed me. So, like, once again, you know, shout out Ctemi. She's gotten so much better so quickly, and I'm really excited to see her continue to develop as a player. Just, you know, not only am I just impressed on paper looking at what she's capable of in tournaments now, but, you know, she is local to my region. You know, you befriend and you know the players locally, and so it's like, yeah, that's one of the homies, you know, like you can root for Team Jersey up there. So
very supportive community all around. Anytime someone makes their SMX debut or has a standout performance, you get so much support from all the other players, and even on bad days, players are very good about you know, congratulating players and supporting those who may not have had a good day, but still show up, travel out for these events, and make this event what it is.
No, it's good to have friends. I certainly get nothing out of antagonizing folks at the top. So anyway, it looks like we probably have a hot minute here for the matches if we're waiting on players. I noticed we got a little bit of an empty cab at the moment.
Yeah, and I think we might get another live card draw here.
Okay.
All right, we're going to get another live card draw here. So this is going to be JellySlosh and Twans.
Man, ever since Snowstorm pulled out of the pocket pick Paranoid, the blue man has been manifesting in like every set. I also saw it in one of our other upcoming sets. So let's see if it makes it there. Twans goes for Zenith. I can respect that. I can also respect JellySlosh going for the other side. I also know Jelly's like another one of those pick the hard thing and force the issue kind of a player.
Yeah.
And something like other side is very much up his alley.
Yeah, so the 125 gets protected in the other side.
Yeah, JellySlosh taking Goat out. That's like the easiest thing in the draw by a large margin. I'm not surprised to see Twan snipe Paranoid. He is pretty adverse to playing that. In a prior Michigan event, we had played a set, and I left Paranoid open in the draw for him to potentially veto it. So he had to choose between Paranoid or, like, it was Boomerang. It was, like, a really, like, simplistic 21. It's like, do you want to go against me on Paranoid, which I'm not adverse to picking and, like, forcing the matter myself, or do you want to go for, like an accuracy check on the guy who's known for APCing like all the lowers and whose floor continues to rise. So
and now that we're in the top 4, at least this match is top 4, and I do need to update the names of this top, but we do have 2 25s in the draw, and they both survived the veto process. So Jimbo versus Hints, winner's final, seats 2 and 1 respectively.
I'm not surprised Hints would pick Pig Pussy Bundies here. He is shockingly consistent at the opening on it, which is a massive advantage to have in a tournament setting.
The only low-hanging fruit here is Polarize. Everything else, pretty difficult from either a stamina or a tech perspective.
Yeah, this is uniformly a really, really hard draw. And frankly, I'm kind of surprised neither of them sniped Polarized out, because Silence and Rock Slave is also really hard. So it's like if they wanted to go for like a uniformly difficult draw, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't snipe Polarized out. But
and Destiny is going to be their first song.
Okay.
Tough 23, stamina heavy, some quick runs right off the bat. So they're going to warm up on Contrast. Since neither of them have played in a while.
Yeah, well, Hints has been busy fixing up the pads for us when need be. Appreciate what he does as a tech and
playing DDR.
yeah. Now, you know, Hintz is, he's really good at DDR. He's picked up a couple of tournament wins and really been gaming, you know. And I also know that he really wants to continue to push his tournament performance in this game, and I know he works on specifically getting consistent and really good at the upper end stuff, so you just roll over his opponents on the oldest things possible. It's almost like Hintz's weak spot, if you can even say it's that, just because he is really good, is the lower level stuff. You know, I would expect something like Polarized to be more in Jimbo's favor, because Jimbo has a really consistent baseline no matter what he does. I feel like Hintz's peaks, if you will, are like probably the highest of any of the regular SMX competitors. So it's going to be interesting to see. And to the question in chat, no, I think this is still going to be loser picks next song after the initial random draw. The initial random draw is basically there to force a neutral song to start and not starting on someone's protect. Which I personally really like this approach to the format a lot, so it's made for some really, really good matches today, and I'm excited to see things continue to unfold now that we're in our top 4 territory. All right, Jimbo's getting ready, daps him up.
Sit back and grab your popcorn.
It's Destiny time. Game 1, Jimbo Hintz.
Big run right from the start.
I think both players went a little early on that, but that's not surprising given that you're kind of going cold into that. It's difficult to immediately hit the gas on something like that, but players are basically tied. Hintz would be like minuscule lead coming into this section. Yeah, the mine placement really wants you to like move your foot and not just kind of sit on the bracket, smashing it through. But not a particularly difficult pattern. Jimbo picking up a miss, giving Hintz just a little bit of breathing room here. All right, Hintz, I think, misses the up arrow. Probably just didn't move forward enough during the stream. Getting into this section. After this next set of bursts, the next set of like intermixed ape twists and bursts is going to have him doing like crossovers and cross-unders to hit that. There are mine placements there that do punish you if you do not commit to the turn. So both players commit to the turn. So looking really good. Going to be one more run to close it out. And Hintz takes game 1.
Wow, 99-6. Very good showing from Hintz. 7 perfects and a miss.
Yeah, no, he had it really, really locked in there. Just, I think, probably kept his form just a little too minimized to conserve energy on that run. That's typically the biggest culprit for missing up or down in a really extended stream.
Yeah, maybe a little advantage for Hintz coming just out of a DDR match. He's warm. Jimbo is only competing in SMX at this event. So is having to stay warm just by walking around the venue.
Yeah, just to finish the question before regarding format, it's the loser of whichever song picks next. So whoever loses then follows, picks the next song. So A and B get a pick, and then if another player loses, even if they had picked before, they just pick again, as I understand it.
So Jimbo going for stars. His protect.
Yeah, not a bad choice either.
Got to make sure you got those brackets dialed in. Hints making sure sensitivity is set properly to hit those brackets.
Yeah, a really important thing specifically about this chart, SMX during gameplay, in order to kind of ease the potential of hitting a misinput when you're doing like an up-center pattern, center panel's upmost sensor is actually never read during gameplay. It doesn't count. And so Stars has a lot of up-down, or is it up-center and down-center brackets. And so it's actually extremely important when you are playing this not to center your foot too much, doing those bracket foot switches when it's up and center. Because if you plant dead in the middle, it'll either be like force applied evenly to the side sensors and you'll register late, or if you just hit a dead zone, like you only do it with your toe, it's just gonna like completely whiff. So it's really important to kind of have the right balance and positioning. So I think what Hints is doing there with a little sensitivity menu is just making sure he's got like the right, you know, muscle memory in place for that. Getting a clean opening so far.
Very close, 25% of the way in.
You can also hear like the footsteps echoing in the venue, hitting it harder when it comes to the up center just to make sure the force is applied correctly. Man, Hint's got one late perfect and his score started flickering with Jimbo. That's frightening. That's like a single Windows like sub-window difference for score. Coming into the section now, the bracket foot switch.
Jimbo missed something. Oh, Hints dropped one too.
So it makes it a very even game now.
They both know they've dropped something. Oh, I think we're within 50 points.
Yeah, just one more other thing here. There's like a kind of unintuitive jump pattern at the end. It's like a callback to Paranoia Hades or such. You need to make sure you're not twisted in the wrong way for that. But Hints is going to get the hex.
Hints with a hex star on Stars. One perfect and a miss. Jimbo didn't see his fist bump. Now he finally does.
Come on, Jimbo. Don't leave my man hanging.
99-3, still a good score, but winner's finals, not much room for error. So Jimbo has his pick here of 6 different charts. He could take it as many directions. If he wants a APC battle, he could go to polarized.
Yeah, I'm just feeling like nothing here is in Jimbo's favor. I think losing his protect here has put him in a really bad position because now that it's a 2-0 lead for Hints, right? Jimbo's going to pick whatever he does. If he wins that game, it now goes back to Hints to make the next pick. Hints has pink fuzzy bunnies to fall back on. And additionally, even accepting that, Hints is not adverse to playing like Winter as well in tournament. So Jimbo's going to go for Rainbow Rave Parade. Just going to run back that sort of, you know, low-mid BPM streamy foot switch style chart. You know, the foot switch stuff in Rainbow Rave Parade is much less pronounced than Stars, a little more evenly spread out, and exchanges that complexity for a little more speed. It runs at 150.
Yeah. Sometimes you just need a fun song to get you back into the rhythm, you know, a song you enjoy playing, and maybe Jimbo's thinking about that.
I love a fun song like Paranoid. And I'm mostly looking at this from Jimbo's perspective, which is like, what does he has the leg up on over Hints? And I'm starting to think it's really just polarized here. So
I can see the argument for Ritamino. Very technical, 23.
There's another 6-7 shout somewhere else in the venue. I guess I can't complain when I just did it myself, hopping on comms. So, all right, Rainbow Rave Parade, game 3.
Game 3.
Hints goes, I think, a little early there.
Yeah, Jimbo was small lead. Oh yeah, less than 50 points separated.
Yeah, it must have been a relatively rough perfect then for Hintz because I think a single perfect on this is like 19 or so points, so he's probably a little further out in the sub window. So Jimbo probably has a little bit of breathing room, even if he drops a yellow this late into the chart. All right, Jimbo finally drops his perfect score with a single early perfect, still holding on to the lead. Hintz is not going to be happy about that down center, giving him a miss on down.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, Jimbo can be very happy about a one perfect.
Both players with hex stars. Hintz picking up a miss and 3 yellow perfects. But now that puts the ball in Hintz's court. He picks the next song as the loser of the last song.
He's pulling up the card draw and giving it a little bit of thought.
Yeah, so
he might not want to go straight to PFB. He might want to save that for a Game 5 situation
That's
if he
true.
feels like that's his nuclear weapon, if you will.
He has 2 lives to work with here.
I don't see him ever picking polarized in this scenario.
No.
I think it'd be really funny if we got the Noid. It'd be cool, too.
Can we get a quick poll in Twitch chat of how many people are fans of Paranoid versus not fans of Paranoid? I'm trying to better understand what the fan base is for that song.
And me and my 70 alternative accounts are all going to type 1 in the chat.
And Hintz opts for Pink Fuzzy Bunny.
Yeah, we got the Pink Fuzzy Bunnies clap from the audience on the preview music.
All right, we saw this earlier, JellySlosh versus Maestro. What a treat getting this song twice in one day. We have a nice crowd forming here. Drinks in hand, thanks to the round 1 concession stand.
Our most gracious venue host here in Auburn Hills, Michigan. Round 1 at Great Lakes Crossing, Game 4.
Wow.
All right,
nice job,
what
Hintz.
the hell?
And Jimbo's done. I mean, he's going to have to fight his way through loser's bracket. Hintz is going for a PB.
Yeah, now we're just watching Hintz go for his PB on this.
Might as well.
I remember Hintz very excitingly clipping when he got 1 perfect on the opening run, the Pink Fuzzy Bunnies at a Winter Ball.
Oh, going hands-free and clapping.
You know that VOD is getting saved. Frame 1.
Very uniform clap from the audience here.
You know, I would hope everyone who's here in the top 12 of a rhythm game tournament would know how to clap on beat. Were that not the case, I'd be a little worried.
Wow.
Sorry, that was a little loud for my drink.
Hintz feeling it tonight. Hug from Jimbo.
Just a little short of the hex.
Very possibly see each other again in grand finals.
But a very, very respectable run. The audience is in disbelief.
Amazing score. 11 yellow perfects. He was absolutely dialed in on that opening run. really picked up his Yellow Perfects toward the middle of the song. Wow.
Okay, I'm not doing the clap again.
Well, it looks like we're going to get Twans and JellySlosh.
All right, the analyst desk is confirmed. I actually don't think that is Hint's PB. I think Hint's PB is a 997, just below the hex threshold. However, I have received another tidbit of information that this is a 9969, so it is in fact a very nice score.
Select a difficulty mode.
Well, at this point, I'm going to sign off. Thank you, Twitch chat. And I'm going to be replaced by Snowstorm.
All right.
It was great hanging out with y'all.
I'm tired of summer. Bring on the snow. All right, huge shout out to J-Ham here, who had held down commentary for a good chunk of Top 12 and has been our esteemed tournament organizer, has been helping us run on the rails all weekend for our event. Absolutely wonderful showing. Bear with me for 1 second, chat, as I get the metadata about our match set up. It's Twans JellySlosh, and this is going to be one of our losers quarterfinals matches. So we started talking about this set earlier. Seeing it from Twans, I think, is a solid pickup here. JellySlosh going for the other side, just picking something hard in the draw.
Ahoy, ahoy.
All right, welcome Snowstorm to the commentary desk once again.
Happy to be here. Hope everybody's having a great time, enjoying these hype top 8 matches.
You know, I can respect the silence warm-up that ends with the opening run. Just walk off on that slowdown. Nah, I'm good.
It's so hard to lock in on a slowdown after you've been running a very fast 16th stream.
All right, so we're going to Liberar Vita for the first song.
Very tricky one. What can our players expect from this chart?
This has got a lot of center panel stuff. It kind of sort of gives you like a set of 5 or a set of 3 like 16ths that then do one particular center panel permutation. A couple of foot switches in the mix, and I think it's pretty bursty and syncopated otherwise. It's got a couple of interesting segments to it. So I'll start out with, yeah, you can see it immediately leads off of that center panel stuff. It'll do it one way and then it does the mirror, you know, kind of. I think this is a really good like center panel practice chart and a good way to check your form on it. Yes, so far Twans is off to a little bit of a lead. It looks like JellySlosh has picked up an early, most likely, owing to the nature of the chart.
But He is keeping it very close, only dropping a few yellows here and there. Twan's dropping a few.
You see now it goes back to the center panel patterning. Good footwork by both players. All right, last permutation. Now we get into this little like middle section. Little burst.
Very clean.
Little
Nice
foot
job with
switch.
the foot switches. Oh no, Jelly picking up a couple of little mishaps.
Yeah, and then there's a really, really hard, like, isolated note, the isolated 24. All right, Schwanz is going to take that just shy of the 6-star threshold.
Yeah, just some unfortunate missteps on Jelly's side at the end there, but kept it really close throughout the match. See if he's going to go to his protect or gonna pull a rabbit out of his hat.
Going to the other side.
So very notorious chart, a lot of stops, and a lot of weird 64th syncopation.
Yeah, also kind of like a jack of all trades with the different technical patterns you can see in this game. Kind of reminds me a lot of something like Critical Hit, granted not as intense. You'll get a feel for it once we get into it here. Yeah, it seems like Jelly's having a little bit of trouble finding the window, but both players getting that opening burst down.
No problem for the stops for either of these players.
All right, Twan's dropping his combo on that burst. Yeah, a couple of just off judgments from both players here. Still really, really close. Just like a couple hundred points in JellySlosh's favor. But Twan's is going to... the lead up to this like syncopated swing section is like a center twist off of up and center, and it's really easy to clip something doing any kind of up center plus side arrow permutation. Twan's is operating at a deficit.
Ever since Jelly took the lead, he's just been on an absolute tear, barely dropping any perfects. Beautiful foot switch work.
All right, looks like JellySlosh is going to take game 2.
Very nice work, very nice quint for JellySlosh.
Yeah, I think just got those two earlies, possibly kind of slamming on it a little too hard coming out of that stop that then goes into a straight 16th run, and especially a 16th run with like a center panel twist in it. Almost feel like Twan's kind of hesitated more. You can see he got a late at about the same part on the graph. And I think after Twan's kind of dropped a couple of misses of that particular segment towards the beginning, I think he kind of was playing it almost like half passion, if you will, just like not fully in it at that point, saving his energy for his zenith in game 3.
Now this is absolutely Twan's specialty. He has absolutely been grinding this chart lately. Very twisty at times, especially in the later half of the song. A few very unique triple hits. Streams leading into slowdown, gallops.
This is also definitely very favorable for Twan's because we've established that Mr. Slosh here does not have the greatest time with half-speed sections. going to be a lot of effort on his part to keep the timing down. Juan's also kind of dropping a couple of off notes here, but he's kind of more drifting towards the late side, while JellySlosh has the habit of hitting all those slowdowns very egregiously early. It's kind of like his visual spacing for when to hit the note. The feedback just kind of misleads him on every slowdown. So still a very close game to start, but Juan's is going to have a little bit of a buffer at the moment coming out of that opening slowdown.
The lead is flickering back and forth a little bit.
All right, first run.
Oh,
Yeah,
Juan's
that
dropping
immediately
on the
going into
triple.
a 3-panel step jump is rough. All right, then this run is really long. Intermixes in a couple of crossovers. Got to be ready for that.
No problem for these players coming into these slowdown gallops.
Yeah, they're sticking it out.
Oh, Jelly started to get some misses and called it there. The Swans will take song 3, and I believe that is the set.
Yeah, even though he really put it out there, JellySlosh is not getting a visit from the Rizzler this time around. Juans is going to take that. Looks like he's going to settle on at a 98, do a little dab, and hug it out.
Yeah, he did tell me before the match that this was sort of a run back from a previous event that he was looking forward to. So congrats to Twans for the win. JellySlosh, amazing job.
Yeah,
and
solid run.
Solid performances. You know, we had a great match earlier. And again, like all these top players have been playing all day in various dance games. Jelly also very proficient in Pump It Up. Twan's playing DDR earlier.
And I'm versed in commentary. They had a hard time getting me to shut up earlier. But no, good stuff from Twans for applying that pocket pick successfully. All right, so just going to go ahead and update that score as a little formality. And I think we got MCAT Breebs back on deck. Where in the bracket are we? It's also a loser's quarters finals.
I believe this is the other
Yes.
losers quarters.
We got it up. No, MJ, I saw for the first time what you had to share.
Let's step. Select your difficulty.
You're not authorized to put that cleaning substance on the pads at round 1. Don't wanna fall. What a banger. All right, let's where are we going? Are we warming up or are we going right in? Wait, I have the machine record on Don't Stop? Why'd I veto that in my set with Breebs? What the hell?
Womp womp.
No one else is playing that?
To be fair, I think it's the 16th crossovers that scare a lot of players away. Yeah, I believe this is a warm-up, so talk about our players a little bit here. MCAT, well established throughout the day, you know, one of the event organizers.
And Breebs is that Dance Dance Revolution doubles god who's making his own deep run in this event.
Yeah, winning the doubles tournament last night for DDR. Congratulations.
You know, I just realized if I had to beat Breves, I would have had to play MCAT again, which is a matchup I continuously run into and perennially lose on. So mayhaps there is a little bit of a blessing in disguise that we got a new matchup with a less predictable outcome here in our Losers Quarters Finals. Yeah, MCAT I know has also been playing in DDR during the day, and plenty of mental stress and exhaustion running around the facilitating stuff as one of the main event organizers here for Midsummer Melody. So she's opting just, I think, for the hard plus mode warm up, just to kind of get a feel for the pad and find your sea legs, if you will.
I be right there. Doing an absolute phenomenal job in both DDR and the DDR women and non-binary tournaments today. And having an amazing run here in StepManiaX.
Yes, curious to see where we go first. I know Breves had confided to me that he kind of had a weakness with drills. You can kind of see that there at the end of a motion, just a timing graph going a little haywire. Oh, you can see what happens next. Looks like stars.
I don't really say this a lot about level 24 charts, but this is a very fun level 24 chart.
I do think this is, it's cute. It's a cute level 24 chart. I do find it really enjoyable also.
A lot of center bracketing. A few streams towards the end.
But definitely well within MCAT's wheelhouse compared to Breves. You see Breves is having a little bit of a rough start already at a 400 or so point deficit. I talked a little bit earlier when we saw this during a prior match that you need to be very mindful about your foot placement, especially with how the center panel sensors behave, one of them not being read during gameplay along the top. And I think Breves may not be as acclimated with the real hardware particulars of this game, or his foot placement might just be not perfect, because he seems to be getting at least like one improper hit on a number of these brackets, like you saw there, the center flash late on his end. MCAT picking up a miss, but she's still holding on to a lead coming into the center panel section.
Breves getting another early, giving MCAT a few hundred extra point lead here. Start to get into some big foot switches. Oh, MCAT starting to get a few
MCAT went
lead
so
shifts.
late. Okay, but I think she can recover it back if she keeps the remainder of this chart clean. No, Breves is going to close it out.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think she's too happy about that one. Kind of had him dead to rights for a while there, and then just went really, really late on that 16th stream, and that just evaporated the lead entirely. Kind of wonder where we go next here. You know, MCAT's thrown down the bubbles protect.
And it looks like that's exactly where we're going.
The bubbler.
So get ready for some fun little syncopation. All right, here we go, song 2. See if MCAT can bring this back, tie it up.
Yeah, just kind of trading perfects right now across both players.
Overall, both players doing a really good job with the swing gallops.
Yeah, MCAT keeping a cleaner 16th run than Breves. Takes the lead back now coming into this section.
Well, the lead is starting to flicker back and forth. Gonna come down to the wire here.
Yeah, it's mostly, I think, going to fall on, in this outro part, MCAT just not panic rushing the bursts that come at the very end of the chart. We're going to see a return of those little swingy burst patterns. MCAT keeps it clean and closes it out with the 6-star. Just covered the 6-star threshold on that and takes game 2.
Very nice job.
I apologize, I've not been updating the match outcomes along the way, but whoever is operating the card draw station's got me covered. Shout out to Troz. He's been at it for a while now.
And shout out to our entire TO team here for SMX. Just Troz, J-Ham, all our commentators, just doing a phenomenal job this weekend.
All right, so Breves is continuing with his protect the 25 strategy. I believe MCAT has like a really, really good personal best on this. I don't know if I have enough time to do some investigation before we start. Not really.
I was going to do the same thing.
All right, so we're going to see now a very different 25, mostly really awkward rhythms and a lot of very challenging patterning. If you perfectly alternate your feet and you do the like proper execution on this, it does all resolve. It will twist you around like a pretzel, but it's not like you are forced to double step or unintuitively follow the patterning. It does all work out. It's just really, really weird. There's no chart quite like it in the game at the moment.
So Breves did pick up an early miss, giving MCAT a little bit of a leverage. Both players doing a phenomenal job with the triple hits. And here's what you were talking about earlier with some of the crazy foot patterns.
Yeah, you even see that like modified staircase pattern that SMX has. You would think it's like pretty elegant given it's just like a descending row, but it's nothing like DDR. There's a twist thrown in the mix there. MCAT picking up a miss is going to give Breves a little bit of room to work with, but Breves is also dropping a lot of stuff. I think this is going to come down to the final 30-second note run at the end of the chart.
Starting to flicker as we get into this final section. Here comes the 30-second burst.
Here comes the run. MCAT takes
MCAT. Clutch.
I imagine she was absolutely terrified of dropping a miss right at the very end in that run, but she started it more on the right foot, and Breves went so early on that run. She already had a little bit of a lead there, but sealed the deal nicely.
Congratulations to MCAT. Moving on here in our tournament. Breves is walking the plank, but solid performances tonight. I think he might still be in DDR. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Dance Dance Revolution is starting to progress towards its own minimal top cut of players. We have, I'm looking over, there's
I see Danoct.
Danoct. I wasn't quite sure how to pronounce his tag. Thank you for
Yeah.
the save there.
No
Nobar,
problem.
Ben, Oxford Valley, Hints, like real big names for top 4 placements in DDR tournaments. So their top cut's getting pretty crazy. I think that is actually the pool before the very, very final top cut, unless they're just calling their top pool like Pool 8 or whatever it is. But while we are waiting for our next competitors to be available, and I believe probably need to advance a card draw as well while we're at it, I'm going to go ahead and kick it over to our commentary cam. So take a little look at the bracket here. So where are you? I would like to interact with my, there we go. It doesn't seem like I can quite move it over at the moment. Can't zoom in? Man, you can't do anything in the OBS default browser.
I know, it's been like that on DDR all day, even while I was on comms over there.
Regardless, or you know what, it doesn't matter that much. I'm just gonna have a little fun with it, you know. We do a little stream layout work.
There we go.
Don't ask me to use studio mode. I've never heard of studio mode in my life. I think that's basically centered. It's good enough for me. It's going to be good enough for you watching at home. Okay, so MCAT takes it 2-1 over Breves. So we are now in our definitive top 4 territory. So every set we play from here on out is going to be best of 5. MCAT and Twans are going to play each other. The winner of that set will play Jimbo. The winner of that set goes into grand finals against Hints. Whoever surfaces from the loser side bracket needs to win 2 sets against Hints in order to reset the bracket and claim the victory. After all, Hints has not been eliminated, and it's a double elimination tournament. So if he loses in grands, that's just his first life gone. We go to a grand finals reset. So we're looking at a final 4 sets, and then we are done with this tournament.
It's been moving along quite nicely today. Yesterday finishing 2 hours early, just in time for,
and I think,
an update.
We are ostensibly, yeah, we're going to go ahead and kick this back over to the main stream because card draw's going on. So here's our next match, Twans MCAT. We got Twans laying down to protect on Senorita, MCAT laying to protect on Never Let You Down.
Another interesting choice, but one that definitely favors MCAT. Some of the swing.
MCAT takes a link line out of the equation. Twans takes the beginning out of the equation. So we're going to find out shortly what the random song is going to be. This should be a best of 5 set, so I don't think another veto's coming out.
Oh, no, we do have another round of veto, so it is still a first to 2 or best of 3.
So it goes then. Yeah, and I won't contest the decision or make a false assumption based on what's there because J-Ham runs this like a tight ship. He runs a tight ship. He's a real fierce captain, and he knows that rule set and all its quirks and charms in and out, so I think we'll be okay. Okay, wait, hold on. There's some kind of discussion going over at the card draw station I'm not privy to. All right, I actually
yeah.
have no idea if this is best of 3 or best of 5, but it looks like a best of 3 set, so we're letting it rock.
Yeah.
All right, it's
Yeah, I think the discussion was if either player wanted to, whoever still had their pocket pick.
use the pocket picks. That makes sense. All right, let's switch it over. Chuan's MCAT. This would be losers semis, I believe.
Yep.
Here we are. We've got quite the audience here for SMX. We got a number of spectators. I think we're still doing half-song warm-ups. Yeah, Lemming, if my understanding is correct, then it would be top 3. That would be best of 5, not top 4.
Correct. All finals matches are 3 of 5.
And yeah, this is technically not a final, so that argument makes total sense to me. I'm sorry for spreading misinformation on the internet.
Canceled. All right, so
the rare quarter song warm-up. Look at this guy in Twitch chat. He's calling it Twitter. It's called X, the everything app now, and I run that town, buddy. It's got an X in it, like StepManiaX, the esteemed dance game that we are playing here in our losers semifinals top 4 match of Midsummer Melody Golden Voyage. Chuan's versus MCAT. And let's get ready to press start on this match.
on this match that is fire.
Because like my constantly scrolling mobile feed, I need that instantaneous, continuous dopamine, and I need to see arrows moving. Let's get into it, game 1.
Press start.
All right, MCAT's just a little bit on the early side there, but doing the footwork. Yeah, both players navigating that unbroken stream with the rolls mixed in very well. Good stuff on the first also. Yeah, this is another chart where you want to commit to doing as much of the turns and the technique as possible, because you can see these patterns, they're either like capping off or starting with like 16th first that are then twisty, and so if you're like double stepping it and you're put into the wrong position, it's going to be really punishing if you're not in the right place. All right, it's into the territory where they're going to be fighting for the lead. Yeah, MCAT going just a little late on the drill there. Yeah, it's like starts crossed over, uncrosses over into that pattern. I think possibly being in the wrong place made her foot clip that left arrow at an opportune time.
But the lead is blinking back and forth again. Oh no!
MCAT misses the right arrow. I think that's going to be it for her on this one, unfortunately. Schwans will take game 1.
Very close match all the way through.
Yeah, no, just 16 and 16. Just I think MCAT got caught on a couple of those execution traps I talked about in this chart. Certainly no shame in dropping on dropping a game on this one. It's a respectively difficult 23. All right, MCAT will hit continue.
Sure will go to her protect, but never let you down.
You know, I now have this recollection that I think MCAT's been using this as a protect or pocket pick for quite a while. I think it was one of the last B-Hop events, and that possibly was Winter 2024, that she had remarked about thinking of this as being like a go-to pocket pick. So it's certainly not a bad choice if you're consistent at it. I, for the life of me, cannot make it consistent the 30-second burst of this chart. You wouldn't think they'd be that difficult on paper, and I got Cryo Sleep, which I feel is legitimately harder than this on 30 seconds, but it is going to start off relatively tame. This is, I think, a relatively low-density 22. It just starts out this little mind dodge section. You just have to make sure that you're not resetting at an inopportune time or like clipping a panel unintentionally with your feet.
Both players may be seeing the opening stream.
Ooh, MCAT with the burst. All right, so it doesn't make much of a difference given how razor thin the margin is, but MCAT's kept it clean so far. You'll love to see it.
Drops her first yellow. That 30-second
MCAT drops 2 yellows, but even though it's an extraordinarily close game, MCAT pulls out the win with a 99-9.
I think she only got 2.
Indeed, and they were right in that same place. It's the 30-second no burst that then goes into a 16th foot switch. I think she just got a little shaken executing that pattern, possibly a bit nervous about the pace. And Chuan's not too far behind in terms of overall count, but I think some of those earlier 30-second bursts gave him perfects that were further out of the judgment window and past his taste.
Just coming back to look at the card draw.
All right, see where we're going for game 3. I'd be really surprised if Chuan's doesn't go on his protect.
It looks like that is what he wants to go for. That is it.
You know, this is like one of the more memorable songs to me from like the Dance Mania license spread from like the DDR Extreme days. And I'm kind of glad this is getting a decent bit of airtime in tonight's tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I had a good time playing it earlier. Finally getting the hex on it. But yeah, just one of my favorite DDR Extreme songs from back in the day. But here we go, song 3, Twan's in MCAT. Winner goes to losers finals.
So both of them picking up a miss there, it looks like. You know, Chuan's had picked up something much earlier on. Maybe he didn't complete the roll, and that's why his combo counter is no longer flashing. MCAT just dropped a straight up miss there.
Both players absolutely flawlessly nailing the brackets.
This is still like exceptionally close. As a reprise of the opening pattern, MCAT's drifting a little late on it. She might be getting tired. But it's going to be, Schwann's closes that out with a 99.9.
Excellent match.
So Schwann's punches his ticket to losers finals. And it's today. He's the dancing senorita of the tournament.
Yeah, great job to MCAT though. Phenomenal performances. Again, she's been tearing it up.
Absolutely cannot complain about fourth place as MCAT collapses on the ground for a moment.
Understandably so. She's.
Let's. I wonder if this view will catch the moment. Now she's. This is angled off to the other side, so we are not seeing. We don't have the M cam. As she consults with the waiting audience, who is sitting on the ground off to the other side that you do not see on this particular angle.
And she is back on her feet, so that's good. She's okay. She's tired. Again, she has been playing all day in everything.
All day, running everything. I know a lot of folks got up and got here way before I did. I took my extra hour of, I wouldn't call it beauty rest, it was more like a dirt nap. But we're making good time, and we're glad to be here. I think we're probably going to ostensibly finish right on schedule, I think, which is a wonderful rarity for these events, it feels. So I'm going to go ahead and double check that schedule real quick.
Now, while they are doing their card draw, I'll quickly give a quick shout out to our sponsors. Up on the screen, you see Danceopia, the new local establishment out here in Michigan for dance gamers and rhythm gamers alike. They also run some weekly events for other games on Friday nights, special gatherings. So check them out. Check out Danceopia on all the social media platforms, and come check them out here in Michigan.
And I'll give a shout out to our other sponsor on the logo slide you see up there, Red Note Gaming, esports organization, their flagship location based out of Las Vegas, Nevada. If you ever find yourself in town, go ahead and visit them. They're a great venue, and I appreciate my first tournament being out there, and I'm quite happy to be wearing their colors today with the Red Note jersey that you likely saw on stream. And if you're looking for an incentive to head out to Vegas and check things out, this isn't part of the other promo reel because it's a video, not a photo, so I'm going to go ahead and give them a quick specialty appearance here. We'll worry about the card draw in a second, don't worry about that. Redshift Encore, September 25th to 27th this year. We will have Pump It Up Phoenix, StepManiaX, and DDR Extreme. So if you're interested in tournaments for those, or you just want to have a reason to check out the venue and link up with some players of these great games, go ahead and give it a go. We got a server, and we've got a registration QR code there to facilitate things. Now, we got a card draw going on, so let's jump back to the main draw and see here. Chuan's pulling out the pocket pick, busted out, and Jimbo has awakened the Phoenix. So Jimbo is very, very good and very consistent at Dark Phoenix. A very, very unique chart and very challenging in this game. Can't wait to talk about that one. I assume we're going to be going to that in short order. Jimbo has removed Got Good Vibes from the pool, and Chuan's has taken out My Life Is So Crazy.
I honestly don't blame him. Between the slowdowns and a lot of the trickier patterns.
He's too normal for that. He's not crazy enough. I know, Jimbo's kind of ruining the vibe with that Good Vibes, damn. I don't like that. In all fairness, though, that is like, you know, I wouldn't necessarily say that's the low ball, the draw. The low ball of this draw is absolutely zen. I think that's one of the easiest 22s in the game, in my personal opinion. So it's interesting to kind of leave that up there, but I suppose given a couple of the difficult patterns of that, it's not quite a gimme. All right, losers finals. Chuan's versus Jimbo at StepManiaX.
All right, so again, this is first to 3 or best of 5, depending on how you want to label it.
Yo, the feeling. All right, I think we're just going to go straight into games. I think we're past warm-up territory now.
Yeah, I thought for sure that, after a while away, Jimbo would want maybe like a half song just to get the sea legs moving again.
Okay, he's doing the BPM strategy.
Ah, yes. I do remember he had talked about this strategy before our match at B-Hop Ball last year.
Yeah, just I think a quick litigation about who gets what warm-up here. Both from like a competitive fairness perspective to not tire anyone out, and also to ensure that the folks who are sitting like winners or losers side deep in, who are waiting for the bracket to catch up to their match, they can still get a little bit of something in there. So Juans doesn't really need to warm up on his end. He's been playing a whole bunch. He might probably participate if he does like a half song warm-up, but I think Jimbo's probably going to get priority here on getting his steps in. Oh, Schwann's just going to run the 17. That's nice.
Completely understandable. You want to conserve every bit of energy. Like, Twans is an amazing player. Definitely cannot sleep on Jimbo. He's proven time and time again just how dangerous of an adversary he is, getting top 2 ranks in several tournaments as of late.
Jimbo's good. I just want to give a quick shout out on Nocturne here. I think this is one of my favorites added so far this year. We've had a lot of really good stuff added to the game, chart and song-wise, over the course of the year, and I think this is one of the standouts for me. I quite enjoy this chart.
I've absolutely enjoyed all of the updates we've received this year. Really don't know what my favorite addition to the game is right now. I know we're halfway through the year, but it's just been so much good content.
I certainly can't complain about most things. I do like quite a bit of what we got. And I think we are going to see Neptune the First for Game 1. So this should be familiar, as when we typically do tournament, so we need to decide the relative position in which people are sorted into pools and their seed to set the bracket. We look at a number of factors, and one of them includes qualifiers. So we usually provide a slate of songs for people to play that says, play these and see what your performance is, so we can kind of get a relative ranking of players based on that. So nowadays, because there's a relatively small pool of top players, we've all played each other, and there's a bit of like tournament data and all our account history to look at. We usually just kind of adjust the bracket manually, but Neptune the First was chosen as a qualifier for players who did not necessarily have that data. So I'm hoping these players are familiar with it getting started on Game 1 here. You gotta watch out for that little trick stop, one of the very few ones that are purposefully hidden. Chuan's.
Oh no. Jimbo dropping a couple of holds. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, this is now getting into the real meat and potatoes of the song. It's like drum breakdown section. These like very syncopated, varied rhythms all throughout.
Juan's up by a couple hundred points, but he is bleeding a couple of yellows here and there. But both players very relatively clean through these drills.
All right, this is coming up on the outro now. There's no longer anything really complicated pattern-wise. Schwanz is not going to drop it. He's going to close out that 6-star on Neptune in tournament. Jimbo not too far behind. I think he might have gotten, based on the judgment spread there, I think he may have gotten like a held miss on one of the holds. Jimbo says something to me. I can't quite hear him over the game audio piped into my headset, but I believe I heard or saw mouthed out the phrase "my bad." So taking it in stride, getting back up, and sending us to the Phoenix. All right, so Dark Phoenix is an interesting piece of music, as typically the musical patterns you hear here are closer to like triplets. I believe it's more like a 6/8 or a 12/8, whatever the breakdown is, song. But the BPM speed is purposefully increased, and so the colorization is eighth notes, and that can be a little visually misleading because it kind of changes how the rhythm is encoded, and if you're used to looking at the note colors for quantization, it may throw you off a little bit there. And then it does jump back into like almost like a 4/4 segment near the very end, which comes with a speed up, and so you need to be very judicious about setting your max speed on the song, because you either have to deal with the first like 70% of the song, it's a very sizable portion of it scrolling slower than you expect, or the ending really rockets forward. So Jimbo loves to pull this out as his like signature pocket pick. He's very consistent at it. Schwanz knows it too, so let's see how these guys do on this game.
Approaching the quarter mark.
Jimbo drops one of the crossovers, but he's still got a relatively, he's only like 200 or so points off. It's not an unrecoverable differential. They think of a couple of places where he can really pick that up, especially if Schwanz makes a mistake in some of the upcoming sections. You can start seeing these foot switches now off the center panel. All right, Jimbo retakes the lead. Schwanz picks out a couple more yellows.
The lead's starting to flicker a little bit as we reach the speed up.
Ooh, Jimbo goes way too early on that speed up, but Schwanz is looking a little rockier during it. Coming up on the ending run now. Wow.
Schwanz will take it.
Schwanz takes it by 12 points. Yeah, so a couple things there. The part where the score differential really went askew in that lead up into the final speed up. That last section before the speed up, it's kind of like going to this like drum or pulse in the background, and there's a lot of like musical risers, things that are like raising in tone and pitch during that section. It is so difficult to hold yourself back and not just start rushing your inputs forward during that section. You can kind of see, I think Chwan's may have been holding a little back too much against that like feeling of rising that might have been pushing him to rush, because you could see he went late right around that part. But then the problem is, while Jimbo was dead on during that segment, as soon as the speed up arrived, I feel like Jimbo stepped on the gas a little too hard, and he rushed a bunch of earlies that gave him the deficit that lost him the game. So real razor thin margins here, and it's little sections like that and those like audio tricks and things that can mislead you that make such a huge difference. All right, and Jimbo is striking back again now with Parallel Universe. Yeah, this is not the place you want to be. You're down your pocket pick, you lost it to your opponent, you're down 0-2, and Chwan still has busted out, so he can bust it out if he really wants to. But even then, I don't think that's necessarily a guarantee if I remember earlier in the bracket correctly. And that is because Jimbo did perfect score, busted out earlier in this tournament. So it's an interesting pocket pick from Chwan's, but I know he likes that chart and he's consistent at it, so that's any good as reason as another one to make that your pocket pick.
Okay, here we go. Song 4, or no, song 3, sorry.
All good?
Now who's giving this information?
So I think if I'm hearing correctly through the headset, Jimbo was creating a 30-second note burst to position his feet correctly so he doesn't have to cross over or double step the 30-second burst into a 16th crossover in the opening slowdown. Very clever ghost step there to kind of correct his foot parity. And he's being rewarded with it with a clean combo so far. Chwan's picking up a miss right near the end of that slowdown. If you're double stepping it, not doing the crossover, it's very difficult to mess up that candle-esque pattern in there. So giving Jimbo a little bit of room to work with here as we're coming to the halfway point of the chart. All right, Parallel Universe ends with a very gnarly, partially broken up but mostly unbroken 180 BPM stream.
Jimbo's starting to pick up a couple of yellows, but
Jimbo picks up a miss, but he's still got a little bit of buffer to work with. And so here we go. Into the stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, run. And Chwan's walks off. All right, Jimbo closes that out with a very nice 996.
Yeah, Jimbo just playing way too clean.
No, just going absolute beast mode on that ending run.
And he really needed that song. Like, great job, great pick.
Yeah, puts a little bit of momentum back in his corner.
And Twan's getting himself ready for the next song. And let's see if he, like you said, if he does go with his pocket pick.
He has to contend with Jimbo having just gotten that completely clean earlier, and Jimbo is now on a hot streak, so it's a risky business. So I wonder if Chwan's is thinking of something else in that set of 4 songs that we can pull from for Game 5. Or I suppose Game 4 here, but I'd be kind of surprised if Chwan's was going to leave it up to choice for Jimbo to decide if he wanted to go to his pocket pick or not. Okay, he's going to go Destiny. Interesting.
Okay. Very interesting choice. Very difficult 23, I'd say. Quite reminiscent of the ITG2 chart in certain aspects. An opening stream. And then a lot of twistiness and mind dodging throughout the song. Very awkward patterns.
All right, Jimbo is back up there and ready to roll, it looks like.
All right, here we go. Song 4. Twan's 2-1. Can Jimbo tie it up? Or will
Is
Twan's
it his
punch his
destiny
ticket?
to win?
Or will Twan's punch his ticket to grand finals?
Yeah, Jimbo's just a little out of place there with the whole notes and tapping the other foot. That one late or off yellow, I can't remember which direction it was in. It's going to put him at a deficit compared to Twan's. There's still a lot of chart left to go.
Shifting back and forth.
All right, Jimbo
So
comes
clean.
out of that middle run with the lead. All right, they have to get ready to start crossing over and under the next iteration of that pattern.
Beautiful footwork.
Yeah, Jimbo commits to the turns fully, and he's rewarded with it. Schwann's does not look like he does that out of the corner of my eye, and he's going to drop Destiny as Jimbo hexes it. 6-star rating. So actually, if Schwann's truly believes in busting it out, he's now in prime position to do it. The question is, does he want to chance that, or does he think he can have something a little below that difficulty and can strike out in a different manner? I don't know. I know. Okay, we're busting it out.
We're busting it out here.
Yeah, because I don't really know. I don't know where else you go in this case except for your own pocket pick. When you look at how Jimbo just absolutely crushed those streams, you easily head on over the far out, which is also another like stream heavy, especially in the back half chart. That would work out in his favor. And I just think Zen or worn out tapes is really just more like knowledge checks if anything else, and they're not particularly conducive to the play style that Schwann's wants here in a tournament setting. He really wants to put the pressure on Jimbo to make mistakes or make more dramatic issues and not just fight for perfects. So.
And as we see it far out being more of a stamina check, especially at the end of the song. But as we see, Jimbo is just like very proficient with streams.
Oh,
like
yes.
that. So, yeah. Here we go, we busted out now.
I think Jimbo is simply proficient. He is good at what he does.
Can lightning strike twice? Okay, so no APC repeat for Jimbo. Does get an early yellow. By both players through the brackets.
Yeah, just one on Jimbo's side. Schwann's has got his run completely clean so far. Coming now into the crossover foot switch section. With a cheeky little bracket or two thrown in for good measure. Oh, but Schwann's is going to drop it. Just something about his execution was off on the chain foot switch. Both players, they're struggling with those chains.
Just Heartbreaker right there for Twans. Holding the ABC all the way into that foot switch.
Yeah, no, I was getting ready to say, like, Twans is out here rolling up and saying, my house, I'm APC and busted out. but
Anything you can do, I can do better in a
No,
more
you-
critical setting.
Start,
But good job to Twans. Great performances today.
yeah, and you know, Twans, I think, was a little worried about, I'm going to go ahead and, as they hug it out, cut back over to commentary cam for a hot minute. I know Twans has expressed that, well, you have to deal with us not having names at the moment, my bad. Twans is going to have to, he needed to contend with the feeling that he hadn't been playing up to par and that he hadn't like been really ready or prepared for this event. He was third seed, he made third seed, so he can't be too upset about that, I think, in the grand scheme of things. He's basically living up to expectations here.
Oh, absolutely.
So good job on Twans for completing the run and really almost making a huge statement by taking the second place slot over Jimbo. But now we are going into grand finals. So that's going to be Hints and Jimbo. Hints coming winner side, Jimbo coming loser side. I think they're going to get ready to start doing some card draw activities. If I go ahead and maybe tilt our monitor a little off to the side.
Yep, so we're getting the B-Hop Ball 4 run back here.
Well, there's a J-Hammock currently in the way, but
Yeah, let's once again give a big shout out to J-Ham, our head TO for this tournament. Been doing an absolutely phenomenal job this weekend.
hang on a second.
Trying
Trying to work out my OBS foo to get us a little more information on the screen. I'll need you guys to hold tight for just 1 second. There we go. Now we can do live reaction card draw. Just pay no mind to the fact that you can't really see me saying anything at the moment. All right, so looking at this card draw, that's a spicy meatball. That's a lot of pepper cracked over that. Oh, hold on, one more thing. There's even more cards in this draw. I don't think I can show you without a. Oh no, we see everything. We're good.
Yeah.
It's the monitor on the laptop showing card draw elsewhere. That's All right, so they're currently litigating the finer details of card draw there. Hints is trying to figure out the flow here so he can kind of optimize his choices. I do believe this is a very Hints-coded kind of card draw. There's a couple of his tournament favorites and perennial choices showing up here. All right, Jimbo goes for the Melancholy Vision Protect.
Oh, interesting.
And Hints goes for Flight of the Bumblebee. So I know Hints has been working on that, and he believes he can really go hard on that. So I'm excited to see it.
I will say a definite turn out of left field. I find for Hints, you know, he's been very comfortable with the beginning in previous tournaments.
All right, so Hints has taken Confusion out of the draw. It's very much like the easiest chart here. All All right, Jimbo's taking the beginning out, so that's the 26 gone.
Yep.
All right, and I think we've got our match. Oh, my bad. I think the live card draw reaction, I had forgotten to turn off studio mode, so you didn't actually see it there, so my apologies. I hope it was clear enough narrating it, but that's okay. Now that we've got this here, just in case there's a grand finals reset, we'll actually do it the right way that time. But all right, let's switch it back on over, and let's get started on grand finals.
Grand finals time. Hope everybody here is getting hype.
All right, so Mr. Jimbo SMX on the left, and Hints on the right.
Round one, we're about to start StepManiaX Grand Finals.
So remember,
Jimbo and Hints.
so again, a point of clarification. Hints is winner's side in this event. If he loses this set, he and Jimbo go back and draw a new slate of cards, protect veto again, and they play another set to determine the final winner of the event. If Hints wins this set, it is over. He is your Midsummer Melody champion. And I think we're going straight into song one on Fearless. Or are we?
I think it has been a while for him. He might take a quick half-song warm-up here.
Avon Poca.
You guys need anything?
I'm good.
You good?
I do quite enjoy Avon Poca's background animation. It's going to be a little harder to see what the player's playing with it completely dimmed, but it has a couple of nods to various pieces of internet culture. My personal favorite being the end of Evangelion reference at the final end of the video.
I'm just very in love with this remix. Just a beautiful piece of music.
And just kind of remarking on this chart, you know, this is it's very tiring, but a very straightforward 23. So I think this is good for Hints to kind of reacclimate to his timing and get a feel for his execution as he picks up the early and he just decides, all right, I'm done with that.
Yep. We don't need any more streams like this big one here.
All right, so it looks like Hints is running off to grab a bottle of water for himself before we get started. Or is it a bottle of water for Jimbo? What a polite gesture.
We love to see that kind of sportsmanship here.
Oh man, nothing but absolute heaters in this card draw, and we're going straight into a banger on Fearless.
All right, they hug it out. And we're off song one, grand finals.
Fearless.
And what a song to start on. Very techy, very difficult to keep time on.
Both players very clean on that 30-second burst.
Okay, Hints. I see you.
He's finally picking up a yellow as we're heading into the chorus.
No, Hints is locked in at the moment. He's going early in a couple of places, but that's not terribly surprising given the instrumentation and the nature of this chart. Getting ready to go into the guitar solo.
Both players just absolutely clean through that stream. It's up only by a couple of 100 points here.
It's so close. All right, Hints drops the lift. Jimbo goes a little early.
Good night.
And Hints gets the 6-star on Fearless in tournament. Six yellow perfects and the drop lift. Jimbo's 18.
Insane run by Hints.
Yeah, that's a strong opening start. All right, they're both going to take a look at the card draw and figure out their next move. Ooh, street level.
Okay. Just looking at the demo there, very swingy type chart.
Oh, look at Hints, he's grooving. Yeah, street level, another one of those 2026, I believe, additions to the game. I think it was this year, not last year. Lots of those patterns where you have the note is just shifted a little bit off the quantization grid, that it falls on the 64th and not the 16th. So it's got a little bit of a different feel to it. You wouldn't think it's like that much. It's like, oh, it's a 64th of a note. But when you're working in the timing windows down to the milliseconds, it's a lot. So game 2 here on street level. We start with this broken up 16th run. Yeah, what's really difficult about this chart is making that context switch between the swing notes and the ones that are played more straight, which you have to do in a couple of places here. All right, good job from both players keeping it clean. The isolated pattern starting on the 64th is crazy.
Oh, Hints picking up the first yellow. Jimbo also picking up a yellow. And the lead is
so
starting
close.
to blink back and forth.
All right, Jimbo
Hints
takes it. That's like 2 to 3. That's got to be like 2 to 3 or 2 to 4. 1 to 3. Wow. Yeah, a little scary there because I think Hints' one yellow perfect was outside like the top sub window, so it was a lot of point loss, but he kept it clean after that. Especially, I think it's really impressive both players avoided getting caught right at the very end. A lot of those swing patterns are like the pickup into the following note, so like the distance between the 64th and the note that follows it is uniform, but then at the end it like breaks it up a little bit and it kind of changes the spacing on that last burst. And neither player got caught out by that. They were really locked in. It's just Jimbo went earlier at a few more spots, while as Hints just went a little late on one of the notes, but Hints kept it clean enough to win game 2.
All right, it's up 2-0 now.
All right, we're back in the 24s. So Jimbo's taking it to Melancholy Vision.
All right, so we have seen Jimbo come from behind in this tournament already in the previous match with Twans. Can he do it again? Can Lightning strike twice? Or will Hintz 3-0 and take the championship here at Midsummer Melody Golden Voyage?
Yeah, Hintz is taking a second to look at the slowdown here. I do think Melancholy Vision is home to some of the hardest slowdowns in the game. You might be kind of surprised to see that coming from the guy who says who plays Space Boy. But no, especially.
To be fair, Melancholy Vision is a very tedious chart, not just the center transition.
So Melancholy Vision is going to start slow, speed up, and then it's going to like slow down and speed up in a couple of places here. The longest slowdown is near the end, so the first two slow sections are pretty tame, just mostly kind of building up into things. Yeah, started with this little like noodling piano solo on the triplets. Jimbo is locked in. Hintz is struggling to find his placement starting out.
So this whole first speed up is all 6 notes or 12 notes, however you want to describe it. That being all the purple notes.
Right.
So we're done with those.
That slowdown basically goes to nothing. It's so difficult to actually hit that. You're going to see another miniature slowdown. That's going to lead into like a hit breaker crossover pattern. Clean from both players. All right, coming now into the long slowdown.
Both players ready for it. Absolutely, completely clean play field.
All right, and then speed up again for the outro. It's this like Mothership-esque center panel pattern.
Now the streaming does end with some crossovers.
Indeed, the hit breakers are back. Here they come. Phenomenal.
Beautiful job.
Oh, look at Jimbo. I think that's, is that 2? Was that 2 or 3? 3. Yeah, no, Hintz just, I think, a little less familiar with the chart. Struggled to kind of nail it on the beginning where it's like that more loosey piano part, and then the transition into that one slowdown section, you can see his timing graph spikes there again. But Jimbo was just in on it the whole way through. You love to see it.
The adrenaline is flowing now. Hintz going straight to his project now with Flight of the Bumblebee. Probably the hardest chart in this set, not just because of the difficulty level, but it lives up to the name. It lives up to the hype.
I would agree to you. This is physically the most demanding thing left in our draw, especially as the beginning was unceremoniously stricken from the record before we began this set. Yeah, no, just lots and lots of drills and streams at 185 BPM. That's on the upper end of things that are sustained in this game for long streams. Same speed as Summer, which I think is like the definitive long stream chart at high speed.
Yep. Summer also at 185.
But I know Hintz has been working on this, and I believe he actually put up I think it might have been a new personal best of his at like a 99.2. So I'm not quite sure what Jimbo's record on this is, but Hintz is going for, he's going for it. He's got this loaded in the chamber, and he wants to close it out. So Jimbo's going to, on the receiving end of Hintz opening fire, game 4, Flight of the Bumblebee Wild at 25. Now, of course, you don't want to secede any point loss more than you absolutely have to, but in this beginning part where it's mostly 8th note step jumps, I think it's okay if the players drop a little bit here because they really need to be reliant on crispy clean execution when the runs begin. All right, Hint's going to miss that up arrow, but you can hear that violin going, and it's about to match the notes on screen.
Here we go with the first set of stream drills. Lead shifting back over to Hintz.
Oh, Hintz is just going. I gotta be careful now. Those little center panel twists in there. Jimbo gets caught on one.
All right, coming to a little bit of a break. Because the second set of streams will be far more demanding.
Yeah, because now the center panel is gonna be a mine pit for a lot of these. So you can't really rest on it too much. You need to keep that stream going or the life pit or the mine pit will drain your life.
We are so close here.
All right, I think there's one more long stream to go.
But Hint's just absolutely killing these drills. Just so clean. He wants this.
Is he gonna have it? And he has it.
Hintz will take it. We'll close this out as your Midsummer Melody Golden Voyage StepManiaX champion.
17-1-1.
Everyone give it up for Hintz again.
Congratulations.
We're now going to announce top 8 for... Sounded way better over here, so I'm going to stay here. Top 8 for SMX. Tied for 7th, we have Pilot and Snowstorm. Give it up. Seventh place, Pilot Snowstorm, give it up. Tied for 5th place, Breeds and JellySlosh. In 4th place, MCAT. In 3rd place, Twines. In 2nd place, Jimbo. And your Midsummer Melody StepManiaX Grand Champion Hits. Give it up for our finalists once again. Just print another one. All right. It's a little awkward, so go by the table. All right.
Make some noise!
Thank you. That's it for SMX. Thank you, everyone. Top 4 on pad. Top 4 on pad. I'm making closer for this one. Step back, step back. Step back just a little bit. Shout out
I'm not sure who they're making that cheer for, but I hope it's going well over there. So, anyway, it's been a pleasure to take you guys through a good chunk of the top cut here.
Oh,
you know,
absolutely. It's been a blast.
had to take a second. I got an ice cream float earlier to get some calories in me after sitting around all day. You know, it's a long time between breakfast and 10:30. So,
Yeah.
but happy to be back on comms. Happy to have shared it with you, with Maestro, J-Ham himself. J-Ham has run an excellent job, put on an excellent show, did an excellent job with this year's bracket.
Absolutely. You know, and it's amazing, especially for somebody like J-Ham. Love Arcade he said Love Arcade was his first tournament.
I believe that's the first time he's come out to like a dedicated SNX tournament.
And to go from attending your first tournament and 5 months later to spearheading an amazing tournament like this.
Yeah.
There is not enough praise to go to J-Ham for everything he's done. So thank you once again to J-Ham.
Whenever you're done, can I join Pilot to close out the stream? Whenever you're done.
Yeah. All right. So
But yeah,
we had a hell of a top 8 here, and congratulations to Hintz for putting another victory under his belt. I know this is not his first rodeo winning a tournament, and I think he's very happy to have won it on home territory.
Absolutely.
And of course, shout out to Jimbo, New Jersey, represent. You love to see it.
And again, just can't say enough nice things about all of the amazing players in this community out here. Not just at Midsummer Melody, but just all over the world.
All over.
Please keep supporting StepManiaX.
All
We love
largely
this game.
in the domestic U.S. for the events that we've been running, but
Very
we do
true.
have lots of great players north of the border, south of the border, across the oceans, all over the place.
Yeah, we love you all. We appreciate you all so much. I'm going to go ahead and sign off and let Jelly come back on to close things out and set you all free. So I've been Snowstorm. Thank you all. And please remember, this world is a better place with all of you here. We love you all. So have a good night.
That includes you. All right, thank you, Snowstorm, for joining me on the mic, and going to close it out here with Mr. Slosh.
Hello, joining Pilot to close out this stream. Jelly_Slosh, apparently according to my Twitch channel name.
It's a formality, don't worry about it.
I can't recover my Justin.tv account from as a child.
That's unfortunate.
Anyways, what an awesome tournament. I don't know what you and Jason have said so far. I'm probably going to repeat a lot of stuff, but great job from everyone. Every competitor in every stage of this tournament from yesterday to today, just like
this has been a hot tournament. It's been,
people are just performing like crazy. Like, people came hungry this event.
top to bottom, soup to nuts, crazy stuff from everyone. So
Yep.
you'll have to see it. Well,
Yeah.
I don't really have a whole lot much else to say that hasn't already been covered about this particular event. So what do we got to do to close this bad boy out and get on with our evening?
Yeah.
Probably got to find some unsuspecting person to raid. But DDR.
The
of course.
unsuspecting Red Note Gaming
Red
channel.
Note Gaming needs to get raided because we have DDR going on.
And just before we close out, real quick, I just want to do one more lightning round. Shout outs to our sponsors, Red Note Gaming. Appreciate the shirt. You guys are awesome. Go visit their location out in Vegas. Redshift Encore, go ahead and show some love to that event too when you get the chance. Dancetopia, Fraser, Michigan,
Dancetopia.
one of our local venues. Made in the machine. We don't have your logo up on the reel there, but we acknowledge your contribution. We love your stuff.
It's on the banner though. It's on the sign-up banner.
On the sign-up banner, yep. We got it covered, and then also to the other events that are representing here. So Accelerate, September, out in Illinois, Violet Pulse,
yep.
Online 2DX Tournament, Fight on the Floor, and meowmeowvenus.com if you want some of that sweet event schmurd, if you want that MCAT Hints fit. And of course,
shout out to Big Chungus.
That's Big Orgus, my guy.
Big Orgus.
Big Orgus.
Oh, sorry, Big Orgus.
Shout out to Big Orgus.
Shout out to Step Revolution for giving us an update yesterday in the middle of our event.
We love you, Lightning. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Thank you for holding down on comms today in the stream. Been here all day competing and running things day and night.
Indeed. So we're going to go ahead and keep the fun going with twitch.tv Red Note Gaming. So in a few seconds, we're going to kick you guys over there. Keep following along for more rhythm game, dance game, panel, slapping goodness.
Yes, and once again, also thank you for all the viewers who stay with us all day long. This is a long event.
Yeah, appreciate everyone tuning in.
And don't forget, Storm's in about 3 weeks, so you have the CEO Storm coming up as well, too, for another event that we forgot to promote.
And if you're really impatient for more StepManiaX, Remix is running next weekend,
Yes,
I believe.
Remix, yep,
So
in California.
keep an eye out. All right, I'm going to send you guys over now.
Have a good night.
Thanks for flying.